Taking cognizance of the family's allegation, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij urged Goa Chief Minister for CBI inquiry into the matter.
5 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर चुके हैं और उसके ऊपर सीबीआई मेरी हरियाणा मुख्यमंत्री से भी बात हो चुकी है। जैसे हमने इस केस का डिटेल रिपोर्ट हरियाणा डीजीपी और बाकी सबको भेज जाएगा, बाद में लगा तो हम सीबीआई को केस दे देंगे।
Sawant has said that he is in talks with Haryana CM regarding Sonali Phogat's murder case, and if required, the state will hand over the case to CBI. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big news coming in. In a latest update in the Sonali Phogat death mystery, sources have informed that Goa police is in talks with Chandigarh CFSL for early viscera analysis, and the police are likely to write to the concerned licensing authority to permanently cancel Curly's restaurant's license. Now, furthermore, Curly's restaurant has been sealed as it is a scene of offence. Now, this is the big news that is coming in. On one hand, Curly's restaurant has been sealed, and on the other hand, Goa police is in talks with the Chandigarh CFSL to ensure that they get an early report of the viscera analysis. Now, this is of course the latest update on Sonali Phogat's murder case. And moving on to some other news now. One of Karnataka's most popular religious leaders from the Lingayat community, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, is yet to be arrested by the state police, even as the demand is only growing. Remember, he was charged under sections of the POCSO Act for allegedly sexually abusing minors.
This is Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, a seer from the Lingayat community.
ಮುರುಘಾಶರಣರಾದರು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿನೇ ನಾವುಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇವೆ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಸಹ ಆತಂಕಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಆಗುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಂದಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಎದುರಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಎದುರಿಸುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಂಘಿಕವಾಗಿ.
One of the most influential seers in the state of Karnataka, this religious leader is facing some serious charges. The seer has been booked under the POCSO Act for allegedly sexually abusing minors for over 3 years. The victims claim they were sexually abused multiple times by the seer and were often called to his chambers, following which they approached the Child Welfare Committee. The seer was stopped by the Karnataka police near Bankapura in Haveri district, but is yet to be arrested.
ಒಂದು ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಭಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಒತ್ತಡಗಳು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಒತ್ತಡಗಳು. ಈಗ ಅಪರಾಧಿ ಅಥವಾ ಆರೋಪ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು, ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆರೋಪ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯ ನೋಡೋಣ ಗಮನಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ಒತ್ತಡ ಏರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬೆದರಿಕೆ ಒಡ್ಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದು ಪರಮ ನೀಚವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಲೀಗಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದೆ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದ ನಂತರ ಅವರು ಆಪ್ತ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿ ಆಪ್ತ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದ ಅನ್ವಯ ಅವರು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡುವವರಿದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎದುರುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ನಜರುಬಾದ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಠಾಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 5 ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ದಾಖಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಮೊದಲನ A1 ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The FIR names the Lingayat seer as the main accused, along with 4 other people. The FIR also names the warden of the Mutt's residential wing, a junior priest and 2 others. But this development has put the state government on the back foot and is yet to take a firm stand on the matter.
ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. 2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಅದು ಆ ತನಿಖೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರೋದೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇದು. ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲದರಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The opposition in the state is demanding his immediate arrest.
ಇದು ಹುನ್ನಾರ ನಡೀತಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಎಳಿಬೇಡಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನೋ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗೆ ಅಪಚಾರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧೀಕರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಮಟ್ಟಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ.
Being an influential voice in the Lingayat community, a group that could play a critical factor in the upcoming assembly elections, are some parties attempting to sidestep the issue? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on August 23rd in Jharkhand's Dumka by a man named Shahrukh over an unreciprocated proposal and harassment, protests erupted with demand for justice for Ankita.
In a gruesome act, a 19-year-old school-going girl was burnt alive in Jharkhand's Dumka on the 23rd of August. And when the accused was finally arrested 5 days later, this is how he posed in front of the cameras. His smirk rubbing salt on the wounds of family members of Ankita Kumari.
जिस दिन ये अटैक हुई, इसके पहले क्या आपको पता चला था कि ज़्यादा धमकी आ रही थी, और किस तरह की धमकी थी, उसके बारे में कुछ आपको पता है?
सर उसको बोलता था कि तुम हमसे बात करो, मिलो, वो फोर्स करता था, तो मना कर दी. तो उसी में बोला कि हम तो को मार देंगे.
खुलकर आप कह रहे हैं खुलकर मारने की धमकी उसने दी थी.
But before succumbing to her 90% burn injuries, the brave girl made a declaration.
आप ऐसा चाहती? क्या हुआ था बेटा?
हम जरवाड़ी से रहने वाले हैं और एक लड़का हमको फ़ोन करके धमकी दिया. उसके बाद फिर सोए हुए थे अपने रूम पे, बाहर से पेट्रोल डाल के और आग जला के और चले गया. वो लड़का कौन था, तो फिर खिड़की खोल के देखे तो मोहल्ला का ही था, मुस्लिम था लड़का. वो लड़का हमेशा नशा वशा करता है, सबके साथ यही करता है.
क्या नाम है लड़के का?
लड़का का नाम शाहरुख है.
और ये कितने दिन से तुमको तंग कर रहा था?
10-15 दिन से. स्कूल ट्यूशन जाते थे, आगे पीछे करता था. मैं नंबर किसी ले लिया, धमकी दे रहा था, बात नहीं करेगी तो ऐसे करेंगे वैसे करेंगे.
क्या धमकी देता था?
कि बात तुम करो, बात नहीं करेगी तो तुमको मारेंगे, सबको मारेंगे.
और ये वो लड़का ऐसा पहले और किसी के साथ भी किया है क्या?
हाँ, बहुत किसी से बात करता है, मोहल्ला का लड़की से.
बहुत लड़कियों से?
हाँ, बहुत किसी को यहाँ वहाँ घुमाता है सबके सामने.
तो तुमको धमकी देता था कि अगर बात नहीं करेगी तो जान से मार देंगे?
हाँ, धमकी दिया था रात को. पापा को रात को हम अपना बताया, पापा वाले ठीक है सुबह देखते. सुबह हुआ भी नहीं, 4 बजे सुबह ऐसे करके वो चले गया. खिड़की खोल के देखे तो देखे वो पेट्रोल हाथ में लिया हुआ था, एक डिब्बा, और माचिस लिया हुआ था, भाग रहा था. ब्लू कलर का टी-शर्ट पहना हुआ था.
Wishing for her killer to meet the same fate as hers, or if possible, even worse.
जैसे उसके लिए अभी हम मर रहे हैं, उसको भी वही सजा हो जाए.
आप ऐसा चाहती?
हाँ.
But while the young brave girl died hoping for justice, the chief minister of her state trivialized her death.
घटनाएं होती रहती हैं और सरकार सभी घटनाओं पर नजर रखती है.
And the anger over her brutal murder is justified. And so is the demand for justice.
झारखंड में खासकर संथाल परगना में लब जिहादी के माध्यम से हमारे संथाल परगना की जो डेमोग्राफी है उसको भी बदलने का काम कर रहे हैं. तो मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि आप अविलंब एसआईटी गठन कर जो अभियुक्त है उस पर फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट चलाकर 15 दिन के अंदर उसे फांसी की सजा दी जाए.
But in a state where the chief minister calls a heartless killing an everyday incident, will Ankita get justice needs to be seen. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
EBX cash news alert, getting in visuals from Uttarakhand where the Badrinath National Highway in Chamoli district was blocked due to heavy rains. SDRF rescued the passengers and the local people. These are the visuals that we have on us. These are the visuals that we're getting in. The visuals from Uttarakhand where the Badrinath National Highway in Chamoli district was blocked due to heavy rains. Now the SDRF have rescued the passengers as well as the local people. The SDRF teams have been deployed on the spot. Breaking news coming in a shocking incident that has now come to light. Man arrested for reportedly slapping and hurling expletives at a security guard and a lift operator of his high-rise residential society in Haryana's Gurugram after he was trapped inside an elevator. Now, police have filed an FIR against the accused in this particular matter. Now, a purported video of the incident went viral on social media. In fact, in those visuals, we can see that as soon as the lift operator opens the elevator doors, the person in question steps out, drops his bag on the floor and starts slapping Kumar, who appears to be trying to reason with him. Every time Nath slapped him, Kumar took a few steps back. We're also told that this incident occurred in a high-rise residential society in Sector 50. The person in question was trapped inside an elevator is what the police has said. The man was also identified as Varun Nath, a businessman. And allegedly, he also threatened to kill the guard Ashok Kumar and the lift operator, they said. Now, the other stories that we're tracking at this moment, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are holding an overnight satya at the Delhi Assembly premises, demanding an investigation against the LG for allegedly challenging demonetized notes worth rupees 1,400 crore when he was the chairman of the Khadi and Village Industries Commission in 2016.
हम सिर्फ इतना कह रहे हैं कि अगर 1400 करोड़ रुपए के घोटाले की बात सामने आई है तो सीबीआई ईडी इस मामले में केस दर्ज करे और जांच करे और जांच निष्पक्षता से पूरी हो सके। इसके लिए आवश्यक क्या है कि एलजी साहब एक इन्फ्लुएंस करने वाली पोस्ट पे बैठे हुए वो इस पोस्ट से इस्तीफा दे दें।
Taking to the streets of the national capital against the Delhi government, BJP workers armed with banners and placards raised slogans against the Delhi Chief Minister amid allegations of corruption. The Karnataka Muruga Mutt seer, who is allegedly accused of sexually abusing two minors, has neither been arrested nor detained yet. Now, Karnataka's Chitradurga police has filed a case under the POCSO Act and under certain sections of IPC against the seer for alleged sexual abuse of two high school girls. He was later brought back to the Mutt with police protection. Goa government submits 15-page report to Haryana government in Sonali Fogart death case. Decision whether to transfer the case to the CBI to be taken. The report comes after Haryana government wrote to Goa CM Pramod Sawant to transfer the case to the CBI. Meanwhile, a team of Goa police probing Sonali's death will visit Haryana tomorrow. Big win for centre in Antrix Davis case. Delhi High Court sets aside 15,000 crore award which had directed Antrix, an ISRO commercial unit, to pay over the termination of an agreement with Davis Multimedia, a startup dealing with satellites. The bench said that the award was contrary to the fundamental policy of the Indian law. In In other news, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP legislators were holding overnight protests on the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. Hours after the AAP announced its night-long sit against the Lieutenant Governor, BJP MLAs also started an overnight dharna on the Assembly premises demanding the sacking of ministers Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain over alleged corruption. Take a look.
Facing mounting allegations of corruption, the AAP government is being cornered. Instead of coming clean on liquor and school gate and facing the heat, it feels the need to prove numbers in the Delhi Assembly is more important when it already has 62 out of 70 MLAs.
इन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी 20-20 करोड़ रुपए के अंदर हमारे एमएलए खरीदने की। कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन से हम ये साबित करेंगे दिल्ली की जनता को कि एक भी एमएलए नहीं बिका। इसलिए ये कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लेके आए हैं।
Playing their cards, the AAP targeted the Delhi LG, demanding his removal, claiming multi-crore corruption when he was chairman of Khadi and Village Industry Commission in 2016.
नोटबंदी में गैर कानूनी तरीके से ब्लैक मनी को वाइट कराने का ये जो काम खादी विलेज इंडस्ट्रीज कमीशन में हुआ है, इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच केंद्र सरकार कराए।
And to make a point, they held an overnight protest at the Delhi Assembly demanding a probe into the Khadi scam. The BJP also launched counter-protests in the national capital. Armed with banners and placards, raised slogans calling for the resignations of Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain.
Cashiers from Khadi Bhandar has said that when Notebandi happened, when demonetization happened, at that time, money was laundered to the tune of 1400 crores. And therefore, a case should be registered not just under the CBI, but also under the ED, because this is a clear-cut case of money laundering. When CBI actually did a case, the name of Vinay Kumar Saxena ji was actually left out of the FIR. So we demand that his name should be included.
As the trust vote in Delhi Legislative Assembly is carried out, the big question is, what is Kejriwal trying to prove and for how long can his party duck the real questions on scams? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Police in Mumbai have busted a racket issuing aadhar cards to certain community people with fake name. One person has been arrested in the matter and an investigation is underway.
The Mumbai police have busted a syndicate that operated from a nationalized bank and issued Aadhar cards in the price range between 2,000 and 5,000 rupees without any legal documentation. The investigations revealed that members of certain community were assigned Aadhar cards with different names. In this case, one suspect has been arrested. This comes after a complaint was filed at a nearby police station stating that Aadhar cards were being issued without proper documentation at the Bank of Baroda branch in Kandivali in Mumbai. The suspect was arrested after Kandivali police station sub-inspector deployed a decoy to pose as a customer and track down the accused, Mahendra. After extracting 2,000 rupees from him, the accused brought him to the Bank of Baroda branch. When the customer was then enrolled for an Aadhar card in the name of Ram Gupta without being asked any questions, and a letter was also issued to that effect. The police immediately rushed in, caught Mahendra and confiscated all the documents.
उसको जब हमने दबोच लिया तो उसके पास जो डॉक्यूमेंट मिले तो उसने जो हमारा जो बोगस फंडर हमने उसके पास जो भेजा था वो हमारा बोगस फंडर मुस्लिम शख्स था, लेकिन उसने अपना नाम हिंदू बता के ये जो महेंद्र नाम का आदमी है उसको अपना डॉक्यूमेंट कुछ भी दिया नहीं था, लेकिन उसने उसका फॉर्म फिलअप करके आधार कार्ड का फॉर्म फिलअप करके उनको बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा जो एमजी रोड एसवी रोड के कॉर्नर पे जो बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा है वहाँ आधार कार्ड केंद्र में उसको लेके जाके वहाँ उनका आधार कार्ड बनाने का पूरा प्रोसेस करके उनको जो उनका फिंगरप्रिंट और लेके उसका स्लिप उनको दे दिया.
Even as the accused is being questioned, the authorities are looking into the number of people duped. This is not the first time such a scam has come up front. From February 2021 to July 2022, multiple such scams have been busted across the country.
Mumbai police has arrested a man named Mahendra Mangude for running an Aadhar card racket. Mahendra Mangude used to issue fake documents in order to get Aadhar card. Many Muslims were given Aadhar card on the names of Hindus. Now Mumbai police, after arresting Mangude, carried out searches at several locations wherein Mumbai police has seized several documents, rubber stamps of political corporators and educational institutions were also seized by Mumbai police. Anti-terrorist squad is also investigating parallelly with Mumbai police in this matter. As far as the case is concerned, Mumbai police suspects that several illegal immigrants living in Mumbai were benefited by giving Aadhar card on the names of Hindu people. Reporting from Mumbai with video journalist Sameer Shelke, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you on this edition of This Morning. But on the other side on World This Morning, multiple deaths amid political turmoil in Iraq as a prominent cleric announces his exit from politics in the country. Pakistan receives foreign relief aid as floods in the country are declared a national security disaster. All of this and much more on World This Morning on the other side.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई।
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास इतराज है, उसने दिया है हम दोनों को। कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
The state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of the illegal madrasas in the state of Assam will continue.
From that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that, that madrasa was constructed unauthorized. This is the second madrasa we have evicted.
Multiple deaths amid political turmoil in Iraq as prominent cleric announces his exit from politics in the country. Pakistan receives foreign relief aid as floods in the country are declared a national security disaster. Chechen fighters joined the Ukrainian side, thereby fighting from both sides of the conflict in the country. Ukraine's nuclear plant in Zaporizhia shelled yet again for another day, raising fears of a radiation leak. Protesters at Vatican City demand greater participation of women in the decision-making activities of the Catholic Church. Final game of Serena Williams approaches as she looks to retire after her last US Open. Hello and welcome to World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma and our top story. Hundreds of followers of an influential Shiite cleric scaled the cement barriers leading to Iraq's government palace after he announced his resignation from politics on Monday, spurring fears of more volatility amid an unprecedented political crisis. Here's a detailed report.
Months of protests and deadlock over formation of a government in Iraq came to a head when violent clashes broke out in which at least 5 people were reported dead. Angry followers stormed the presidential palace in Baghdad after an influential Shiite cleric announced that he would resign from Iraqi politics. Protesters loyal to the cleric Muqtada alsadr pulled down the cement barriers outside the government palace with ropes and breached the palace gates. In a rerun to Sri Lanka-like situation, many protesters were seen rushing into the lavish salons and marbled halls of the palace, even taking a bath in the pool. Iraq's military announced a nationwide curfew and the caretaker premier suspended cabinet sessions in response to the violence. Medical officials said at least 15 protesters were wounded by gunfire and a dozen more were injured by tear gas and physical altercations with riot police. Iraq's government has been deadlocked since al-Sadr's party won the largest share of seats in October parliamentary elections, but not enough to secure a majority government. His refusal to negotiate with his Iran-backed Shiite rivals and subsequent exit from the talks has catapulted the country into political uncertainty and volatility amid intensifying intra-Shiite wrangling. Agency report, Republic TV.
And breaking news now coming in from Iraq once again in a latest update. The death toll due to clashes between supporters of the Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr and security forces over the cleric's announcement of quitting politics has reached 20. So 20 reported dead as per latest reports from Iraq in the clashes that broke out over Muqtada al-Sadr announcing his quitting of politics, his retirement from politics. Muqtada al-Sadr is a Shiite cleric. And clashes broke out between supporters of al-Sadr and security forces over his announcement of retirement from politics. The number of dead has touched 20 as per latest reports. Additionally, the Iraqi Shiite cleric has announced a hunger strike until the protesters' violence and use of weapons stop. So these are visuals from Iraq that we're getting you of the clashes that became violent as protesters scaled the barriers of the presidential palace yesterday. And now, as latest reports suggest, in these violent clashes, 20 are reported dead. The situation is extremely precarious. And more breaking news coming in here on World This Morning. External Affairs Minister speaking on India-China ties says that the state of the border will determine the state of India-China relationship, further asserting that ties must be based on mutual sensitivity, mutual respect and mutual interest. The External Affairs Minister's comments came amid the lingering military standoff between India and China. in a number of friction points in eastern Ladakh.
Much of the future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China develop in the foreseeable future. For ties to return to a positive trajectory and remain sustainable, they must be based on the three mutuals: mutual sensitivity, mutual respect, and mutual interest. Their current status is, of course, well known to all of you. I can only reiterate that the state of the border will determine the state of the relationship.
And news now from neighboring Pakistan. People were seen counting the cost of damage as international aid was being delivered to the country, which has suffered monster monsoons that have claimed more than 1,000 lives this summer. Here's more.
After the flash floods wreaked havoc in Pakistan, the nations around the globe rushed to assist the rain-battered nation. Cargo planes from Turkey and the United Arab Emirates began the international rush to assist the impoverished nation with tents, food and other daily necessities. As the Pakistani military and volunteers desperately attempt to evacuate many thousands stranded, the Pakistan's climate minister Serena Williams warned that her country was facing a national security disaster.
I think after 8 weeks of unrelenting monsoon torrential downpours, we now have the river Indus from the Kabul side bursting forth, and we have a perfect storm between the north and the south.
Trucks carrying tents, food and water arranged by Pakistan were also being dispatched to various parts of the country by the National Disaster Management Authority for tens of thousands of flood victims. The heavy rains are the latest in a series of catastrophes that Rahman said were exacerbated by climate change, including heat waves, forest fires and glacial lake outbursts.
We've had no spring, we went straight from summer into winter, forest fires, glaciers melting, and now this. The monsoon is something we get every year, but this monster is something we have never seen.
Pakistani authorities say this year's devastation is worse than in 2010, when floods killed 1,700 people. Many people displaced by floods say they not only lost their homes, but their crops and small shops.
5 लोकेशन हमारी हैं जिसके ऊपर हम शक्कर में खाना दे रहे हैं, और इस वक्त हम 2 वक्त का खाना दे रहे हैं, 5,000 लोगों को रोज़ाना फराहम कर रहे हैं। अगर मैं सिंध की बात करूं तो इस वक्त जो हमारा हैदराबाद में मरकज़ है सिंध का, और यहाँ हैदराबाद के अंदर 45 से 46 हज़ार लोगों का पका हुआ खाना रोज़ाना पूरे सिंध में फराहम किया जा रहा है 2 वक्त का। इसके साथ साथ कुछ राशन दिया जा रहा है, उनको कैंप दिए जा रहे हैं।
A large number of non-governmental organizations have stepped forward to help the flood victims, offering shelter, food and clothing. Floods and rains have caused devastation in Pakistan at a time when the country is facing one of the worst economic crises.
एक छपरा नहीं बना सकते, ये जगह है सर, कितना खर्चा है सर, खाने के लिए परेशान है, कमाने के लिए परेशान, काम काज नहीं है, सारे मुल्क में पानी पानी हो गया है, कहीं काम वाम भी नहीं मिल रहा, हर कोई परेशान है, कहाँ जाए।
The climate minister of Pakistan said that cities like Karachi and Sindh have submerged underwater and it looks like one large ocean.
Cities like Karachi have seen, and other smaller towns in Sindh have seen 1,100 millimeters of water. Now, I don't think any city can absorb that. And as for the rural areas, they look like one large ocean. The Navy is deployed there now, inland, because many days our helicopters could not provide the evacuations or the drops of food that we are able to make in a normal river flood.
The exceptionally heavy monsoon rains that triggered flash floods across the country have affected 33 million Pakistani citizens, damaging nearly 1 million homes and killed at least 1,000 people. Agency report, Republic TV.
As the Russia-Ukraine conflict completes 6 months, fighters and volunteers from Chechnya are participating on both sides of the conflict in Ukraine. Take a look.
As the Russia-Ukraine conflict completes 6 months, fighters from Chechnya are participating on both sides of the conflict in Russia-Ukraine. Watch how in a patch of yellow wildflowers, a Chechen volunteer carefully attaches an explosive device to the bottom of a small drone. Seconds later, it explodes next to 2 old storefront mannequins set up 200 meters away, one with a Russian-style military hat placed on its head.
We are fighting with the same enemy who was killing our people in Chechnya, in 2 wars at Chechnya, and now the same criminal is coming to Ukraine and killing Ukrainian people.
After training, the soldiers in camouflage footwear and protective gear head to the front lines in Ukraine. Pro-Kiev volunteers loyal to Dudayev, the late Chechen leader, formed the Dudayev Battalion. They are the sworn enemies of Chechen forces who back Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Russian troops.
He will continue till we stop him. And all people in the world have to understand that it's not question of Russia and Ukraine. It's not question Chechnya and Russia. It's a question of the world and Russians. Unfortunately, today the same situation as in 1941 or 1939. We don't have a choice. People have to understand, we don't have a choice.
Ukrainian officials say that the Chechen battalion currently numbers several hundred volunteers who fight alongside the country's military, but are not formally under the national command. Instructors taught the new battalion members combat basics, including how to use a weapon, assume a fighting position, and how to work in teams. The Chechen resistance comes as Russia launched 2 wars to prevent Chechnya from gaining independence. The first conflict erupted in 1994, 3 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. A 10-year-long second conflict culminated in the Russian troops' siege of Grozny, the Chechen capital that was devastated by bombardments. Agency report, Republic TV.
And more international news, US President Joe Biden returns to Washington after spending the weekend in Wilmington in Delaware. Biden is scheduled to travel to Pennsylvania on Tuesday to make remarks on his plans to reduce gun crime. Authorities say a man evicted from a Houston apartment house set fire to the building to lure tenants from their homes, then shot 5 of them, killing 3 before officers fatally shot him. The attack happened at about 1 a.m. in a mixed industrial residential neighborhood in southwest Houston. Police and fire crews responded to the apartment house after reports of a fire. A fuel leak and then an engine problem forced NASA to scrub the launch of its new moon rocket. The next launch attempt will not take place until Friday at the earliest. NASA repeatedly stopped and started the fueling of the Space Launch System rocket because of a leak of highly explosive hydrogen. NASA ran into new trouble when it was unable to properly chill one of the rocket's 4 main engines. German Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht met with her Australian counterpart Richard Marles in Berlin. The German Air Force deployed 6 Eurofighter aircraft to the Indo-Pacific region, participating in 2 international exercises. Australian Defense Minister Marles is visiting Europe, where he will also meet with the French and British defense ministers. Followers of influential Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr were faced with tear gas and stun grenades before they fled the government palace in Baghdad that they had stormed earlier. Al-Sadr announced that he would resign from politics before angry followers stormed the palace, sparking fears that violence could erupt in a country already beset by its worst political crisis in years. And now in latest news from NASA, NASA has scrubbed the launch of its Artemis 1 mission after a technical snag 40 minutes before the scheduled launch as one of the engines malfunctioned. The next available launch window is Friday. Here's what happened.
The launch of Artemis 1, America's most powerful space rocket built ever, had to be aborted due to a technical malfunction.
We did encounter an issue chilling down engine number 3. We need the engine to be at the cryogenically cool temperature such that when it starts it's not shocked with all the cold fuel that flows through it. So we needed a little extra time to assess that.
In the engine called RS-25, the manner in which the fuels had to bend hydrogen and oxygen were not blending, and that's why NASA aborted the mission and the launch.
Friday is definitely in play. We just need a little bit of time to look at the data, but the team is setting up for a 96-hour recycle. So they're still holding in the launch countdown configuration, and we're preserving the option for Friday. They're replenishing the commodities out at Launch Complex 39B. You'll see some of those activities tomorrow.
After a good 4 or 5 decades, the Americans are going back to the moon, focusing on moon in its space exploration. And the reason given is that the Apollo series, which landed 12 Americans on the surface of moon, did not cover many aspects of Earth's lone satellite, and hence they are going back to doing it.
Just weird that we've never, since the Apollo days, we haven't been there since, and it just seems like such a great shame. It's just so exciting. The thought of being able to go to space myself, potentially with all the commercial programs going on, is just, it makes you want to live. It's just exciting to be around, and yeah, it would have been great to see the start of a bit of history going again, but oh well, maybe one day.
In the process, between the last Apollo series and the Artemis series, the engine and the rocket have become exceedingly powerful, and it is believed that at some stage the Americans might improvise on these increasingly complex missions and then go beyond the moon, and at some stage think in terms of colonizing available planets, whichever are of course amenable to the idea of hosting life in some manner.
About showing the great work that happens here with these exceptional public servants, these exceptional skilled professionals who have the ability to see what is possible and what has never been done before. How exciting is that? It's good. Thank you.
This comes in the backdrop of increased Chinese space activity, with China becoming second only nation that has its own space station. In fact, they are building 2. And in that sense, Americans seeing that challenge and taking it to the next level in terms of being present in space with the strongest possible rocket. But Artemis 1, of course, had to be aborted. Its launch had to be aborted because of technical malfunction. Next window available on September 2, that's Friday. Of course, this one is an uncrewed mission, but Artemis 2 is most likely going to have crew and again land man on the surface of moon.
And coming up next on World This Morning, Ukraine's nuclear plant in Zaporizhia shelled yet again for another day, raising fears of a radiation leak. Also coming up, the final game of Serena Williams approaches as she looks to retire after her last US Open.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
सुधीर कितने में दिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
The state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of the illegal madrasas in the state of Assam will continue.
From that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that, that madrasa was constructed unauthorized. This is the second madrasa we have evicted.
शिक्षा और क्लासरूम को लेकर जो घोटाला हुआ है, आपने इसका संज्ञान लिया और संज्ञान लिया तो 2.5 साल में क्या कार्रवाई करी?
We can clearly see as to how the BJP MLAs are protesting inside the Vidhan Sabha. We are showing you the placard. क्लासरूमों के निर्माण में भ्रष्टाचार पर दिल्ली सरकार.
Welcome back to World This Morning. Fears about the potential for a radiation leak at Europe's largest nuclear power plant persisted as both sides traded blame for nearby shelling. Ukraine has said Russian forces fired on areas just across the river from the plant, and Russians claim otherwise. Here are the details.
Russia and Ukraine have traded claims of rocket and artillery strikes at or near Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
Саме на це зараз працює російська держава, її посадовці та компанії, такі як «Газпром», на створення криз і на те, щоб кризи перейшли в катастрофу. Прямо зараз Росія спалює поблизу кордонів Фінляндії газу мінімум на 10 мільйонів євро щоденно.
Attacks were reported over the weekend not only in Russian-controlled territory but along the Ukraine-controlled right bank, including the cities of Nikopol and Marhanets.
Воздушно-космическими силами России за сутки сбиты 2 самолета Су-25 воздушных сил Украины в районах населенных пунктов Червоный Яр Запорожской области и Курдюмовка Донецкой Народной Республики.
The city of Zaporizhia, about 40 kilometers from the nuclear plant, also came under Russian fire, damaging dozens of apartment buildings and homes and wounding 2 people.
Российский режим продолжает провокации в целях создания техногенной катастрофы на Запорожской атомной электростанции. 28 августа для нанесения удара по территории атомной электростанции украинскими войсками был применен беспилотный летательный аппарат. Огнем из стрелкового оружия украинский ударный беспилотник удалось сбить во время приближения к зданию специального корпуса номер 1, в котором хранится ядерное топливо американского производства и твердые радиоактивные отходы.
Officials say periodic shelling has damaged the power station's infrastructure. The Russian and separatist forces hold much of the Donetsk region, one of the 2 regions that Russia has recognized as sovereign states. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has vowed again to retake the separatist areas. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Changchun Air Show, also known as the People's Liberation Army Air Force Aviation Open House activity, kicked off on the 26th of August in northeast China's Jilin province. The event, now in its 9th year, showcases all the latest equipment used by the Chinese Air Force. Here's more.
The Changchun Air Show, also known as the People's Liberation Army Air Force Aviation Open House activity, kicked off on August 26th in northeast China's Jilin province. The event, now in its 9th year, showcased all the latest equipment used by the Air Force.
这次的场地呢，虽然今天下雨了，但是丝毫没有影响到我们任何观众观看此次活动的热情。
Footage showed spectators watching the aerial acrobatics and formation display teams. Numerous types of aircraft were on show, including the J-20 stealth fighter and U-20 aerial refueling tanker. The expo featured 6 indoor exhibition halls and outdoor exhibition zones for the PLA-AAF weaponry, equipment and general aviation aircrafts. It's set over 140,000 square meters, a record high for this year's show. The J-20 fighter was recently used in drills around Taiwan following the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Agency report, Republic TV.
After setting the benchmark for women's tennis in a career spanning over 2 decades, US Open 2022 tournament will be Serena Williams' last hurrah. The 23-time Grand Slam champion recently announced that she will be retiring from the sport following this year's US Open. Here's more.
After setting the benchmark for women's tennis in a career spanning over 2 decades, the 23-time women's single Grand Slam champion is all set to take part in her final US Open over the next 2 weeks as she edges closer to hanging up her boots. Gates open to the fans at the 2022 US Open as excitement builds up for Serena Williams' potential career finale.
Serena.
Serena.
Right here.
Serena.
We're all about Serena. We love her. She's a queen.
Serena headlines the first day of action at this year's tournament at Flushing Meadows as she prepares to say goodbye to an event she has won 6 times.
Everything.
Yeah, not just tennis, young women too. She's just a really wonderful person, and she just tells things how she feels, and it's great. It's true. It's great.
Serena Williams has had a decorated career, winning 73 singles tournaments and a record of 23 Grand Slams in the Open era. She held the top spot in the WTA rankings for a total of 319 weeks and also reached 32 finals, having won 5 WTA finales. She has also won 4 Olympic gold medals, 1 Federation Cup and 2 Hopman Cups. While announcing her retirement, Serena Williams explained that it was time for her to walk away from tennis and spend time with her family. Earlier this month, the 40-year-old said that she was preparing to begin evolving away from tennis to focus on having a second child and pursuing her business interests.
Yes, we are, in fact. Yeah, Serena will be a big draw, of course, and then, of course, Coco, which we can see as well, but we enjoy everybody.
Serena Williams will face the 27-year-old Montenegrin Dumka in the first round today. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all in World This Morning. Coming up in the Morning Express. After the Delhi court refuses to grant bail to Satyendra Jain, Rouse Avenue Court to hear the former Delhi Health Minister's bail plea. Also coming up, demand to arrest the Shia from Karnataka is growing after Muruga Mutt Chief Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru is booked under POCSO.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Good evening and welcome. Viewers, 11 years after I confronted the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh on the Devas-ISRO deal, and 11 years after his then media advisor, a man called Harish Khare, an ex-journalist, tried to be more loyal than the king by trying to block my question, 11 years later, viewers, Manmohan Singh has once again been proven wrong. Viewers, Manmohan Singh had mastered the art of avoiding responsibility even when he was Prime Minister. It was embarrassing to see him talk that way, and he told me then, when I asked him about backroom deals with blacklisted companies, that the PMO had no role in the landmine called the Devas-ISRO scam. He was worried about the scam hitting him. But today, as the Delhi High Court set aside a 15,000 crore arbitration award, which means that the people of India have been saved 15,000 crore rupees of taxpayer money going to this company called Devas because of our exposés, we must think about the damage this one man, Manmohan Singh, did as Prime Minister of India to the fundamentals of transparent governance. Not only was his government the most corrupt, it has left behind scams that need correction even today. The Devas-ISRO scam has been called, quote, a product of fraud,
what more needs to be said by the courts? The irony is that these orders and observations of the courts will be ignored by some vested interests with the same eagerness that they
After the Satyendra Jain graft case, liquor gate and now school gate, Aam Aadmi Party blames the LG, demands a CBI probe against him. Mega showdown in the national capital after night-long protest. The Aam Aadmi Party is to march to the CBI headquarters today. India loses another brave daughter. Chief Minister Soren says all this keeps happening sparks a massive uproar.
Much of the future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China. Their current status is, of course, well known to all of you. I can only reiterate that the state of the border will determine the state of the relationship.
S. Jaishankar sends a strong message to China, says state of border will determine further ties. After Noida abusive woman, another incident comes from Gurugram. This time a man is seen brutally thrashing a security guard. Situation remains tense in Iraq. Death toll now rises to 20. Several others are critically injured. Good morning and thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, late actor and BJP leader Sonali Phogat's daughter immersed her mother's ashes in the Ganga yesterday. Meanwhile, massive revelations have come to the fore in the slain leader's murder mystery, including the truth that is unraveling to Republic TV's sting operations.
Republic TV has now accessed a 9-page Goa police report in which there is a clear indication of the fact that two accused, Sangwan as well as Sukhwinder, are two people who had administered obnoxious substance to Sonali Phogat. Not just that, in their investigation, they've also come across more details with regards to how the drugs were basically procured. In fact, Republic TV has also stung a drug peddler who was called in for questioning by Anjana police, and he has essentially revealed that both the arrested accused had procured the drugs from the two drug peddlers who were operating outside the hotel in which Sonali Phogat was staying. And not just that, they've also got details with regards to how they were all connected to an international drug syndicate.
On one hand, Sonali Phogat's family immersed her ashes in the Ganges, concluding the slain leader's last rites. And on the other, fast-paced developments and massive revelations were witnessed in her murder mystery. Republic on Monday accessed the full case file of BJP leader Sonali Phogat's murder. The 9-page report of the Goa police confirmed that both the accused and the custody have admitted to the force-feeding drugs to the BJP leader before her death. They have also confessed that they procured the obnoxious substance on the day of arrival before proceeding to the Curly's beach shack. And here is a Republic sting operation which unearths massive revelations in the murder case. A person linked to the drug dealer Ramanand Mandrekar admitted that the substance was sold to Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, who force-fed them to Sonali Phogat before her death. He also contended that many people are involved in the drug mafia.
आपको पता लोग यहाँ पे एंजॉय करने के रहते हैं, पार्टी बजती है इससे बच्चे, ठीक है ना? तो लोग डीलर है मैडम, नॉर्मल डीलर है, ऐसा नहीं कि हाईवे पर खानदान भी उनका डीलर में है, तो उनके पास रहते हैं सामान। तो रामानंद के पास से दत्तानंद जो दत्तराज है उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो नाम है वो है ना उनके साथ सुधीर और सुखविंदर सिंह, उन्होंने उनसे लिया है। इसने लिया है दत्ता राष्ट्रीय जाके।
किसने?
दत्ता राष्ट्रीय ने ये इनको दिया लाके रामानंद से लिया है।
कितने में लिया था?
ये मैडम इतना आधार ये कितने में, कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको, ठीक है। मैं मेरा आपको आईडी के हिसाब से बताऊँ। उसने जो भी लिया होगा मिनिमम सोनाली फोगाट तो बड़ी है, तो मिनिमम मेरे हिसाब से 8,000 में लेना चाहिए, 8 या 6,000, ठीक है। 1G बोला था, 2 ग्राम लिया था शायद, है ना।
2.20 ग्राम
2.20 वैसे दे दिया रहेगा, तो 20.1 में 2G लिया होगा। उसमें से वो ज़्यादा डोज की वजह से ऐसा हो गया।
पुलिस ने आपको बुलाया था?
पुलिस ने हमको उसके लिए नहीं बुलाया था मैडम, हमारा एक दोस्त था दूसरा केस की वजह से, उसके लिए बुलाया हमको।
इस केस को लेकर?
ये केस को लेकर हमको पुलिस ने नहीं बुलाया। जब हमारा तो एक दोस्त सेम केस ओवरडोज होके ब्रिज भागा के ब्रिज के आगे ओवरडोज होके वो एक्सपायर हो गया। हमारा एक दोस्त, मेरा क्लासमेट था वो, एलन डिसूजा, उसका अभी नाम आप देखो उस पर रहेगा, ठीक है ना, एलन डिसूजा बोलते। तो हमारा क्लासमेट था, तो उसकी मॉम ने क्या, वो अब्रॉड गया था, वो अब्रॉड से वापस आया, यहाँ आके उसने फिर एंजॉय के लिए मारा और वो ओवरडोज होके मर गया। हेरोइन से मरा, वो एमडीएमए से नहीं मरा, वो हेरोइन ड्रग से मरा। तो उसकी माँ ने क्या नाम दिया, मैं उसका कॉलेज फ्रेंड है, तो उसने नाम दिया कि इमरान उसका कॉलेज फ्रेंड है और मेरा दोस्त कॉलेज फ्रेंड है। मैं उससे मिला नहीं, 25 तारीख से पहले नहीं मिला, तो उनको इंक्वायरी के लिए बुलाया था। मैंने डिटेल लिया, 1 दिन 2 दिन थोड़ा तकलीफ दिया। तीसरे दिन आज सुबह जल्दी छोड़ दिया उनको, बोला मोबाइल भी हमारा उनके पास ही था, वो डिटेल लेके इंक्वायरी लेके छोड़ दिया, क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं था साथ में, तो हमारा कुछ मतलब नहीं बनता उससे। वो किसी और ही कहीं जाके खुद मार।
ये दत्ता रामा ये दोनों ही काम करते हैं या और भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं उनके साथ?
बहुत लोग हैं और इससे।
और कितने सालों से कर रहे हैं?
वो है पैदाइशी है वो लोग यहाँ के, और क्या वो लोग कर रहे हैं, बहुत टाइम से कर रहे हैं ना सर,
इसीलिए दोनों को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
राज बोले तो एक नॉर्मल है, ठीक है ना, दत्ताराज है वो नॉर्मल लड़का है, ठीक है ना, वो नॉर्मल लड़का है, ऐसे घूमने हुए टूरिस्ट मिला उसको दे दिया, 200-400 500 1000 2000 प्रॉफिट हो, ऐसा कमाने वाला लड़का है। दत्ताराज ज्यादा बड़ा ये नो है।
रामा कैसे सिंडिकेट करता है यहाँ पर?
आप मेरा ये कुछ भी रिपोर्ट बनते हैं तो उसको मत बताना बेटा, सेपरेटली मैं वो लोग माफिया है, ठीक है ना मैडम। हम उनके बीच में नहीं आते, हम कलंगुट बॉयज हैं, हम लोग कलंगुट में रहते हैं, ठीक है ना, वो लोग अंजुना में, तो उनका और हमारा एक उसूल रहता है कि ना हम उनके उसमें जाएंगे, एरिया में जाके बिजनेस कर सकते हैं ना, वो हम लोग तो बिजनेस करते हैं, हमारा कार बाइक्स का बिजनेस है, कार बाइक रेंटल का बिजनेस है, तो वो लोग माफिया टाइप में, ठीक है ना।
At present, Sangwan Singh, Gaonkar and Mandrekar have been remanded to police custody in connection with the Sonali Phogat murder case. Sonali's aides, Singh and Sangwan, are charged with murder, while the restaurant owner and drug dealer have been charged under Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. Police are likely to write to the concerned licensing authority to permanently cancel Curly's restaurant's license. In fact, Phogat's family has now made a massive claim, suspecting the involvement of big faces in Sonali's murder. Taking cognizance of the family's allegation, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij urged Goa Chief Minister for a CBI inquiry into the matter.
As I had already spoken, the Haryana CM had spoken with me and the investigation is going on. Already the 5 people have arrested and I am continuously doing the follow-up with the DGP. I think the further investigation is also going on, and if required, if he says, we are sending the detailed reports to the Haryana CM also, and our DGP and Haryana DGP is also, they are in touch with on this issue. So definitely if required, then we'll hand over to the CBI.
Sawant has said that he is in talks with Haryana CM regarding Sonali Phogat's murder case, and if required, the state will hand over the case to CBI. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a latest update that we are getting in the Gurugram abuse case. We are given to understand that the police have booked the accused Varun Nath for reportedly slapping and hurling expletives at a security guard and the lift operator of his high-rise residential society in Gurugram in Haryana after he was trapped inside the elevator. Visuals, of course, of him abusing and then hitting out against the security guard as well as the lift operator became viral yesterday, and now we are given to understand that the police has already booked him in that case. Now, The businessman, of course, was residing in a high-rise residential society, was arrested earlier in Gurugram for allegedly misbehaving and thrashing a security guard and lift operator in his society. Now, after the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka by a man named Shahrukh over an unreciprocated proposal and harassment, protests have erupted with the demand for justice for Ankita.
Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, his first response to the killing of Ankita, the 19-year-old who was the victim of a targeted crime in Dumka, Jharkhand. Now, his first response to the media when asked a question about this particular hate crime was, "It happens." He said it happens, and then he cross-questioned the media and asked if the media had data about how many such attacks had taken place. Now, there is anger over that response, because when a girl has been killed, has been the victim of a targeted crime, and her family is grieving, and many questions are being asked of the state government.
In a gruesome act, a 19-year-old school-going girl was burnt alive in Jharkhand's Dumka on the 23rd of August. And when the accused was finally arrested 5 days later, this is how he posed in front of the cameras. His smirk rubbing salt on the wounds of family members of Ankita Kumari.
जिस दिन ये अटैक हुई, इसके पहले क्या आपको पता चला था कि ज़्यादा धमकी आ रही थी, और किस तरह की धमकी थी, उसके बारे में कुछ आपको पता है?
सर, उसको बोलता था कि तुम हमसे बात करो, मिलो, वो फोर्स करता था, तो मना कर दी, तो उसी में बोला कि हम तुमको मार देंगे।
खुलकर आप कह रहे हैं खुलकर मारने की धमकी उसने दी थी।
But before succumbing to her 90% burn injuries, the brave girl made a declaration.
आप ऐसा चाहती?
क्या हुआ था बेटा?
हम जरवाड़ी से रहने वाले हैं, और एक लड़का हमको फ़ोन करके धमकी दिया। उसके बाद फिर सोए हुए थे अपने रूम पे, बाहर से पेट्रोल डाल के और आग जला के और चले गया। वो लड़का कौन था, तो फिर खिड़की खोल के देखे तो मोहल्ला का ही था, मुस्लिम था लड़का। वो लड़का हमेशा नशा वशा करता है, सबके साथ यही करता है।
क्या नाम है लड़के का?
लड़का का नाम शाहरुख है।
और ये कितने दिन से तुमको तंग कर रहा था?
10-15 दिन से। स्कूल ट्यूशन जाते थे, आगे पीछे करता था। मैं नंबर किसी ने लिया, धमकी दे रहा था, बात नहीं करेगी तो ऐसे करेंगे वैसे करेंगे।
क्या धमकी दे रहा था?
कि बात तुम करो, बात नहीं करेगी तो तुमको मारेंगे, सबको मारेंगे।
और ये वो लड़का ऐसा पहले और किसी के साथ भी किया है क्या?
हाँ, बहुत किसी से बात करता है, मोहल्ला का लड़की से।
बहुत लड़कियों से?
हाँ, बहुत किसी को यहाँ वहाँ घुमाता है सबके सामने।
तो तुमको धमकी देता था कि अगर बात नहीं करेगी तो जान से मार देंगे?
हाँ, धमकी दिया था रात को। पापा को रात को मैं अपना बताया, पापा वाले ठीक है सुबह देखते। सुबह हुआ भी नहीं, 4 बजे सुबह ऐसे करके वो चले गया। खिड़की खोल के देखे तो देखे वो पेट्रोल हाथ में लिया होता एक डिब्बा, अब माचिस लिया होता, भाग रहा था। ब्लू कलर का टी-शर्ट पहना हुआ था।
Wishing for her killer to meet the same fate as hers, or if possible, even worse.
जैसे उसके लिए अभी हम मर रहे हैं, उसको वही सजा हो जाए। आप ऐसा चाहती? हाँ।
But while the young brave girl died hoping for justice, the chief minister of her state trivialized her death.
घटनाएं होती रहती हैं, अब सरकार सभी घटनाओं पर नजर रखती है।
And the anger over her brutal murder is justified. And so is the demand for justice.
झारखंड में खासकर संथाल परगना में लव जिहादी के माध्यम से हमारे संथाल परगना की जो डेमोग्राफी है उसको भी बदलने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि आप अविलंब एसआईटी गठन कर जो अभियुक्त है उस पर फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट चलाकर 15 दिन के अंदर उसे फांसी की सजा दी जाए।
But in a state where the Chief Minister calls a heartless killing an everyday incident, will Ankita get justice needs to be seen. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And in fact, sparking a fresh row, Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao says he should take a pledge to make the BJP Mukt Bharat by 2024. So that is KCR who sparked a fresh row. Do remember that this comes right at the back, of course, of KCR having had a standoff with the centre, and we've seen the standoff with the fact when the Prime Minister arrived, KCR did not go to visit him. But this fresh comment from the Telangana Chief Minister is sure to set off the cat amongst the pigeons.
ఏ విధంగా సింగరేణి గన్లు కూడా ప్రైవేట్ వాళ్లకు సావుకారులకు అప్పజెప్పే ప్రయత్నం నరేంద్ర మోడీ చేస్తా ఉన్నాడో అప్పజెప్పాలి. అందరం కలిసి ప్రతిజ్ఞ పూని 2024లో బీజేపీ ముక్త్ భారత్, బీజేపీ లేని భారతదేశాన్ని సృష్టించడంలో మనందరం కూడా సన్నద్ధ పడాలి, ముందుకు కదలాలి. ఆ రకంగా పోతేనే ఈ దేశాన్ని కాపాడగలుగుతాం తప్ప వేరే విధంగా మనం కాపాడలేం. అందుకే దయచేసి మీ అందరిని నేను కోరేది,
these comments, of course, were made by KCR at a public meeting. This is, of course, being seen as an open challenge that's been thrown towards the BJP. At his speech over there, he said that he and his party will work towards BJP Mukt Bharat. I'm going to go across to Aneri in just a bit to get us more details as to how this comment of KCR, of course, is being received in Telangana as well as outside the state. To remember that we've had many instances of a face-off of sorts between Telangana's Chief Minister and the centre, and there have been 2 occasions at least when the Prime Minister has visited Telangana and the Chief Minister has not been there to receive him, sparking off, of course, many controversies. Aneri is reporting on this. She's in Hyderabad. Aneri, good morning. Aneri, how is this comment that's been made by KCR being received in Telangana?
Well, Nupur, as you rightly pointed out, Telangana Chief Minister has been hitting out at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again, and this comes after we had seen how the Chief Minister of Telangana met the farmer unions of 26 states, and also at the same time we see that this is not the first time where we have been seeing the Telangana Chief Minister slamming the central government or saying that he would go national, he would take up a national party and fight, or also at the same time there should be a united front or so. So we have been seeing now once again the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao giving an open challenge to the Bharatiya Janata Party that we should come up with a BJP Mukt Bharat by 2024, as we have been seeing that there will be elections, the general elections which will be held in 2024. So definitely now we see that how the Telangana Chief Minister will play an important role during that time also.
All right. So in that sense also, Aneri, it's his positioning himself as the main contender. Thank you very much for joining us. All right. Going on to the other breaking story that we are now getting. Well, one person has been arrested in the threat letter to the judge case. The judge hearing the Anubrata Mondal case received the threat letter on the 20th of August, and the name of Bappa Chatterjee was written on the letter. However, Bappa Chatterjee, of course, denied writing that letter. Bappa was interrogated by the police, and the name of another lawyer had come out. He was arrested last night. Sudipta Roy's home has been searched by the police jointly in Asansol and Bardhaman district. Let's in fact go across live to Kishale, who's reporting on this. Kishale, good morning. Give us more details of this one arrest that's been made in this particular case.
Well, Nupur, this is one of the big developments of the day, as this person called Shudipto Rai, he's a lawyer with the Bardhaman District Court, has been arrested in the case where Judge Rajesh Chakraborty, who was dealing with Onubroto Mondol's case with the coal scam and cattle scam case in Asansol CBI Special Court, that judge was threatened with a letter saying that if Onubroto Mondol is not given bail, then his whole family will be framed in a fake NDPS drug case. Now, that letter was written by someone called Bappa Chatterjee. In the letter it was mentioned that it is sent by Bappa Chatterjee. When this Bappa Chatterjee was questioned, he revealed to the police that one lawyer called Shudipto Roy has been threatening him that he will do something that will cause this Bappa Chatterjee, who is also working in the court, to lose his job. So finally this Shudipto Roy has been arrested, who wrote that letter according to the police. We are getting to know from the police sources that Shudipto Roy, along with one of his associates, wrote this letter and sent it to the judge who was dealing with Onubroto Mondol's case, and then finally he has been arrested. Last night police jointly searched this Shudipto Roy's home, trying to find out any other clue if they are there in his home, and they are also trying to investigate that if someone else was also related to this case, to this threat letter or not. Right now the latest development is that Shudipto Rai, the lawyer who has been arrested, is being interrogated by Asansol police, and his home has been also searched. Nupur.
Right, as you're pointing out, Kishale, are there any political affiliations perhaps that the police could be looking at, and also if you have any more details on the motive?
When the letter was written in the first place, it was thought that because Onubroto Mondol has been revealing a few names in CBI custody, and there were more Trinamool Congress leaders who were in fray of that district, who were connected to this cattle smuggling case, so it was thought that this letter was politically motivated. However, we do not know as of yet whether this person who was arrested, Shudipto Roy, has been connected with any political party or not. However, police is trying to understand all the angles related to this case, and they are trying to understand whether Shudipto Roy has been connected to any political party. In fact, CBI as well is trying to understand whether the letter that was written, the threat letter that was written, was politically motivated or not. Trinamool Congress has denied any link with this threat letter, and also Bappa Chatterjee, who wrote this letter, also denied any link with Trinamool Congress. Now it is to be seen whether Shudipto Rai had any connection, who is a lawyer, had any connection with the Trinamool or not.
All right, Kishale bringing us all those details. Thank you for joining us. As Kishale was pointing out, of course, an arrest has been made in the judge threat letter case. Ganesh festivities have now been permitted at the Eidgah Maidan. In a statement, the mayor of Hubli, Dharwad, said that 6 troops wanted to host the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi at the Maidan by displaying installations at the Eidgah. After holding a meeting with officials, elected representatives and the police officials, permission has been granted for the installation of a Ganesh idol at the Eidgah Maidan.
ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನಗಳಿಗೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಸಹ ಅದು ಮಹಾಪೌರ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಡಳಿತದ ಹಾಗೂ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮೈದಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಘ್ನ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೂ 6 ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಬಾರಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ 3 ದಿನಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದೆವು. 3 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಘ್ನೇಶ್ವರನ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಪುನಸ್ಕಾರನ ಮಾಡಿ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದ ಮಹಾನಗರ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯಾಗುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವನ ಆಚರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಮಾತನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶಾಂತ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದಯುತವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉಳಿದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗಣಪತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ
All right, we are going to go across to Nivedana in just a bit to bring us more details on this. But do remember, there has been a considerable amount of controversy around the festivities of Ganesh Chaturthi at the Eidgah Maidan. But we are just now learning that those are going to go ahead. So we are given to understand, of course, that idol will be installed there before the Ganesh Chaturthi festival that begins tomorrow. Let me go across to Niranjan, I think, who's Nivedana, who's joining on this, joining us on this. Nivedana, after considerable controversy, of course, we are now given to understand that festivities have been permitted.
That's right, Nupur. I mean, this, controversy we've been seeing for the past couple of weeks in Karnataka, especially with the fact that many groups were seeking permission to host Ganesh Chaturthi at the Eidgah Maidan. Now, the Eidgah Maidan in itself has been in controversy because of the fact that there was, two official boards that were seeking permission as to who really owns the particular land. Right after that, of course, it was claimed by the Revenue Department of Karnataka. However, coming back to the celebrations and permission regarding the same, the mayor also spoke about the fact that 6 groups had approached them to host the celebrations, or rather the installation of the Ganesha idol. But he has stated as of now that only they are still taking a decision about this as to which group will be getting the permission about this. But we will continue to track this story and other stories as well after a short break.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Wherever you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है.
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई.
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास है उसने दिया है इन दोनों को. किसको? कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा. एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was
The tower of corruption has finally been brought down.
9-year battle, but it took only 9 seconds to get the buildings crashing down. After Satyendra graft case, liquor gate and now school gate, but AAP blames LG, demands CBI probe. Mega showdown in national capital after night-long protests. AAP to march to CBI headquarters today.
future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China. The current status is, of course, well known to all of you. I can only reiterate that the state of the border will determine the state of the relationship.
Jaishankar sends a strong message to China, says state of border will determine further ties. After Noida abusive woman, another incident comes from Gurugram comes to light. Man seen brutally thrashing security guard. Big development in Sonali Fogart murder case. Curly's restaurant now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations permitted at Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in onto the Morning Express. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. First up, getting in straight into some top story. Saurav Bharadwaj reaction after the late night protest. Now this is the big news that is coming in. Now this is after the fact that he has now reacted on this after Aam Aadmi Party stages night-long protests.
कल एक विधायक ने विधानसभा में एविडेंस के साथ अपनी बात रखी कि खादी ग्राम उद्योग के हेड कैशियर के लिखित बयान हैं कि उन पे दबाव बनाया गया, उनको धमकाया गया और उस वक्त के खादी ग्राम उद्योग के चेयरमैन वी.के. सक्सेना जी का पैसा पुराने नोटों को नए नोटों में गैर कानूनी ढंग से बदला गया। ये एक बहुत बड़ा सीरियस एलिगेशन है। इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी यही डिमांड करती है कि अगर इतना सीरियस एलिगेशन है तो इसके अंदर जो है विनय जी की गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए।
Now that is Saurav Bharadwaj reacting after that late night protest. Now Aam Aadmi Party of course is protesting, and they've also demanded action against the Lieutenant Governor as well, and this was the latest reaction that we were getting in terms of this. But moving on to other news now, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP legislators were holding overnight protests on the Delhi Assembly premises amid ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. Now this is hours after the Aam Aadmi Party announced its night-long sit-in against the Lieutenant Governor. BJP MLAs also started an overnight dharna on the Assembly premises, demanding the sacking of ministers Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain over alleged corruption.
Facing mounting allegations of corruption, the AAP government is being cornered. Instead of coming clean on liquor and school gate and facing the heat, it feels the need to prove numbers in the Delhi Assembly is more important when it already has 62 out of 70 MLAs.
इन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी 20-20 करोड़ रुपए के अंदर हमारे एमएलए खरीदने की। कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन से हम ये साबित करेंगे दिल्ली की जनता को कि एक भी एमएलए नहीं बिका। इसलिए ये कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लेके आए हैं।
Playing their cards, the AAP targeted the Delhi LG, demanding his removal, claiming multi-crore corruption when he was chairman of Khadi and Village Industry Commission in 2016.
नोटबंदी में गैर कानूनी तरीके से ब्लैक मनी को वाइट कराने का ये जो काम खादी विलेज इंडस्ट्रीज कमीशन में हुआ है, इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच केंद्र सरकार कराए।
And to make a point, they held an overnight protest at the Delhi Assembly demanding a probe into the Khadi scam. The BJP also launched counter-protests in the national capital. Armed with banners and placards, raised slogans calling for the resignations of Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain.
Cashiers from Khadi Bhandar has said that when Notbandi happened, when demonetization happened, at that time, money was laundered to the tune of 1400 crores. And therefore, a case should be registered not just under the CBI, but also under the ED, because this is a clear-cut case of money laundering. When CBI actually did a case, the name of Vinay Kumar Saxena ji was actually left out of the FIR. So we demand that his name should be included.
As the trust vote in Delhi Legislative Assembly is carried out, the big question is, what is Kejriwal trying to prove, and for how long can his party duck the real questions on scams? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
One of Karnataka's most popular religious leaders from the Lingayat community, Shivamurthy Murugu Sharanaru, is yet to be arrested by the state police, even as the demand is only growing. Remember, he was charged under sections of the POCSO Act for allegedly sexually abusing minors.
This is Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, a seer from the Lingayat community. One of the most influential seers in the state of Karnataka, this religious leader is facing some serious charges.
He's been booked for rape, alleged rape, and under sections of POCSO. The complainants in this case, two minors who've alleged sexual harassment, one over 3.5 years and the second over 1.5 years. The allegations are serious.
ಒಂದು ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಭಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಒತ್ತಡಗಳು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಒತ್ತಡಗಳು. ಈಗ ಅಪರಾಧಿ ಅಥವಾ ಆರೋಪ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು, ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆರೋಪ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯ ನೋಡೋಣ ಗಮನಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ಒತ್ತಡ ಏರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಬೆದರಿಕೆ ಒಡ್ಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದು ನೀಚವಾದ ಪರಮ ನೀಚವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಲೀಗಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದೆ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದ ನಂತರ ಅವರು ಆಪ್ತ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿ ಆಪ್ತ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದ ಅನ್ವಯ ಅವರು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡುವವರಿದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎದುರುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ನಜರುಬಾದ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಠಾಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಐವರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ದಾಖಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಮೊದಲನ A1 ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
And there is no arrest made, though the police was present on the campus of the Muruga Mutt, a very influential Lingayat body in Karnataka which runs hundreds of institutions and is extremely influential.
ಮುರುಘಾಶಂಕರಾದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿನೇ ನಾವುಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇವೆ, ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವ್ಯಾರು ಸಹ ಆತಂಕಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಆಗುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಂದಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಎದುರಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಎದುರಿಸುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಂಘಿಕವಾಗಿ.
On Monday, some of these victims were taken to the Mutt as part of the investigation. The complainants claim that the investigation is being carried out in an extremely careful manner. They themselves have said that the victims have been scared in the past to come out in the open, but they've mustered.
The FIR names the Lingayat seer as the main accused, along with 4 other people. The FIR also names the warden of the Mutt's residential wing, a junior priest, and 2 others.
Most political parties, Congress, BJP, JDS, they want to tread carefully before the elections, and though some political parties and leaders are openly backing the seer, saying he could have been a victim of political conspiracy.
ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. 2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಅದು ಆ ತನಿಖೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅವರು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರೋದೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇದು. ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲದರಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಗೌರವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The opposition in the state is demanding his immediate arrest.
ಇದು ಹುನ್ನಾರ ನಡೀತಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಎಳಿಬೇಡಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನೊಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗೆ ಅಪಚಾರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧೀಕರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಟ್ಟಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ.
And Republic TV is live from Chitradurga, and we will get you every update first. It's not just a story of a seer facing rape charges in a politically charged state which is going to the elections. What each political party says and does will be watched out for very closely.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, an illegal madrasa was bulldozed in Daklipara in Howli area of Barpeta district. This comes after arrested accused links emerged to Al-Qaeda in Barpeta district, identified as Akbar Ali and Abul Kalam Azad, who were nabbed by the police. Take a look.
A madrasa in Assam's Barpeta district, which had allegedly sheltered two Bangladeshi operatives of Ansarullah Bangla team for 4 years, has been demolished by the district administration.
We have today morning evicted Dehalpara Madrasa in Barpeta district. The primary reason was that from that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda, training camp of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that, the madrasa was constructed unauthorizedly. So in the morning, we have evicted that madrasa. This is the second madrasa we have evicted because of the fact that those institutions were not running as madrasa but as a terrorist hub.
One of the alleged terror operatives, identified as MD Suman alias Saiful Islam, was arrested earlier this year while a search to nab the other is underway. Meanwhile, 2 people were arrested from Assam's Barpeta district for allegedly indulging in jihadi activities. According to officials, the arrested person, who had links to Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent and Ansarullah Bangla team, were also connected to the madrasa demolished on Monday. The accused, identified as Abul Kalam Azad and Akbar Ali, were detained from a house in the Sorbog area of the district on Saturday night. They were arrested on Sunday and sent to 10-day police custody.
We has reached ground zero here in Dhakalipara area of Barpeta district, where the madrasa was brought down by the district administration today. Let us tell you that this is the very madrasa where Mufti Saiful was teaching as a teacher. Mufti Saiful was in fact arrested in the month of April by the Assam police. He was among the first 9 who were linked to the Ansarullah Bangla team and the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent who were arrested. He is also the only Bangladeshi national who have been arrested so far in the ABT and AQIS module crackdown in the state of Assam. And today, after thorough interrogation of Mufti Saiful and also Akbar Ali and others who have been recently nabbed by the Barpeta district police, this madrasa where around 150 students were taking their theological education was brought down by the district administration.
Meanwhile, the AIMM president Asaduddin Owaisi hit out at the Himanta government for its action against the madrasa.
क्या कानूनी पहलू है? कुछ है ही नहीं. क्यों रजिस्टर करेंगे भाई? वो भारत का नागरिक है, वो इंडियन नेशनल है वो. हाँ, अगर कोई ऐसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट इलाकों में जा रहा है जहाँ पर मुझे जाने के लिए वीज़ा की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, या मुझे कुछ क्या बोलना चाहिए, वीज़ा नहीं बल्कि जो परमिशन लेटर होना पड़ता है लक्षद्वीप जाने के लिए और दूसरे, वो अलग बात है. अगर कोई भारत का नागरिक जा रहा है, वो एक इस्लामिक स्कॉलर है, उसको रजिस्टर क्यों करना पड़ेगा?
Since March this year, the Assam police has nabbed around 40 people for allegedly being involved in jihad activities, and a strict vigil is being kept, especially in the minority-dominated areas of Lower and Central Assam. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
North 24 Paragnas was on the boil after the news of key accused in the Anupam Datta murder case getting bail. Here's a ground report on the unrest.
The situation has turned intense in the Panihati municipal area adjacent to Kolkata as the main accused in the murder case of a TMC councillor Anupam Datta has been granted bail on Monday morning. After this, agitation started there and the TMC workers and TMC supporters of that area came down to the streets in the evening and they blocked the BT road, which is a very important road near Kolkata here.
Massive protest took place in Agarpara of North 24 Parganas in West Bengal after news that the key accused in Panihati TMC councillor Anupam Datta murder case was granted bail. Angry TMC workers were seen blocking the roads and burning tires at BT Road. Even the wife of deceased leader fell ill and had to be rushed to the local hospital. The court granted bail to the main accused Bapi Pandit amid calls for justice by protesters who took to the streets. Police rushed to the spot of protests to maintain law and order. It may be recalled that Anupam was shot dead at point blank range in Panihati on March the 13th. He was killed from behind by two motorcycle-borne miscreants. All accused in the case were caught that very same day. Amid massive protests and police deployment, the situation continues to remain tense in the area. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
A major development has been reported in the Sidhu Moosewala case. Two more accused have been traced in foreign shores of Azerbaijan and Kenya. Both are relatives of Lawrence Bishnoi and had fled the country on fake passport. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई.
A civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को. किसको? सुधीर कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया है. एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
The state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of the illegal madrasas in the state of Assam will continue.
From that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that,
Welcome back. Following a gap of at least 3 years, possibilities of vegetable trade re-emerged with Pakistan following reports of a possible ease of reports on the trade ban between the countries. Here's a report.
Pakistan Finance Minister Miftah Ismail on 29th of August said that Pakistan may consider continuing imports of vegetables and edibles from India. Not only that, the minister also tweeted how the IMF had resumed the sanctioning of funds to the cash-strapped country. Pakistan has been suffering from a cataclysmic monsoon deluge which has killed some 1,000 people. Army choppers were seen rescuing people stranded in the raging rivers.
Miftah Ismail made a statement that the trade with India could be limited to edible oil and vegetables, stuff that are seeing huge inflation. In fact, inflation overall in Pakistan is hovering around 25% to 30% based on commodity. And interestingly, when Imran Khan government wanted to open trade for commodities like sugar and cotton, it was the political parties in opposition at that time, the PPP and PMLN, that had opposed opening trade with India. But now it seems, given the state of affairs of Pakistan economy, the hand-to-mouth living that they are doing on the foreign exchange front, the loans they are going begging from IMF to UAE to Saudi Arabia and to even China and Bangladesh.
Estimates have suggested 1/3 of the country to be inundated, and even the United Nations has announced a relief package of $3 million. Even Prime Minister Modi extended condolences. After India had abrogated Article 370, Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan had downgraded all ties with India. India's export volume to the country had fallen by 76% in 30 days since the abrogation.
Just so that there is possibility of trade, in fact, 2 months back, Pakistan government appointed a trade minister or a diplomat charged with taking care of trade relations in Pakistan's High Commission in New Delhi. So things building up, and Pakistan, because it is in such a difficult state on economic front, forgetting Kashmir and the people of Kashmir and thinking of opening trade lines with India.
In fact, in February last year, when there were reports of Pakistan allowing cotton import from India, the then Prime Minister Imran Khan-led cabinet deferred the plan, which gravely affected the country's textile industry. This time, it remains to be seen if Pakistan will resume the import or suffer. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, big development in Fogart murder case. Curly's restaurant now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations permitted at Eidgah Maidan. All of this and much more only on the Morning Express. We will be back after a short break.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
के पास से आज है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को। किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। Exact rate तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
The state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of the illegal madrasas in the state of Assam will continue.
From that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that, that madrasa was constructed unauthorized. This is the second madrasa we have evicted.
शिक्षा और क्लासरूम को लेकर जो घोटाला हुआ है, आपने इसका संज्ञान लिया और संज्ञान लिया तो 2.5 साल में क्या कार्रवाई करी?
We can clearly see as to how the BJP MLAs are protesting inside the Vidhan Sabha. We are showing you the placard. क्लासरूमों के निर्माण में भ्रष्टाचार पर दिल्ली से
Welcome back. Hundreds of followers of an influential set scaled the cement barriers leading to Iraq's government place after announcing his resignation. Now, what really happened there? Let's take a look.
Months of protests and deadlock over formation of a government in Iraq came to a head when violent clashes broke out in which at least 5 people were reported dead. Angry followers stormed the presidential palace in Baghdad after an influential Shiite cleric announced that he would resign from Iraqi politics. Protesters loyal to the cleric Muqtada alsadr pulled down the cement barriers outside the government palace with ropes and breached the palace gates. In a rerun to Sri Lanka-like situation, many protesters were seen rushing into the lavish salons and marbled halls of the palace, even taking a bath in the pool. Iraq's military announced a nationwide curfew and the caretaker premier suspended cabinet sessions in response to the violence. Medical officials said at least 15 protesters were wounded by gunfire and a dozen more were injured by tear gas and physical altercations with riot police. Iraq's government has been deadlocked since al-Sadr's party won the largest share of seats in October parliamentary elections, but not enough to secure a majority government. His refusal to negotiate with his Iran-backed Shiite rivals and subsequent exit from the talks has catapulted the country into political uncertainty and volatility amid intensifying intra-Shiite wrangling. Agency report, Republic TV.
Here are the other international stories that we're tracking at this hour. Angola's Electoral Commission announced that the ruling People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola party leader Lourenço is the winner in the presidential elections that took place last week. The long-time opposition party, the Union for the Total Independence of Angola, known as UNITA, secured 44% of the vote. Video was aired from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant where a team from the International Atomic Energy Agency are headed. Drone shots showed no signs of damage despite Russia and Ukraine trading accusations of shelling the area and risking a radioactive catastrophe. Russian Foreign Minister spokesperson said that the IAEA mission faced hurdles from Western nations and that the Ukrainian authorities' actions were suicidal. The Biden administration urged Russia to allow safe, unfettered access of IAEA inspectors to the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant as the UN nuclear watchdog team set off on its urgent mission to safeguard the plant. On the other side, mega showdown in national capital after night-long protests up to march to CBI headquarters today.
शिक्षा और क्लासरूम को लेकर जो घोटाला हुआ है, आपने इसका संज्ञान लिया और संज्ञान लिया तो 2.5 साल में क्या कार्रवाई करी?
We can clearly see as to how the BJP MLAs are protesting inside the Vidhan Sabha. We are showing you the placard. क्लासरूमों के निर्माण में भ्रष्टाचार पर दिल्ली सरकार जवाब दो. BJP is asking as to why Vigilance Department has not taken any action so far, even after submitting the report 2.5 years back.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई.
A civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को. कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा. एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is
headlines at 9 a.m. after Satyendra graft case, liquor gate and now school gate. But AAP's drama continues after night-long protests. AAP to march to CBI headquarters today. Big development in Fogat murder case. Curly's restaurant now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations permitted at Karnataka's Eidgah Maidan.
Of the future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China. Their current status is, of course, well known to all of you. I can only reiterate that the state of the border will determine the state of the relationship.
Jaishankar sends a strong message to China, says state of border will determine further ties. After Noida abusive woman, another incident comes to light from Gurugram. A man seen brutally thrashing security guard. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking, lots lined up for you in this edition as well. Straight up, starting with our top focus after Satyendra graft case, liquor gate and now school gate. AAP's drama continues after night-long protests that were staged. The AAP has decided to march towards the CBI headquarters today. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of AAP blaming the LG and demanding a probe, further accusing him of corruption. Let's listen in to what AAP's leader Saurabh Bhardwaj had to say just a short while back.
कल एक विधायक ने विधानसभा में एविडेंस के साथ अपनी बात रखी कि खादी ग्राम उद्योग के हेड कैशियर के लिखित बयान हैं कि उन पे दबाव बनाया गया, उनको धमकाया गया और उस वक्त के खादी ग्राम उद्योग के चेयरमैन वी.के. सक्सेना जी का पैसा पुराने नोटों को नए नोटों में गैर कानूनी ढंग से बदला गया। ये एक बहुत बड़ा सीरियस एलिगेशन है। इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी यही डिमांड करती है कि अगर इतना सीरियस एलिगेशन है तो इसके अंदर जो है विनय जी की गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए।
And Anuj is reporting live from the national capital. Anuj, a lot of showdown expected today as well. We understand that the AAP has decided to march towards the CBI headquarters today. Take us through all the updates you're picking up.
Well, exactly. Since from the last evening, we have seen the high voltage drama, whether it is Bharatiya Janata Party or the Aam Aadmi Party protesting against each other. And the war of words could be clearly seen since from the day one. Right now, I'm reporting from the Gandhi statue of Vidhan Sabha, that's Delhi Assembly, Delhi Vidhan Sabha, from where I'm reporting. And we do know that this was for the whole night when Aam Aadmi Party MLAs stayed here and they were protesting against the LG of the Delhi. There, the preparation could be clearly seen how they have stayed their night over here. And some of the MLAs are here. We'll try and talk to them. Sir, कल रात से आप लोग यहाँ पे हैं, अब आगे क्या प्लान है, क्या ये प्रोटेस्ट है आपका, क्या मूवमेंट?
अभी तो प्रोटेस्ट है, फिर उसके बाद विधानसभा का स्तर लगेगा, उसके बाद हम अपना रणनीति तैयार करेंगे कि हमें कैसे अपनी आवाज़ रखनी है वहाँ पर, क्योंकि अभी ये छोटा घोटाला नहीं है, 1400 करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ और वो भी नोटबंदी के टाइम में जब लोग परेशान थे, लोग खड़े खड़े जिनकी डेथ हो रही थी, हाँ लोग परेशान थे, और जहाँ पर उस टाइम यह था कि 3 या 4 हज़ार रुपये ही विड्रॉ कर सकते, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते। उन दिनों में ये 22 लाख रुपए विड्रॉ
अब क्या डिमांड है सर?
अभी हमारी डिमांड ये है कि सीबीआई जांच होनी चाहिए और ये पूरा देखा जाए कि कहाँ कौन से बैंक से कैसे कैसे घोटाला हुआ वो सब।
सौरभ भारद्वाज जी का कहना था कि आज जो है विधायक वो सीबीआई की तरफ मार्च भी करेंगे।
हाँ, तो हम जाएंगे वहाँ पर, मार्च करेंगे और उनसे अपनी बात रखेंगे, अपनी फाइल देंगे कि जांच हो हमारी।
So these are the MLAs who are sitting over here. Let me give you the sense what is happening in Vidhan Sabha when we are talking. Let me give you the clarity. On one side, these are Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, and I'll try if we can reach to that point also. Because on the other side, this is Bharatiya Janata Party's MLAs who are sitting on the dharna. They are alleging and talking about the liquor scam. There on the one side now, Aam Aadmi Party came down with the new subjects that is LG. They are alleging that this is the corruption which has been done by the LG. So that's something war of word what we are seeing from both the sided, and we have seen the Bharatiya Janata Party alleging about the school gate and the school scam, the education scam, and that's Bharatiya Janata Party Gaurav Bhatia who came out with the press conference yesterday, alleged about the scam which has been done in the education system. And we have seen Aam Aadmi Party talking about their education model, but this is Gaurav Bhatia, BJP and the Bharatiya Janata Party who attack Aam Aadmi Party on the same. But this is going to be again a high voltage drama in the Vidhan Sabha also, in the assembly session also. There I can see, I'll ask my video journalist to give it a sense from that side, because that's Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs who are sitting over there. We'll go there and we'll talk to them also. But when we are talking about the story, let me remind you that it was none other but Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs who were marshalled out again. All the MLAs were marshalled out again from the Delhi Vidhan Sabha as they were uproar in the session. The Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs were having placards in their hand. They were shouting about the liquor scam. On the other hand, this was Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who were talking about the LG's corruption. I beg your pardon, LG's corruption. So that's something what we are seeing when we are talking about the Delhi Vidhan Sabha session. And this is the session which has been called for one day, let me remind you. But seeing the happening and the war of word, this has been already extended. And I'm reporting live from the Vidhan Sabha itself. There I can see, now you can see, like we have given you the visuals from the Gandhi statue where this is Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who are sitting over there. So we are just reaching there. These are Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs who are sitting here on the dharna. So that's something what we are reporting. We'll try and get a word from them also. Sir, एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग बैठे हैं, एक तरफ आप लोग बैठे हुए हैं. वॉर ऑफ वर्ड लगातार शुरू से देखने को मिल रहा है. आप लोग बात करते हैं लिकर स्कैम की, वो सवाल उठाते हैं एलजी पे. आगे क्या है, आप कब से धरने पे हैं, आप लोग का क्या प्लान है?
हम लोग तो पूरी रात हम लोग बैठे रहे हैं यहाँ पर, और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो हैं ये हमेशा इस तरीके की बकवास करते हैं. लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है विधानसभा, और ये वही केजरीवाल हैं जो 2013 और 15 में कहते थे कि अगर भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ अगर कोई आवाज़ उठेगी तो हम तुरंत उस आदमी को बाहर निकाल देंगे. आज सत्येंद्र जैन को मंत्रिमंडल से क्यों नहीं बाहर निकाला गया? आज मनीष सिसोदिया पे सीबीआई की चार्जशीट अभी लगने वाली है, उनके यहाँ रेड हुई, क्यों नहीं निकाला गया? और 2013 और 2015 के अरविंद केजरीवाल में ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है. और अगर हम विपक्ष के लोग दिल्ली की जनता की आवाज़ को दिल्ली के विधानसभा लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में नहीं रखेंगे तो कहाँ रखेंगे?
सीबीआई जो है मनीष जी के लॉकर की जांच करेगी, उसको लेके, और सीबीआई ने जो भी अभी तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन करी है उसको लेके आम आदमी पार्टी आज का कहना ये है कि वो सीबीआई की तरफ मार्च भी करेंगे. और पहले भी हमने प्रोटेस्ट देखा है विधानसभा में, हम देख ही रहे हैं क्या हालत हो रही है कि जैसे ही सेशन स्टार्ट होता है बीजेपी के एमएलए सब बाहर कर दिए जाते हैं.
नहीं, देखिए मैं वही आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं पहले उन्हीं की पार्टी से विधायक था 15 में, मुझसे ज़्यादा उनको कौन जानता है. और वो इस तरीके के धरने प्रदर्शन सरकार के खिलाफ मोर्चा खोलते रहते हैं. अरे भाई, आप लिक्विड साहब में जो पूरी पॉलिसी चेंज की गई है, 100 मीटर का दायरा था पहले, उसमें एनी स्कूल, एनी टेम्पल, एनी मॉक्स, एनी जैन टेम्पल, एनी वाल्मीकि मंदिर, और उसको बढ़ा के 400 मीटर कर दिया गया. और अगर पॉलिसी चेंज की है तभी तो सबके दायरे में आए हैं. और अगर कोई चार्ज लगाए तो हम लोगों को सदन में,
अभी आप लोगों की क्या डिमांड है सर?
नहीं, हमारी डिमांड ये है कि भाई हम लोग शराब की नीति पर, शिक्षा पर जो लोग हम बात रखना चाहते हैं, हमको सदन में बात रखने का, चर्चा में भाग लेने का मौका दिया जाए, ताकि हम विपक्ष के लोग दिल्ली की जनता की आवाज़ हैं और हम अपनी बात को सदन में.
एक सवाल है कि एलजी के खिलाफ अब एलिगेशन लगा रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी वाले, उस पर आपको कुछ कहना है? उस पर भारतीय जनता,
देखिए उनका तो आरोप लगाना, वो तो सब पे आरोप लगाते हैं. उनका बस चल जाए तो भगवान पे भी आरोप लगाते हैं केजरीवाल जी. वो तो इस तरीके के व्यक्ति हैं, आरोप लगाने का सारा काम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी करते हैं. वो तो अन्ना हजारे पे भी आरोप लगाते हैं, जबकि वो उनके गुरु हैं. तो उनका कोई भरोसा नहीं है, उनका कोई कैरेक्टर नहीं है.
So these are the live images. These are the live images of the MLAs of Bharatiya Janata Party. Recently, we have shown you the Aam Aadmi Party there sitting on the Gandhi statue, and there I can see all the MLAs of Bharatiya Janata Party who stayed here whole night, and we have given you the visual of the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who were there at the Gandhi statue. So what has been alleged? There are several allegations which is coming in over the stay here when all the MLAs were staying here. We'll get deep into that and we'll understand more. And this like we are reporting live from the Vidhan Sabha session. More to go. Back to you.
We'll keep coming back to you. So Anuj, they're reporting live as the AAP continues with its dharna, and as AAP even intends to march towards the CBI headquarters today. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. And update on Sidhu Moosewala's murder probe. We understand that 2 more accused have been traced in Azerbaijan and Kenya. In fact, Sachin Thapan Bishnoi has been nabbed in Azerbaijan. Anmol Bishnoi was traced in Kenya. Both are relatives of Lawrence Bishnoi and had fled on fake passports. That's a big lead coming in. As far as probe into Sidhu Moosewala's murder is concerned, both accused are relatives of Lawrence Bishnoi. We'll go across to Amandeep as well to get us more details, but that is a big update coming in on Sidhu Moosewala's murder probe, where 2 more accused have been tracked down, and one of the accused has been traced in Kenya, while the other has been nabbed in Azerbaijan. We'll go across to Amandeep as well. But that is the big update coming in. We are told that both the arrested, in fact, both the accused are said to be the relatives of Lawrence Bishnoi. We have Amandeep with us, joining us live. Amandeep, if you could give us more details on the big lead coming in into Sidhu Moosewala's murder probe.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. 2 faces more traced in this entire case, and they are the key conspirators of this case after Goldie Barat and Lawrence Bishnoi. Just because they are the relatives of the Lawrence Bishnoi, and they have impacted 2 gangs and given the responsibility to both the gangs to carry out this operation. And in fact, after giving the responsibility and explaining the entire modus operandi, they have fled on the fake passports to the different countries. And in fact, Anmol Bishnoi has been tracked in Kenya, and even Sachin Thapan Bishnoi has already been detained in Arjuna. And in fact, now the police is in contact with the police there to bring them down. Just because, Samiksha, they are the key conspirators, they know inside out of everything. They have received all the plans from Lawrence Bishnoi as well as Goldie Barat. They have arranged all kind of shooters to kill Sidhu Moosewala. They arranged the weapons, and in fact, instead of accompanying them on May 29th, they managed to flee from the country on the fake passports. And in fact, the Punjab police in their investigation, they have also traced the fake passports as well, and even they have also identified the locations now. So now the process is on to bring them down, and even this is on the guidance and the directions of the Lawrence Bishnoi, that they will leave the country on the directions on the fake passports. And in fact, Lawrence Bishnoi has make all kinds.
Absolutely, Amandeep. We'll leave it at that. Yes, we'll keep coming back to you. This only goes on to prove how deep the nexus was and how it was a part of a larger conspiracy. Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. And more breaking news coming in. Latest, what we understand is that former Punjab Congress minister is under the ED scanner. And in fact, this is Bharat Bhushan Ashu, who's now under the ED lens. In fact, ED has sought more details from Punjab Vigilance as well regarding the food grain transportation scam. Amandeep is breaking that story for us. Amandeep, over to you. Bring us more details. We understand it's more trouble mounting for the former Punjab Congress minister.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. In fact, the case that was investigated by the Vigilance Bureau of Punjab Police, and now ED has pitched into this entire case and sought the details from the Punjab Vigilance. And this case is directly related to the food grain transportation scam. And in fact, former Minister of Congress Party Bharat Bhushan Ashu, who was then Minister of the government, and in fact he was directly involved into this. And now ED has written a letter to Punjab Vigilance Bureau to provide all kind of documents and the latest part of the investigation, and even ask them to share every kind of evidence as well with the Enforcement Directorate, so that at least the ED can pursue the case further and dug deep into this entire nexus. And in fact, so far they have not registered any kind of PCIR, and even the vigilance is yet to provide all kind of documents. And in fact, now the vigilance and the ED, they are jointly soon launching the investigation. And in fact, on the other side, vigilance has already extended the remand of Bharat Bhushan Ashu, former minister, for 2 days, as well as his name was propped up in an interrogation of a contractor who got the transportation allotment. And this case is directly the illegal allotments of the food grain transportation.
Well, absolutely, Amandeep. It remains to be seen whether the former Punjab minister manages to come out clean or not. Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. And a quick roundup of news in brief. In fresh development in Sonali Foghat's murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar, Haryana today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and suspicions raised by Foghat's family. Meanwhile, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vitt said that Sonali Foghat's family had given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the case, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces could also be involved in the murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The seer accused of sexually allegedly abusing high school girls who was staying in one of the hostels administered by the Mutt has been booked under the POCSO, as well as per the police, he cannot leave the Chitradurga till the time the probe is on. Meanwhile, the police have completed spot investigation at the Muruga Mutt and took out the victim girls to the CWC office after the spot investigation. The leaders of BJP's Karnataka unit seem to be taking varying stances after Muruga Mutt's chief pontiff was booked under the POCSO Act. Karnataka Housing Minister Somana backed the seer and alleged that a conspiracy was being hatched against the seer. AAP legislators were holding overnight protests on the Delhi outside the Delhi Assembly amid an ongoing face-off between the BJP and the AAP over charges of corruption. The AAP is now demanding probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena for allegedly pressurizing two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth over 1,400 crore rupees during his tenure as a Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे ज़रूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी ज़रूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
In Assam, two more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Kalam Azad linked to Al-Qaeda a terror outfit were arrested from Barpeta district. As so far, a total of 6 arrests have been made in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana Chief Minister KCR tore into the NDA government saying that people should take a pledge to make a BJP-booked Bharat in 2024, and further said that a government of farmers will be coming at the national level in the future. After the 19-year-old girl was succumbed to her burn injuries After she was set ablaze by her suitor, the police said that they inspected the place of occurrence of crime and said that safety and security of the family has been ensured. 2 accused, remember, have been arrested in this case.
घटनास्थल है जो उनके परिवार के सदस्यों ने मृतक के पिता ने जो बताया है कि कैसे कहां से पेट्रोल डाला, किस खिड़की से, उसको घर के अंदर से और बाहर से दोनों तरफ से देखा है। अभी हम लोग इसको देखने में और उसको उनसे बात करने की प्रक्रिया में ही हैं, इसलिए अंतिम रूप से कुछ अभी कहने की स्थिति में नहीं है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to visit the Delhi Police Headquarters today, where the Home Minister will be reviewing the preparations for the upcoming G20 summit, the action plan of Delhi Police for 2024, and will also honour the policemen and the police wards who won medals in Commonwealth Games and other sports competitions. And incessant rains continue to lash parts of Uttarakhand. Visuals that surfaced from the Badrinath National Highway in Shamoli district that was blocked, disrupting the traffic as well. The SDRF personnel were on spot, seen rescuing the passengers as well as the local people. And more breaking news coming in, this one from Vadodara, where clashes have been reported during a procession that was being carried out of an idol of Lord Ganesha, who was passing through a sensitive locality in Gujarat's Vadodara city. We understand that the police has so far detained 13 people in connection with the clashes that broke out late Monday night, adding that no one was injured in the stone pelting that was reported. In fact, those are the visuals as well coming in from Vadodara, where the clashes were reported during a procession that was being carried out. So we understand that 13 people have been arrested, detained, beg your pardon, so far. Priyanka is there getting us those live updates. Priyanka, what can you tell us about these clashes that broke out in Vadodara? All right, we'll connect with Priyanka again, but those are the visuals also coming in of the clashes that broke out during this procession that was being carried out. We have Priyanka with us. Priyanka, over to you. Bring us more details on these Vadodara clashes.
Well, yes, Samiksha, if I could talk about these clashes that have taken place. These were late night clashes that took place yesterday in Pataldam, in fact, areas of Baroda, where this procession was being carried out. The Ganesh procession, Chaturthi procession was being carried out. And this is one of the communally sensitive areas of Baroda, in fact, where the procession had been being carried out. And there was a masjid as well in the way, and that is where the people, in fact, living nearby the masjid, there were communal clashes that took place between the two groups. There was a level of stone pelting that was also carried out between the two groups as well, to the point that police had to come and control the situation. The visuals of that are on the screens right now for our viewers. But these clashes, in fact, unfortunately, nobody got hurt, is what we are learning. But there was stone pelting that was done. There were some tensions for 5-10 minutes during the night. This is the incident that took place at around 11 p.m. in the night last night. And then the police had to come and get these groups in under control as well. And these are the visuals of that. But we also have seen how the police officials had come there and they had to also then speak to these people and then also make them understand to not carry out these kind of violent attacks. Since we are seeing that this particular area, in fact, had been communally sensitive, and the police had also been deployed nearby as well. In fact, to the run-up to the Ganesh Chaturthi as well, the police has added security in certain areas, because these are certain particular areas, in fact, where these communal clashes usually take place when any kind of religious procession is being carried out. In fact, these visuals also show that there were some groups that had also been retaliating by pelting stones on the masjid as well, and then there were groups that had been pelting stones at the procession that was being carried out for Ganesh.
Well, Priyanka, thank you so much for getting us those details. So, clashes that broke out in an area in Vadodara, which is said to be a communally sensitive area. We'll keep coming back to you, Priyanka. Thank you for the movement. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Bihar, where we understand that a 13-year-old girl was allegedly gang raped in Gopalganj area. We understand 2 accused have also been arrested. We also have the soundbite as well of the police personnel. Let's listen in.
24/8/22 को भोरे थाना अंतर्गत एक बालिका के साथ सामूहिक दुष्कर्म की घटना हुई थी। इस घटना में प्राथमिकी दर्ज किया गया है और पीड़िता का बयान 164 में कराया जा रहा है तथा इसमें संलिप्त एक अभियुक्त को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। शेष के लिए छापामारी जारी है।
So those are the details coming in at this point. A shocker from Bihar's Gopalganj, where a 13-year-old girl was allegedly gang raped. In fact, we understand that 2 accused have also been arrested. And the police official there saying that the incident happened on August 24 when a minor girl was gang raped in this Bhor PS area. FIR has been registered. And the statement of the girl is also being recorded. Raids, meanwhile, are underway to nab the remaining accused. So while 2 accused have been arrested, we understand searches. The officials are trying to nab the remaining accused in connection with the gang rape case.
Communal clashes have broken out in Baroda, and there are massive deployments of police officials that are done to make sure that there are no untoward incidents and law and order situation that is also created. Stay tuned to Republic as we get you all the updates on the other side.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Good evening and welcome. Viewers, 11 years after I confronted the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh on the Devas ISRO deal, and 11 years after his then media advisor, a man called Harish Khare, an ex-journalist, tried to be more loyal than the king by trying to block my question, 11 years later, viewers, Manmohan Singh has once again been proven wrong. Viewers, Manmohan Singh had mastered the art of avoiding responsibility even when he was Prime Minister. It was embarrassing to see him talk that way, and he told me then, when I asked him about backroom deals with blacklisted companies, that the PMO had no role in the landmine called the Devas ISRO scam. He was worried about the scam hitting him. But today, as the Delhi High Court set aside a 15,000 crore arbitration award, which means that the people of India have been saved 15,000 crore rupees of taxpayer money going to this company called Devas because of our exposés, we must think about the damage this one man, Manmohan Singh, did as Prime Minister of India to the fundamentals of transparent governance. Not only was his government the most corrupt, it has left behind scams that need correction even today. The Devas ISRO scam has been called, quote, a product of fraud. What more needs to be said by the courts? The irony is that these orders and observations of the courts will be ignored by some vested interests with the same eagerness that they black out the findings of the Supreme Court in cases like Rafale and Pegasus, both of which were proven to be totally bogus. In cases like Rafale, Manmohan Singh, who participated very heartily to please his party bosses in the Chaukidar Chor Hai campaign, didn't say anything when the courts found nothing incriminating in the Rafale case. That is why, in the interest of an informed debate, I begin my program by calling upon all citizens to study the Devas ISRO case and ask themselves why the Lutyens media, which shamed.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत ज़मींदोज़ हो चुकी है.
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
After the graft case against Satyendra Jain, Liquor Gate and School Gate, Aam Aadmi Party Dharna drama continues. After a night-long protest, the AAP is to march to the CBA headquarters today. Big development in the Fogat murder case. Curly's restaurant is now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations permitted at Karnataka's Eidgah Maidan. Clashes reported in Gujarat's Vadodara at Ganesh procession. 13 detained so far. After the Noida case, another incident from Gurugram comes to light where a man is seen brutally thrashing a security guard. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we begin with news that's just coming in from Delhi. We are now learning that in the North District of Delhi, an interstate gambling racket involving 4 history cheaters and 15 listed criminals has been busted. A total of 48 people accused in this particular case have been arrested from the Sabzi Mandi area in New Delhi. Stake money of 18 lakhs and many high-end mobile phones have also been recovered. So this is seen as a mega crackdown on gambling that is taking place in the national capital. What we are given to understand from our sources within the police is that this is looking like an interstate gambling racket that has been busted by the police. The operation, of course, was carried out by the North District of the Delhi Police, where they have busted an interstate gambling racket which involves 14 history cheaters and 15 listed criminals. 18 lakhs in cash as well as several high-end mobile phones were seized. Madhurima is reporting on this. She joins us live from Delhi right now. Good morning, Madhurima. Give us more details of the seizures that have been made, and also the police seem to suggest it's an interstate racket. Give us more details on that as well.
Well, yes, Nupur, it is a very massive bust that has been done by the North District Police, and as we know that rupees 18 lakh have been recovered from this spot, and it's an interstate racket that has been busted by the North District Police official, and taking into the cognizance the ambit of this entire racket, the way it has been spread. This particular bust was done following a tip-off that was given to the North District Police officials, where they went to this particular spot and then arrested 48 people have been arrested in this particular connection. 18 lakh rupees have been seized. We are waiting for an official confirmation from the police officials to make sure that whether this particular operation has now traveled to other states as well. If more information, as it has been said to be an interstate racket, has any information been unearthed by the North District Police official as to who's the kingpin behind this entire racket, because the amount of documents that have been seized, the amount of money that has been seized, both digital evidence and in black and white have been seized from the particular spot. High-end mobile phones have also been recovered, which were being used by the people involved in the racket. All that will be scrounged by the North District Police officials, and the said authorities will have to wait and watch as to what is really unearthed from these arrests and seizures, so as to make sure that wherever this particular racket is spread, people involved are arrested and this particular entire racket is being taken care of. Back to
All right, Madhurima bringing us the details of this bust that's taken place in Delhi. Thank you for joining us. And moving on to the other big story that we are continuing to track here on Republic TV, a case of sexual assault on children has been registered against Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, the chief pontiff of the prominent Muruga Mutt in Karnataka. Now, the case has been filed under POSCO, or the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, and certain sections of the IPC for alleged sexual abuse of high school girls. To remember that this case had come to light after these two girls had approached the police, alleging that they were continuously sexually abused by the seer. The seer, of course, comes from a prominent mutt. He, of course, has said that he is innocent and he will prove his innocence, but there are now demands that are growing for more action to be taken against the seer. I'm going to try and go across live, I think, to Ashwin, who's reporting from outside the mutt. We'll just get him in a bit, but here's what we know so far. We are given to understand that the charges that have been slapped against him, of course, include several sections under POSCO, which is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. There are certain sections of the IPC also for alleged sexual abuse that have been slapped against the seer. And just to tell our viewers, of course, we have constantly being seen a political rhetoric on this. We just saw yesterday how B.S. Yediyurappa, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, had said that he believes he is innocent, despite the fact that there is still an inquiry that's pending against the seer. Just to tell our viewers about the details of this case, there were two girls who had come to the police station and said that he was continuously sexually abusing them. One of them had been sexually abused for about a year and a half. The other one said she'd been abused for nearly 3 years. Let's go across to Ashwin, who's reporting on this. Ashwin, good morning. Ashwin, give us the latest in terms of the sections that have been slapped against him.
What we get to understand is that the plaintiff of Murugama, Dr. Shivamurthy Muruga Sharnaru, has applied for an anticipatory bail and before the second additional district and sessions judge. So police is investigating because it's a POXO case. Some of the details are not available to us. But what we understand is that today also the survivors, the two girls who are 15-year-old and 16-year-old, the two survivors will again be brought to the mutt by the CWC as well as the police to take more proof of the claims that they have made, where the alleged crime also took place. But we did speak to one of the directors of the mutt by name Lingamurthy, and what he has stated is this is a conspiracy to tarnish the mutt. The mutt has a history of 450 years. He is the 21st plaintiff of this mutt, and there is an internal conspiracy to throw the plaintiff of this mutt, and this is the reason why all this conspiracy is being hatched, is what the mutt has claimed. This is the official claim by one of the directors of the mutt by name Lingamurthy. So we are on the spot right now. We are speaking to people. We're trying to get more details of it. But at the moment, what we can clearly say is that the police, police investigation has been a little slow, that is for sure. But will it go further to ensure that justice is served to the survivor and also ensure that there is no conspiracy involved in the same matter as well?
Now, you know, the other side of the story obviously is going to be that he's been accused under the POSCO Act and also, Ashwin, because POSCO does have very stringent rules. There are now demands that are growing for his arrest, which has so far not taken place.
Absolutely, there's a huge criticism that has been leveled that the police has been a little lackadaisical in its attitude towards ensuring justice. So the arrest has not been made so far, but the anticipatory bail petition has been moved by the plaintiffs as well.
All right, Ashwin reporting on that. Right, Ashwin reporting on that. We are going to come back to you shortly, but that's the latest that we are getting. Stringent sections of POSCO have been applied. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
Now, the Murugas are accused of sexually abusing two high school girls who were staying in one of the hostels administered by the mutt, has been booked under POSCO, and as per police, he cannot leave Chitradurg till the time the probe is on. Meanwhile, the police have completed spot inspection at the mutt and have taken the victims to two CWC offices. The leaders of the BJP's Karnataka unit seem to be taking varying stances after Muruga Mutt Chief Pontiff Shivamurthy Muruga was booked under the POSCO Act. Karnataka's Housing Minister Somana backed the seer and alleged that a conspiracy was hatched against him. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
In Assam, two more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Kalam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should take a pledge to make a BJP Mukta Bharat in 2024, and further said that a government of farmers will be coming at the national level in the future soon. After the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka, the ADG ML Meena visited the deceased family. He inspected the place of occurrence of the crime and said that safety and security for the family has been ensured. 2 accused have been arrested so far in the case.
घटनास्थल है जो उनके परिवार के सदस्यों ने, मृतक के पिता ने जो बताया है कि कैसे, कहां से पेट्रोल डाला, किस खिड़की से, उसको घर के अंदर से और बाहर से दोनों तरफ से देखा है। अभी हम लोग इसको देखने में और उसको उनसे बात करने की प्रक्रिया में ही हैं, इसलिए अंतिम रूप से कुछ अभी कहने की स्थिति में नहीं है।
The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a scheduled visit to Delhi Police's quarters today. He will review preparations for the upcoming G20 summit. The action plan of the Delhi Police for 2024 and will also honour policemen and police boards who won medals in the Commonwealth Games and other sports. Incessant rainfall leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals are on your screen from the Badrinath National Highway. Due to heavy rains, Badrinath National Highway in Chamoli district was blocked, disrupting traffic. SDRF were on the spot rescuing passengers and the local people. Now, the North 24 Parganas district is on the boil after the news of a key accused in the Anupam Datta murder case getting bail came out. Here's more on what's happening.
The situation has turned intense in the Panihati municipal area adjacent to Kolkata as the main accused in the murder case of a TMC councillor Anupam Datta, has been granted bail on Monday morning. After this, agitation started there and the TMC workers and TMC supporters of that area came down to the streets in the evening and they blocked the BT road, which is a very important road near Kolkata here.
Massive protest took place in Agarpara of North 24 Parganas in West Bengal after news that the key accused in Panihati TMC councillor Anupam Datta murder case was granted bail. Angry TMC workers were seen blocking the roads and burning tires at BT Road. Even the wife of TC's leader fell ill and had to be rushed to the local hospital. The court granted bail to the main accused Bapi Pandit amid calls for justice by protesters who took to the streets. Police rushed to the spot of protests to maintain law and order. It may be recalled that Anupam was shot dead at point-blank range in Panihati on March the 13th. He was killed from behind by two motorcycle-borne miscreants. All accused in the case were caught that very same day. Amid massive protests and police deployment, the situation continues to remain tense in the area. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, we are now getting news from within our sources in the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi's coterie is forcing him to be president. We are given to understand that Mallikarjun Kharge has said that he will force Rahul Gandhi to be president. Do remember that this, of course, follows the fact that Rahul Gandhi at a previous occasion has said that he will not assume responsibility for the party. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, of course, continues to remain the interim president. There has been a lot of talk of elections taking place within the Congress party, but thereafter we have seen senior leaders of the Congress, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, quit the party. We've also seen voices of dissent come in. We've also seen Anand Sharma yesterday, who criticized the workings of the Congress party, saying that they're still not serious about holding elections within, and democracy within the party essentially is almost dead. Anuj is reporting on this. He's giving us the latest on what he's hearing from his sources. Anuj, this is extremely interesting. You know, we've heard Rahul Gandhi talk time and again of how he doesn't want to, assume responsibilities within the party. And now we hear a senior leader like Mallikarjun Kharge saying that he's going to force him to take this responsibility. And in the middle of all this, come senior leaders like Anand Sharma, who are continuously criticizing the lack of democracy within the party.
Well, this started after the 2019 general election, when the Congress party was limited to 50s in number, and even Rahul Gandhi himself lost the election. So that is something when Rahul Gandhi took the decision that he is not going to be there on the chair and taking the moral responsibility, is leaving the chair. Several attempts we have seen, several CWC we have seen, which has happened in past, and there was no decision. And as the result of the same is that the Congress is still having the interim president, that's Sonia Gandhi. But now, let me tell you, as you were also pointing it out very rightly, this is Mallikarjun Kharge and the lobby of Rahul Gandhi, being it Ashok Gehlot also, because recently we have seen the statement of Ashok Gehlot also backing Rahul Gandhi and forcing Rahul Gandhi to be there on the chair. But on the other hand, we also have to keep in mind the happening which is going on in the Congress party. This is none other but the oldest, one of the oldest leader of the Congress party, Ghulam Nabi Azad, who just quit the party. We have seen what has happened with Kapil Sibal, and we have seen how vocal Anand Sharma is when he is also raising the question about the process which is going on in the Congress party. But the Congress party loyalist, rather the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi and the team of Rahul Gandhi, is still backing Rahul Gandhi somehow, somewhere, and in somewhat. This is the line which has been taken through our sources, what we have been told, that the president is going to be Rahul Gandhi himself. This is again going to be the trouble for the Congress party, because these are the people in the Congress party, the senior leadership, who are vocal about the things, and they want a fair election for the presidency of the Congress party.
Right, Anuj, we're just going to come back to you. Let's listen into that reaction that we are getting, in fact, from Mallikarjun Kharge.
देखो, पहले से मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ये मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन के साथ साथ सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने, क्योंकि वो एक ही कांग्रेस पार्टी को जुटा भी सकते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी को उठा भी सकते हैं और भारत जोड़ो जो प्रोग्राम है वो कार्यक्रम भी वो यशस्वी करके लोगों को इकट्ठा भी रख सकते हैं। इसीलिए हम चाहते हैं कि वो बने। उन्होंने क्या
Loyalist of Rahul Gandhi backing Rahul Gandhi for the chair of the president of the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi will take the decision what exactly is going to happen next. We are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Wherever you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है। ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है।
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई।
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
Qualifier Yibing Wu became the first Chinese man to win a match in the main draw of the US Open as he defeated the 31st seeded Nikolaus of Georgia in the first round on Monday. Matteo Berrettini had an easy start to the 2022 US Open as he defeated Chile's Nicolas Jarry on Monday. The Italian 13th seeded will face France's Hugo Grenier in the second round in New York. Wimbledon runner-up Ons Jabeur had to really fight only in the first set as she defeated American Madison Brengle to get through to the second round of the US Open on Monday. West Ham have completed the signing of Lyon and Brazilian midfielder Lucas Paqueta. The deal is thought to be worth £6.5 million. Paqueta has put pen to paper on a 5-year contract and is expected to be part of Brazil's squad for the World Cup later this year. Chelsea's head coach Thomas Tuchel admitted his side could still use some new additions to the squad before the transfer deadline closes at the start of September. Tuchel takes his team to Southampton as they look to build on an impressive 2-1 victory over Leicester City despite playing more than an hour with 10 men following the red card that was given to midfielder Connor.
Some more players on some position, but listen, if it's very close to the end of the transfer window, and when the 1st September comes, I will be a happy coach no matter what happens, and I will try to find solutions and not think what could have happened or what could be.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on Live and Breaking, Ganesh Utsav celebrations are permitted now at Karnataka's Eidgah Maidan. And clashes are reported in Gujarat's Vadodara at a Ganesh procession. 13 people have been detained.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई.
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को. किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ सुधीर कितने में दिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा. एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
The state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadda claimed that the Grand Old Party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a probe is now underway.
Setback to Grand Old Party continues in Jammu and Kashmir. More and more leaders are set to join the Azad camp. There will be resignations from the top brass of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir today, and they will be joining Ghulam Nabi Azad when he will form his new party on September 4 during a massive rally in Jammu. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को. किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ सुधीर कितने में दिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा. एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
the state government's policy as far as illegal madrasas are concerned, it is very clear that the demolition of the illegal madrasas in the state of Assam will continue.
From that madrasa, no academic activity was primarily running. That madrasa was used for training of Al-Qaeda. Apart from that, the madrasa was constructed unauthorized. This is the second madrasa we have evicted.
शिक्षा और क्लासरूम को लेकर जो घोटाला हुआ है, आपने इसका संज्ञान लिया और संज्ञान लिया तो 2.5 साल में क्या कार्रवाई करी?
We can clearly see as to how the BJP MLAs are protesting inside the Vidhan Sabha. We are showing you the placard. क्लासरूमों के निर्माण में भ्रष्टाचार पर दिल्ली सरकार जवाब दो. BJP is asking as to why Vigilance Department has not taken any action so far, even after submitting the report 2.5 years back.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against them?
After the Satyendra Jain graft case, Liquorgate and now Schoolgate, Aam Aadmi Party's Dharna drama continues. After a night-long protest, the AAP is to march to the CBI headquarters today. Sources suggest that Rahul Gandhi's coterie could now force a reluctant Rahul Gandhi to be president. The Congress Party's drama continues. It's a big development in the Fogart murder case. The Curly's restaurant is now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations are permitted at Karnataka's Eidgah Maidan. Clashes reported in Gujarat's Vadodara at the Ganesh procession. 13 people have been detained. After the Noida abuse case, another incident is reported from Gurugram. A man is seen brutally thrashing a security guard. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, it's been coming as a major jolt to the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister and the senior Congress leader Tara Chand, along with former Minister Manohar Lal, the former MLA Balwant Singh and others have decided to resign from the Congress party. They will resign today when a new Congress chief Vikar Rasoolwani and the AICC Jammu and Kashmir in charge Rajni Patel will land in Jammu. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's reporting on this. Gursimran, the names that we now seem to be learning who could be quitting the party will in fact be a huge jolt to the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. Also, give us more details in terms of whether they are going to be joining the Azad camp. You know, Ghulam Nabi Azad, of course, is set to launch his party on the 4th of September.
Yes, this is a big setback to the Congress, and at a time when the Congress was hoping that these leaders will stick to them, as Tara Chand is a big name when it comes to Jammu region. He's a Hindu face of the Congress party, and today he will be quitting along with Manohar Lal, Garu Ram and also the other Balwant Singh, who is a former MLA. We are also getting to know that the former Minister Majid Wani too will be joining the Tara Chand camp, and they will be announcing their resignation today afternoon. It will be at the same time when the Congress is planning a Shakti Pradarshan rally in Jammu, when the AICC J&K in charge Rajni Patel along with the newly appointed president of Congress Vikar Rasoolwani, they will be landing in Jammu from Srinagar, and they will be holding a massive rally in Jammu to show their strength. But at the same time, these Congress loyalists who have been in the power, who have been minister, the deputy chief minister and the MLAs earlier, they will be giving a major setback to the Congress party as they will be parting their ways from the party. We are also getting to know that next 3 to 4 days are going to be really very critical for the Congress party, as more and more leaders will resign from the party and they all will be joining the mega rally that has been called by Ghulam Nabi Azad in Jammu on September 4th, that is on Sunday, wherein he is expected to officially announce his party and also the name and the agenda of the party, that for which aim they will be thriving for in the upcoming assembly elections. Because Azad forming a party has changed all all the political dynamics of the Jammu and Kashmir, and even the regional parties, be it PDP National Conference, Jammu Kashmir Apni Party or the People Conference, they too are worried, as many of their senior leaders are very close to Ghulam Nabi Azad, and they feel that it is highly possible that some of their leaders might also shift the camps and move to Azad. So Azad has changed the politics of Jammu and Kashmir for sure as of now, and a setback for the Congress party is imminent today when the former Deputy Chief Minister Tara Chand will resign from the party.
Right, Gursimran, of course, is bringing us the latest in terms of what's happening within the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir. We're given to understand that senior leaders from the Congress party will perhaps be resigning. Now, going on to the other big story, of course, that we are tracking this morning. We are now learning a case of sexual assault, of course, has been registered against the Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru chief pontiff, I beg your pardon, of the Muruga Mutt in Karnataka. The case has been filed under POSCO and certain sections of the Indian Penal Code for alleged sexual abuse of high school girls. Ashwin is reporting on this. He joins me from outside the Mutt. Now, Ashwin, good morning. Ashwin, he's been booked under POSCO, but many would wonder why he's not been arrested so far, because at the end of the day, POSCO is an extremely stringent act, and there are certain sections of POSCO which are even non-bailable.
Absolutely, Nupur. There is no doubt that the entire case, there has been a shroud of political support which the Mutt is receiving, because the FIR was registered 4 days ago and later it was transferred to Chitradurga, where the Mutt is also. But so far, there has been no arrest. There was no arrest so far. But what has happened is yesterday at CWC, along with the police, had come to register the spot massa to see the place of the alleged crime, where the two girls, aged 15 and 16, were allegedly being sexually assaulted by the pontiff of this very Mutt. Now, I am here at this Mutt. Remember, this Mutt is also has got a huge tradition. It's 450-year-old. The current pontiff, Dr. Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, is actually the 21st pontiff of this tradition. And we spoke to the people over here, the official, the director of the Mutt, and they state that over 1,000 children study over here, and about 4,000 staff has also been employed in this very premises. So a case like this, they have claimed, is foisted. But what is very, very concerning is the fact that there has not been a stringent police action. That is very clear. Had it been a POXO case involving any other citizen, this laxity would not have seen. That is for sure. It's been 4 days since the FIR has been registered and then transferred. Now, anticipatory bail has been moved by the pontiff also in this regard. The pontiff has also spoken to the devotees last evening, and he has stated for the last 15 years, similar conspiracies has been hatched against him, and he has come out clean. And there's nothing the devotees needs to worry. The director of the Mutt, Lingamurthy, did speak to Republic. He didn't want to come on camera, but he stated that this is a internal conspiracy that has been hatched. I repeat, Nupur, what he is alleging, the director of the Mutt is alleging that there are people within the fraternity who had left the fraternity and now trying to demolish and tarnish the Mutt, and this is a fake case. So we get to see on one side the laxity of the police in doing a thorough probe in this matter. Two, on the other side, saying that this is a conspiracy. But at the moment, there is no other action that is happening in this regard at Chitradurga outside the Muruga Mutt.
Right. Also, Ashwin, you know, what's coming out is political support from, you know, across the political divide. We've heard B.S. Yediyurappa talk about how he's sure this is a conspiracy. We've heard, you know, Karnataka ministers talk about how they are sure that this year will come out clean. So in that sense, he's getting a lot of political patronage.
Absolutely, Nupur. See, remember, Karnataka, the Lingayat community is one of the major community over here. They have over 1 crore followers. The community has over 1 crore followers, and one of the main reasons why elections are also tilted towards certain parties as well, because the Lingayat vote also matters. So it is very clear that there can be a arm twisting that could have been done. But essentially, justice definitely seems to have been delayed in this case. Even to investigate this matter, to question the alleged accused, all this has not been done so far. But what we see is, a lot of laxity in the way the case is being moved, and that is what the matter of concern is, and that is what people on the other side is also raising. For instance, the Saraswati, who is a member of the Ordinary organization which had come out to file this case, has also stated that there is a laxity in this case. So these are the both sides of the story. What needs to see whether the police will act tough in this matter, but is unlikely because elections are also due in Karnataka, and Lingayat community definitely holds a great prominence in the election polity of the state of Karnataka.
All right, Ashwin, of course, is bringing us the latest from outside the mutt in Karnataka. Ashwin, thank you for joining us for the moment. Well, as the CBI continues to probe Manish Sisodia, we're now given to understand that they will be opening his locker at about 11 o'clock this morning. His bank locker will be checked by the Punjab. His bank locker will be checked by the CBI at the Punjab National Bank branch in Vasundhara, Sector 4 of Ghaziabad. Of course, Manish Sisodia had released a statement earlier that he will be there with his wife. CBI officers will meet at the branch itself and will open his bank locker in front of Manish Sisodia. Anuj and Piyush are both reporting on this. Piyush, to you first. Piyush, we are expecting this action to take place at 11. We've already seen a statement come in from Manish Sisodia where he says that the CBI will not find anything at his bank locker. Give us a sense of the kind of preparations that are in place.
So, good morning first of all, and as you rightly said, yes, today is a mega showdown again, which is going to be revisited in the national capital, where it is expected that the officials from Central Bureau of Investigation would visit the Vasundhara branch of Punjab National Bank, where they are expected to check the lockers of Manish Sisodia. Now, Manish Sisodia, had mentioned about this in his tweet yesterday, and it was widely expected that, there is going to be a mega showdown, and yes, there will be a mega showdown in which, at around 11 o'clock, what we have been told, all this process of checking is concerned. Let me tell you at the outset, that right now I am reporting from outside Manish Sisodia's official residence here at Mathura Road, where he has still not come out. What we have been told is that he is meeting some of the complainants and just discharging some of his official duties, but he can come out any soon and again go to Vasundhara, Ghaziabad, where he would, accompany the CBI officials who would check his bank lockers in Vasundhara, Ghaziabad. While all this is going on, there's also a mega showdown at the AAP assembly, Delhi assembly, where both AAP leaders and Delhi leaders, they are trading barbs at each other, showing that they both are corrupt. So yes, while the process of investigation is still being undertaken by the Central Bureau of Investigation, you are bound to expect a lot of political slugfest between Aam Aadmi Party and Delhi BJP. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Piyush, to stay with us and to get a sense of the political slugfest that's continuing, let's go across to Anuj, who's reporting from the Delhi Assembly live. Anuj, the politics, of course, over there continues. We've seen both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party protest inside the premises of the Assembly. Give us a sense of how do you see the day panning out?
Well, exactly. We have seen the war of words when we are talking about the liquor scam, but as you pointed it out very rightly, I'm reporting from the Delhi Assembly. Let me get a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party leadership. We have Dilip Pandey of Aam Aadmi Party. We'll try and get a sense from him. Sir, लिकर पॉलिसीज पे हमने देखा, पॉलिसी पे वॉर ऑफ वर्ड लगातार चल रहा है. आज सीबीआई लॉकर खोलने जा रही है. मनीष जी ने हालांकि कहा कि मैं जाऊंगा अपनी वाइफ के साथ एंड ही विल कोऑपरेट.
देखिए सर, हम लगातार पूछ रहे हैं और सीबीआई ने कुछ नहीं बताया. कुछ निकला होता, 14 घंटे की रेड मारी, 6 घंटे पूछताछ करी, कुछ निकला होता हमसे पहले आपको पता चल जाता. हमें पूरा विश्वास है सब फर्जीवाड़ा है. 14 घंटे में कुछ नहीं निकला, आज के लॉकर से भी कुछ भी नहीं निकलने वाला है. ये सब कुछ असल जो सवाल है 1400 करोड़ रुपए का सक्सेना जी का जो नोटबंदी स्कैम है, उससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए हम लगातार यहाँ विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. अपनी बात को न्याय के इस मंदिर से, लोकतंत्र के सर्वोच्च मंदिर से न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं कि 1400 करोड़ रुपए के सक्सेना जी के नोटबंदी स्कैम का सच सामने आना चाहिए और इसको सामने लाने के लिए सीबीआई ईडी को केस दर्ज करके सक्सेना जी की गिरफ्तारी करनी चाहिए. ये बात हम लगातार कह रहे हैं, ये असल मुद्दा है. ये असल मुद्दा है।
की अगर बात करें दिलीप जी, तो पहले भी हमने देखा मनीष जी के घर पे रेड हुई। कुछ कागज जो है कहा गया है कि इकट्ठे करे गए,
कुछ नहीं मिला भाई साहब,
बुलाया गया अधिकारियों को,
कुछ भी नहीं मिला है। मैं आपको हकीकत बताऊं, सीबीआई के अधिकारियों ने कहा भाई साहब बड़ा प्रेशर है, दबाव में आके सब करना पड़ रहा है, कुछ निकल नहीं रहा। ये प्रेशर का सब कमाल। असल बात क्या है कि ये ऑपरेशन लोटस था, वो फेल हो गया। दूसरा सवाल जो बड़ा निकल रहा है वो ये कि आम आदमी पार्टी के 40 विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए 800 करोड़ रुपए बीजेपी के पास कहां से आए? 250 जो विधायक खरीदने की कवायद करी है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, उसको खरीदने के लिए 6300 करोड़ रुपए भाजपा के पास कहां से आए? सीबीआई ईडी केस दर्ज करके उसका सच क्यों नहीं ला रही है? और सबसे बड़ा सवाल जिसको लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक बैठे हुए हैं, 1400 करोड़ रुपए का सक्सेना जी का नोटबंदी स्कैम, इसमें सीबीआई केस दर्ज करे, ईडी केस दर्ज करे, सक्सेना जी की गिरफ्तारी करे और इस सच को सामने लेके आए।
So that is Dilip Pandey of the Aam Aadmi Party, and we have seen this war of word again and again. The line taken by the Aam Aadmi Party remains the same, but this is going to be Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, who is being questioned by CBI. We have seen the raids of CBI. We have seen the CBI raiding the other officers also. Now this is going to be 11 a.m. around 50 minutes from now, when CBI is going to be there in Vasundhara, Ghaziabad, where this is a particular branch of Manish Sisodia, where his account is and the locker is. So they are going to open the locker now. We will see, wait and watch what exactly is going to come out from there also. Yes, back to you.
All right, Anuj and Piyush, for the moment, thank you for joining us. We'll, of course, keep coming back to the two of you as the day proceeds. Thank you. And there's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are accusing each other of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party MLAs set up beneath Mahatma Gandhi's statue, while BJP MLAs began their sit-in near statues of freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev. In a sharp attack on the Congress, the BJP's National President JP Nadda has said that the Grand Old Party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the reason that also is that people who've been members of the Congress Party for over 40 years are now quitting the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruptions across the country. The Badrinath National Highway has been flooded due to heavy rains, and the traffic there has been blocked. SDRF teams are now on the spot trying to return to help people. A woman from Surat has filed a complaint saying that her son died by suicide, and later she recovered a suicide note in which he had said that he was forced to consume beef, and that is why he's committed suicide. A case has been registered.
उसका वो देखी थी मैं, सुसाइड नोट से ही पता चला, और गऊ मांस उसने खिला दिया, सोना और उसके भाई अब्दुल ने जबरदस्ती उसको खिला दिया था गऊ मांस, इसीलिए उसने आत्महत्या कर ली.
A resident of the closed north apartments in Gurugram thrashed a security guard after being briefly struck in the lift. An FIR has been filed against him. The Gurugram police have booked the accused Varun Nath under section 323 for causing hurt and 506 for criminal intimidation of the Indian Penal Code. And here's the latest update that's coming in on the Sonali Fogart death case. Sources have said that a team of 4 police officers from South Goa are travelling to Haryana in connection with the alleged murder of Sonali Fogart. The SP of South Goa is also meeting with officers now at his office in Porvorim. The team will leave by this afternoon for Delhi and then to Haryana by road. Do you remember that action and arrests that have taken place in the Fogart murder case include the sealing of the Curly's restaurant, where it is alleged that Sonali Fogart was drugged by two of her aides. Those 2 aides, of course, have been arrested. Well, even as drama continues over the elections within the Congress party for its top post, we are now giving to understand that Shashi Tharoor has challenged Rahul Gandhi Let's go across to Anuj. He has more details on what's happened. Anuj, we are given to understand that Shashi Tharoor essentially has written an article where he says that internal democracy must be encouraged.
Well, exactly. That's something what we have been told, as we do understand, and that is something what we have been told, that certain lobbies there who are not in the lobby of Rahul Gandhi. Shashi Tharoor there in the article has stated it very much clearly about the democracy in the Congress party. We have seen earlier also the senior leadership of the Congress party coming out with a different line, which is not the exact same line which has been taken by the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi. That's, for example, we can go the recent reaction of Mallikarjun Kharge. We have seen Ashok Gehlot coming out and backing Rahul Gandhi for the same and saying that we are going to pressurize Rahul Gandhi to be there on the chair. But on the other hand, the senior leadership of the Congress party is there who are having the different line. We have seen earlier the G23 leadership, and now if we talk about the recent example, this is none other but the Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the oldest guard of the Congress party, oldest leader of the Congress party, leaving the party, Kapil Sibal leaving the party. There, one lobby is who are saying that there should be fair election. The election should be there, but there should be fair election. On the other hand, there is a lobby which is loyal toward Rahul Gandhi, the loyalists of Rahul Gandhi who are backing Rahul Gandhi that yes, he should be there on the chair. But the leaders like Shashi Tharoor, let me tell you, is an old leader of the Congress party, being ministers in UPA 1, UPA 2. He has been minister, and his tallness is known by everyone if we talk about the Congress party leadership. Then now Shashi Tharoor taking this kind of line is going to be more trouble for the Congress party, as we have seen, as we were recently talking about Ghulam Nabi Azad, we were talking about Kapil Sibal, we have seen what happened with Jyotiraditya Scindia, we have seen what happened with Jatin Prasada. They themselves have been a minister in the UPA government. So that's something which is going to be more trouble for the Congress party. Now Shashi Tharoor taking the line, and how many more are there? Because the near we are getting toward the election date, it is going to be more trouble for the Congress party. That's something what we are understanding, and that is something what we have been told through our sources. Because now sources is claiming the discussion has been already done. A lobby which is loyal to Rahul Gandhi has made in their mind clear, and discussion has been already done regarding pushing Rahul Gandhi for the chair. And Rahul Gandhi there on one side taking the stand since from 2019 when the Congress party was limited to 50s after the general election, making it clear that I am not ready to go and sit on the chair, I am not ready to take the responsibility, and taking the moral responsibility, I have given the resignation. One side the picture is this, and the leadership pushing their Rahul Gandhi and saying that we want you to be our leader. On the other hand, the senior leadership of the Congress party, the old guard of the Congress party understand this policy and this scripted design of the Congress party, or rather the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi. That is something what we have been told. They are understanding what exactly is happening, because this has been the example in the past also. And we have seen the political ramifications of the same. We have seen Bharatiya Janata Party always talking about the dynasty politics and always saying that Gandhi Parivar is the best example, or rather the Congress party is the best example of the dynasty politics. So we have seen the political ramifications of the same earlier also. This is going to make impact this time also. But if we talk about the internal tussle and internal fight of the Congress party, because now the things are clear out in open. The leadership are coming out, making their stand clear. Leaders like Tharoor making their stand clear. It is going to be trouble for the Congress party.
Now, Anuj, what we are given to understand is that even though Shashi Tharoor hasn't really clearly announced whether he will be contesting elections, he's written in the Malayalam daily Mathrubhumi calling for free and fair elections, also questioning as to why, other posts in the CWC are still lying vacant.
Well, that's something which is like a question in front of the top leadership of the Congress party. This includes Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, because this is never the first time when we are seeing the leader like Shashi Tharoor talking about this particular policy and the program of the Congress party, where they are talking about the fair election of the CWC, why the chair are vacant, why the fair election has not happened in the past also, and why, if we talk about the presidential chip and the president elect.
Will you be contesting
Like you said, there needs
I have no comment to make.
Also, there are a lot of leaders resigning. Senior leaders are resigning. How will you react to it?
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shashi Tharoor over there not wanting to comment on whether he's going to fight the elections for the CWC, but saying that yes, I've written that article and I still think that elections are a good thing for the Congress party. That has been the common thing, Anuj, that we've been hearing from senior leaders of the Congress party, those who are still left with the Congress, who seem to suggest that internal democracy in the party is something that needs to be encouraged. And Shashi Tharoor writing the same in the Malayalam Daily. All right. We'll try and play out that reaction from Shashi Tharoor first, very, very quickly. Here's, listen to it once again.
Candidacy.
Will you be contesting? Like you said, there needs
I have no comment to make.
Also, there are a lot of leaders resigning. Senior leaders are resigning. How will you react to it?
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Shashi Tharoor over there sticking by what he's written in Mathrubhumi. All right, on the phone line with us is Mr. Singh from the BJP. Mr. Singh, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Singh, how do you see what's happening within the Congress party now? On the one side, there are senior leaders like Shashi Tharoor, like Anand Sharma. All right, Mr. Singh, we're going to come back to you in just a bit. Here's another reaction that we are getting from Shashi Tharoor.
Will you be contesting?
I have no comment. With the article, candidacy.
Sir, will you be contesting? Like you said, there needs
I have no comment to make.
Also, there are a lot of leaders resigning. Senior leaders are resigning. How will you react to it?
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Mr. Singh, who continues to be with us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, how do you see what's playing out in the Congress party? On one side, we have senior leaders like Shashi Tharoor, also Anand Sharma, who've talked about holding free and fair elections. On the other side, we have, talk coming in from senior people like Mallikarjun Kharge, where they say that Rahul Gandhi should take up the post.
Well, if the elections are held, it's good for the party. And if they're held in a democratic process, and if Mr. Gandhi, all the three Gandhis, stick to that, they won't be in the presidential race, and then they will stay out of the presidential race, it will be good for the party and good for the country and good for the democracy of the country.
All right, Mr. Singh from the BJP joining us. Thank you for that. But here's what we've seen since the morning. Of course, we have several different voices coming from the Congress party. Anuj, if I could come back to you now. Anuj, that was a reaction that we got from Shashi Tharoor, just short a while ago, where he says that, yes, I stick by what I've written, but not really wanting to say whether he's going to put himself in the fray or not.
Well, that is something what we are learning from Shashi Tharoor's reaction, but he's there in the reaction stating it very much clearly that this will be good for the Congress party to go with the elections. And something what has been discussed, which has been earlier stated by the top leadership of the Congress party, is about the fair election, about the election in which the people can participate. So we are reporting live on the story. This is Rahul Gandhi, who has been backed again by the lobby. Shashi Tharoor there taking his view. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Good evening and welcome. Viewers, 11 years after I confronted the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh on the Devas-ISRO deal, and 11 years after his then media advisor, a man called Harish Khare, an ex-journalist, tried to be more loyal than the king by trying to block my question, 11 years later, Viewers, Manmohan Singh has once again been proven wrong. Viewers, Manmohan Singh had mastered the art of avoiding responsibility even when he was Prime Minister. It was embarrassing to see him talk that way, and he told me then, when I asked him about backroom deals with blacklisted companies, that the PMO had no role in the landmine called the Devas ISRO scam. He was worried about the scam hitting him. But today, as the Delhi High Court set aside a 15,000 crore arbitration award, which means that the people of India have been saved 15,000 crore rupees of taxpayer money going to this company called Devas because of our exposés, we must think about the damage this one man, Manmohan Singh, did as Prime Minister of India to the fundamentals of transparent governance. Not only was his government the most corrupt, it has left behind scams that need correction even today. The Devas ISRO scam has been called, quote, a product of fraud. What more needs to be said by the courts? The irony is that these orders and observations of the courts will be ignored by some vested interests with the same eagerness that they black out the findings of the Supreme Court in cases like Rafale and Pegasus, both of which were proven to be totally bogus. In cases like Rafale, Manmohan Singh, who participated very heartily to please his...
Top headlines at 10:30 after Satyendra graft case, Liquorgate and now Schoolgate. But AAP's Dharna drama continues after night-long protests. AAP to march to CBI headquarters today. New levels of drama in Vadra Congress. Sources suggest Rahul Kothare now forcing reluctant Rahul to be the president. Big development in Sonali Fogart's murder case. Curly's restaurant now sealed. Ganesh Utsav celebrations permitted at Karnataka's Eidgah Maidan. Clashes reported in Gujarat's Vadodara at Ganesh procession. 13 detained so far. After Noida abusive woman, another incident comes from Gurugram to light. Man seen brutally thrashing security guard. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with our top story coming in from the national capital, where the AAP is staging a massive protest. In fact, the night-long dharna as well that was staged by the AAP leaders. Well, on to more news coming in. Another big story that we've been tracking with regard to the election for the Congress president. We understand that Shashi Tharoor is also now in the fray. So sources, in fact, confirming to Republic that Tharoor contacting state leaders for support. That's the big news coming in, that Tharoor is in touch with the state leaders ahead of the upcoming elections for the Congress chief. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but this is, of course, new levels of drama within the Vadra Cong. We have Anuj as well reporting live. Anuj, what more can you tell us? Tharoor now wanting to be the Congress president.
Well, this would be a bit early to say whether Tharoor wanting to be the president, because Tharoor recent election does not clarify the same. We were just listening to the reaction of Shashi Tharoor, where he was saying that I have written in the article whatsoever it is. But on the other hand, this has been not cleared by Shashi Tharoor whether he want to be the president or whether he will be contesting for the president of the Congress party or not. But there has been the voices which is coming in, and the top leadership of the Congress party is there, who is anti-Rahul Gandhi lobby. Like one side, this is the lobby of Rahul Gandhi, including Mallikarjun Kharge, including Ashok Gehlot, who has been vocal about the things that they are going to pressure Rahul Gandhi, they are going to pressurize Rahul Gandhi for the same to be there on the chair. But on the other hand, the senior leadership like Shashi Tharoor, senior leadership like Anand Sharma, we have seen them vocal now. They are coming and talking about the fair election which has to be happened. On the other hand, the recent example of the senior leadership leadership leaving the party, including Kapil Sibal, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, the latest, is going to somewhat dent the image, and there it has given a boost up to the leadership of the Congress party, who were earlier not vocal, but after Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation, they are also coming out in open and talking about the fair election. So whether Shashi Tharoor will be contesting the election, it is a bit early to say. We are more clarifying the thing. But on the other hand, yes, Shashi Tharoor there talking about the fair election. Shashi Tharoor there is in the touch with the state leadership. That's something what we have been told. Because a lobby which is not in the lobby of Rahul Gandhi loyalist is being vocal now. They are being talking about the fair election. So that is going to be more trouble for the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi, as we have seen Ashok Gehlot, as we have seen Mallikarjun Kharge, their reactions coming in, and they are saying that we are going to pressurize Rahul Gandhi to be there on the chair.
Yes, well, absolutely, Anuj. Stay with us. Let's also listen into that soundbite of Shashi Tharoor, where he has, of course, refrained from making any specific comments with regard to the chief for the post of Congress chief, but also went on to add that elections will be a good thing to take place. Let's listen into that soundbite as well.
Contesting.
I have no comment. Now, the article candidate.
Sir, will you be contesting? Like you said, there needs
I have no comment to make.
Also, there are a lot of leaders resigning. Senior leaders are resigning. How do you react to it?
I have no comment to make, except what I have written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Anuj continues to be with us. Anuj, if you could give us more information that we are getting, sources now confirming that Shashi Tharoor is indeed in touch with the state leaders for support.
Well, that's something what we have been told, that Shashi Tharoor there is in touch with the leadership. I have confirmed the same with the sources, and Shashi Tharoor, yes, is in very much touch with the state leadership, and there the state leadership and leaders like Shashi Tharoor and some of the tall leader, like the old leader of the Congress party, is also there in touch with Shashi Tharoor, what I have been told. So as we were telling this to our viewers earlier also, that there is certain lobby of the Congress party, the leadership of the Congress party, who is said to be the old leader or the old guards of the Congress party, who are not in the lobby of Rahul Gandhi loyalists. There, one side we are seeing the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi, who has been vocal about the things, that how they are going to pressurize Rahul Gandhi and how they are going to make this thing forward, that Rahul Gandhi should be there on the chair. But on the other hand, after leaving, like Anand Sharma, after resigning the party, there are discussions within the party, and the top leadership of the Congress party is discussing about the same, that what should be the next course of action. We have seen Anand Sharma vocal about the things in the recent CWC. There Anand Sharma speaking, because Anand Sharma is also the old guard of the Congress party and being serving in the old Congress party from decades, and there Shashi Tharoor being serving.
Just hold your thoughts for some time. We have Udit Raj of the Congress joining us. Sir, if I can get your response, new drama, it seems like within the Vadra Congress, we understand Shashi Tharoor, who's in touch with state leaders for the top post in the Congress.
Okay. So there is no unusual thing. It's an election. And what is the election? Gives the opportunity to others also contesting. Then where is the controversy in it? I don't find that there is any controversy. Had there not been election, then of course, why would have gone for this process? The election means that giving opportunity to different people. Otherwise, Rahulji would have not resigned. That itself says that anybody is free to contest election. This was the objective.
But sir, we've seen so many senior Congress leaders in the past as well who've been pressing for Rahul Gandhi to be the Congress chief. But what we understand so far, that Rahul Gandhi is very reluctant when it comes to the top post of the Congress.
That, I think, matter has been discussed much and much, and it's an old matter. He resigned, he was persuaded, and he refused. Still we are pursuing his refusing. Let's see what happens. But when we are already in the atmosphere of electioneering, so the question doesn't arise whether who's contesting or not, whether Rahul was willing or not. Now let's see that who wins it and how it goes. And of course, we only should talk about that elections are going to be concluded. But at the same time, let me tell you that in BJP, there is no election, there is selection. And of course, in Indian climate, it is difficult to be to be a model of democracy. But of course, practices are different. But Rahulji is wanting that it should be a model. It should be a true democracy.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So that was Congress leader Udit Raj giving his response. With regard to the top post of the Congress, we understand Shashi Tharoor, who is now in touch with state leaders, from what sources are telling Republic at this point. We'll go across to Anuj as well. In fact, just a short while back, Shashi Tharoor there giving his reaction as well to reports doing the rounds of him being wanting to be the Congress chief, saying that I have absolutely no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which the elections will be a good thing for the Congress. If I can go across to Anuj again. Anuj, if you could talk to us more about this article that has been referred to by Shashi Tharoor, saying that he has made his point in this article and that elections will be a good thing for the Congress. Well, we have another guest joining us. We have Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response to the crisis, yet again, it seems like a drama unfolding yet again within the Vadra Congress, with sources now telling that Shashi Tharoor, who wants to be the Congress chief and even in touch with the state leaders for the top post of the Congress.
The thing is that there is no democracy in the Congress, and there is complete disarray at the top leadership. The direction, the working of the Congress is directionless. It is only running on a family interest, and that is Gandhi Parivar doesn't want to leave control of the party, which is almost 125 years old party. The thing is that there should be democracy. If you are working in a democratic country, you need a political party which is working in a democratic setup. You cannot just look after an interest of one family or some person. That is the basic problems of Congress. And this is manifested in different areas. One after another, Congress leaders are leaving Congress. That shows that they are not happy with the working. The Congress is not solving their problems.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP giving his response, saying that there is no democracy within the Congress. I guess Anuj is also standing by with some more breaking updates. Anuj, over to you. Well, before I go across to Anuj, let me also go across to RP Singh of the BJP joining us. Sir, what is your remark to the latest update coming in with regard to the Congress presidential elections, where we understand Shashi Tharoor, who wants to be the Congress chief, and we understand he's even in touch with some state leaders?
Well, it's always fixed match. As per me, nothing goes beyond a dynasty. They don't think beyond a dynasty. Everything is decided on the paper table of the dynasty. Mr. Vadra and Gandhi sit together and decide what needs to be done. And I really don't see that they are going to leave the control of the party, and which is sad for the democracy of the country, because we are a democratic country and we believe in democratic processes, and then even the opposition should root through the democratic process. And it's sad that we have such an opposition which is dynasty-led, and that's the reason that there's no strong opposition today. We hope that they build up well and they go for their elections in the party, and elections are held genuinely, not a controlled or a farce election.
All right, RP Singh, thank you so much for speaking to us. Well, we are getting more breaking updates right now. We understand that pressure only growing there for the Gandhis, as we understand that a name from the loyalist of the Raga clan is going to come up with regard to the top post of the Congress. We have Anuj breaking that update for us. Anuj, over to you. Give us more details. Well, Anuj, if you can hear us, if you could give us more details on what we understand that pressure mounting there for the Gandhis.
Well, that's the latest what we are breaking at this point in time, and this is a big breaking coming in from the sources of the Congress party. Let me tell you that the top brasses of the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, is now discussing four names. Four names has been discussed. Earlier there was a discussion that who should be there, because we are seeing the internal tussle rising in the party, and there the leadership like Anand Sharma and Shashi Tharoor being vocal about the thing. And latest example about Ghulam Nabi Azad. Now the top leadership is under the pressure, and they are considering a name who is non-Gandhi. A non-Gandhi name has been considered, has been in the discussion by the top brasses of the Congress party, that include Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. There the discussion has been done among the four names. Let me tell you, this is Mallikarjun Kharge, Ashok Gehlot, Ambika Soni, Mukul Vasnik. Four names has been discussed by the top brasses of the Congress party, which includes Sonia Gandhi herself, Rahul Gandhi himself and Priyanka Gandhi. So there the decision maker, the top brasses of the Congress party, is now thinking about the name which is not a Gandhi, other than the Gandhi's son name. This is going to be a name which has been already discussed, and this is highly expected that out of these four names, one can be the president of the Congress party, because this is under the pressure now. We have seen Ghulam Nabi Azad leaving the party. There the senior leadership is becoming vocal about the thing. We have seen Anand Sharma. Earlier this was the trouble which was mounting on the head of the Congress party because of the G23 leadership. Recently the resignation.
All right, Anuj, just stay with us. We understand more reactions coming in on this big story we are tracking. Let's listen in.
जो तरीका है उससे पार्टी टूटी है। आज मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने एक बार फिर कहा है कि राहुल गांधी को ही पार्टी की कमान संभालनी चाहिए। आप लोग किस तरह देखते हैं?
हाँ, अगर कुछ उस मकान की तो दीवारें सब निकल गई हैं, अब बुनियाद रह गई है। अब बुनियाद निकालने के लिए अगर उसको रखेंगे तो वो उसको सारा ख़त्म कर देगा। अगर कोई कसर बकाया रही है वो कसर भी निकाल देगा, तो फिर बेहतर है उसी को रखने के लिए, ताकि जमात का नाम ही नहीं रहेगा फिर। शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
Yes, well, we understand that the front runners for the top post are Ambika Soni, Kharge, Gehlot and even Vasnik. Anuj just standing by with those details. Anuj, over to you.
Well, exactly. That's something what we are breaking at this point in time, because this is under the pressure now. The top leadership of the Congress party is under the pressure. We have seen the resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the oldest leader of the Congress party. And after that, the leader like Anand Sharma being vocal about the things, talking about the fair election in the Congress party, talking about the CWC. And there now recent reaction by Shashi Tharoor is something which is making more trouble on the Congress party. So we are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break, but a non-Gandhi can be considered. That's something what we are reporting for the Congress party president. Coming back after a short break, stay tuned.
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
के पास इतराज है, उसने दिया है हम दोनों को। तो हेमंत के साथ कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dutta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है।
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई।
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being... Wherever you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
And another big news break coming in. ED has now issued fresh summons to TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee. He's been asked to appear before the ED on September 2nd. We have a senior editor, Shravan, breaking that news for us. Shravan, it looks like more trouble there for Mamta's nephew.
So, Samiksha, this is part of the ongoing investigation that's being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Not the first time that Abhishek Banerjee has been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, his wife has also been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. As far as Abhishek Banerjee's questioning is concerned, remember he was called in here in the national capital multiple times in the coal smuggling case. In fact, what the Enforcement Directorate is currently looking at is Abhishek Banerjee's indirect links with a company in which they believe, in fact, two companies rather, Leaps and Bound Private Limited and Leaps and Bound Management Services LLP, which the Enforcement Directorate basically suspects at this stage that it is connected with Abhishek Banerjee and his family. And these are the two companies which had allegedly received protection funds amounting to about 4.37 crore from a construction company through the accused who are essentially being probed in the coal smuggling case. So effectively what they are looking at, these are two companies. Are they linked to Abhishek Banerjee? If they are linked to Abhishek Banerjee, was he actually aware of the fact that some funds were basically coming in from a construction company and that company is linked to one of the accused in the coal smuggling case? In fact, his father has also been named in the fact that he's one of the directors of the company, and these two companies were allegedly receiving funds from business owners who were trying to avoid local level syndicate issues. This is exactly what the Enforcement Directorate had reflected in some of the remand which was produced before the court. Now, his wife has also been called in the past for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, his wife had filed a petition before the Supreme Court in connection with the summons that were being issued against her by the Enforcement Directorate to appear in the national capital. Finally, remember, with the court basically intervening, the Enforcement Directorate was directed that they could continue with their investigation, and if at all there is a need, they could actually seek protection from the police administration in the state of West Bengal.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for getting us those details. Let me also go across to Kishle joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could explain to us how is the line of questioning going to be like, because this is of course not the first time that Abhishek Banerjee will be quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, exactly as Shravan put it very rightly, that Abhishek Banerjee, who has been summoned again by Enforcement Directorate, one of the biggest breakings of recent times, he is summoned for the second time now, and previously he was also summoned and he appeared in Delhi, and then he appealed to the court that it is better if he is summoned in Kolkata itself. So this time on 2nd September, as we have broken it first in the whole national media, we were the first one to break this news as well, that Abhishek Banerjee is again summoned on 2nd September in the coal scam case by ED in Kolkata. And the line of questioning, as you rightly asked, will include the information that ED has already collected from existing people who are already arrested in the coal scam case. Therefore, they will be cross-questioning, they will be cross-checking the information that they already have. And apart from that, they will also be questioning about different companies which already Abhishek Banerjee and his wife are also linked with in this case. Apart from that, it's also to be noted that yesterday Abhishek Banerjee and Mamta Banerjee both were present in a Trinamool Congress Chhatra Parishad Foundation Day, Trinamool Congress Student Wing Foundation Day meeting, and there both of them said that there is a high chance that ED will now be questioning Abhishek Banerjee. And Abhishek Banerjee also said that previously when 21st July meeting was held, just after that day, just after one day, Partho Chatterjee was arrested and raids were made at his home, and therefore they are also anticipating that there will be raids and questioning just after the Trinamool Congress Student Wing Foundation Day, and that's what has happened. And today again ED has summoned Abhishek Banerjee, and the line of questioning will of course include the existing information that ED has collected from the accused who are already arrested, and apart from that, all the companies that are owned by Abhishek or Abhishek Banerjee is linked with, and the company's name which are coming up in this coal smuggling scam.
Yes. All right, and also Kishle, just very briefly, if you could talk to us about, like Shravan was pointing out, that his wife and his father's role is also under scan, is what we're given to understand. If you could give us more details.
Well, exactly. We saw that how Abhishek Banerjee's wife, Rujira Banerjee, has been questioned previously as well, and not only in coal case, in different other cases. In one of the cases, there is also mention of hoarding gold and gold jewelry. Now, we saw that Abhishek Banerjee's wife had appeared in Kolkata ED office along with their child previously, and therefore they also requested the court that it's not possible for Abhishek Banerjee and his wife to repeatedly go to Delhi for these interrogation and questioning. So therefore, as per the instruction by the court, ED has summoned them in Kolkata office itself, in ED office Kolkata, in Central Government Office Complex, CGO Complex in Salt Lake City on 2nd September. So previously his wife was also questioned, and now this time Abhishek Banerjee has been summoned in ED office. We have to see that what are the questions that are being made to him.
All right, Kishle, thank you so much for getting us those details. So, Kishle reporting from the Bangla newsroom, trouble mounting for Abhishek Banerjee, the TMC leader.
Wherever you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है.
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
I know what was he used for all these days. I don't want to expose him. Which are the stories he has planted against the other parties? He doesn't have DNA himself. He doesn't have the Congress DNA.
मैं मोदी साहब को समझता था बड़ा क्रूड आदमी है, लेकिन कम से कम इंसानियत तो उसने दिखाई.
This is a civic body circular. They have imposed a complete meat ban in Bengaluru on Ganesh Chaturthi. Ahead of the elections, every issue is being used, polarize and raise questions. A controversy breaking out in Bengaluru. Some of the parties there are already raising questions on why there is a need to impose a meat ban on the Ganesh Chaturthi.
हेमंत के पास से दत्तराज है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
सुधीर कितने में दिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है। ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है।
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
New levels of drama in Vadra. Congress sources suggest Rahul Kotri now forcing a reluctant Rahul to be the president. As Gehlot refuses, Tharoor now challenges Rahul, contacts state leaders, gathers support against him. More shocking open call for secessionism. Top DMK ally calls for breaking away from India. After school gate, but AAP's Dharna drama continues after night-long protests. Aam Aadmi Party to march to CBI headquarters today. ED news tightens against Abhishek Banerjee. Fresh summons issued, asked to appear on September 2nd. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma with you, and massive controversy in Tamil Nadu as a top DMK ally says fight Sanatan Dharma, and VCK leader says Tamil Nadu should break away now. Is it an open call for secession? As well, a massive controversy, a huge uproar as a result of this comment.
ஓராண்டு ஆகஸ்ட் 17 அடுத்த ஆண்டு ஆகஸ்ட் 17 வரை நாங்கள் இதை விரைவுபடுத்துவதற்காக கிராமமாக சனாதன சக்திகளுக்கு எதிராக களமாடுகின்றோம். அதற்கான இளைஞர்களை நோக்கி நாங்கள் தந்தை பெரியார் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கருடைய கருத்தியலோடு நாங்கள் அணியமாகிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த சனாதன சக்திகளுக்கு எதிராக களமாடுவதில் எங்களுடைய உயிரே போனாலும் அதை பற்றி கவலைப்பட மாட்டோம். சனாதன சக்திகளை வீழ்த்துவது, தமிழ்நாட்டை முழுமையான தமிழ்நாடாக நாங்கள் மாற்றுவது என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் தான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் களமாடுகின்றோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் செங்கொடியின் இந்த நினைவு நாளில் விடுதலை, தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, தமிழர்களுடைய உரிமை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கொடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கொடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Shocking comment by a DMK ally calling for seceding from India. And Varshini joining us live now on this story. Varshini, who exactly is this person whom we are listening to? Even as we speak, he's calling for secession. A very shocking comment there. It's over to you to take us through this breaking news story.
Well, definitely. So this person is Vanni Arasu, who belongs to the Vidudalai Sirithaigal Katchi, which is an ally of DMK's. And this Vidudalai Sirithai Katchi's Deputy General Secretary is Vanni Arasu. And Vanni Arasu is the one who you are able to find on this video, speaking about how the Vidudalai Sirithaigal Katchi and all the Dravidian parties will be definitely working on, gathering the youngsters and teaching them the, thoughts and ideologies of Tandai Periyar and B.R. Ambedkar, so that they will come together to fight against the Sanatan Dharma, is what he says. And in this process, he also mentions that they will be fighting to get a free Tamil Nadu.
We'll be coming back to you to know more. But right now, very quickly, we've been able to connect to Mr. S.G. Surya of the BJP. Mr. Surya, when you talk about this outrageous comment, a call for secessionism in Tamil Nadu, a shocking statement, but we'd like to hear your thoughts. What does the BJP have to say to this? A call for secessionism from India.
Okay, initially, to begin with, the very factual fallacy that needs to be pointed out is Dr. Ambedkar never asked for secession. He was a great uniter of our country. In fact, he is the father of our constitution. So, these parties bringing in Ambedkar to all these separatist agendas are condemnable. Secondly, VCK is a party that is known for making such outrageous statements repeatedly. This is not something new. But its own Deputy General Secretary indulging in such statements is very shocking and condemnable. And we call for Chief Minister to give a reaction on this and take necessary action that is supposed to be taken for the separatist remarks.
And what was the Chief Minister's response to this? Is he likely to come out with a comment?
No, he generally ignores such comments. He never opines. Not only the Chief Minister, but the entire ruling party and the government never responds to such serious allegations and the problems that is happening in the state. That is the very big problem we are facing here.
Mr. Surya, we'll be coming back to you. Stay with us. We also have with us Mr. Vikraman, who is a VCK spokesperson. Mr. Vikraman, what are we hearing? Is it a call for seceding from the Indian Union that your leader is speaking about in this video?
No, it is too far outreaching, whatever you are accusing us of. It is, we are just expressing how proud we are as Tamilians and how much we have achieved as the state of Tamil Nadu in the whole Union of India. We have been better in terms of GDP, we are better in terms of gross enrollment ratio, we are better in terms of industrial revolution, we are better in terms of employment, literacy and women empowerment, human development index and everything. We are better in terms of all the factors which are necessary to make a state world class. So that is the reason why we call ourselves an exceptional state in the Union of India.
I beg your pardon, but what we are beginning, the message that has gone out is that you are, joining us is Niranjan. Niranjan, it's over to you. We have Mr. Vikraman from the VCK
I just wanted to check
speaking with the
Vikraman.
public, and we also have Mr. Surya.
I want to check with Vikraman. Mr. Vikraman, I've heard the entire soundbite. I've heard the entire soundbite. And in this soundbite, he's a very senior leader, first of all. Vanni Arasu, he's only second to Tirumavalavan. Now, it appears to be a recent tape from the 17th of August. Now, he says, our fight is against Sanatan Dharma. Now, why is your party against Sanatan Dharma? And it's very clear, he's very clear, Vikraman. I think anybody who's heard this tape, he says we should aim to be a separate nation. Now that is open call for secessionism, Vikraman. The way we are seeing purely going by the tape.
We follow the footsteps of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Tandai Periyar, who have been vocal and ferocious against Sanatan Dharma. Sanatan Dharma is a dharma which promotes caste inequality, which promotes inhuman, which has all the inhuman values within itself, and it divides society on the lines of caste by birth. So Sanatan Dharma is actually any human who has understood the concept of Sanatan Dharma would definitely be against it. So as a party who is promoting, which is promoting social justice, which is promoting equality and equity, humanity, for that matter, we will be always against Sanatan Dharma. And for the question of secessionism, he has not anywhere mentioned about secessionism. He's saying India is union of states is what our Indian constitution says. And it's Article 1. Article 1 says that. So what does that mean then? So the constitution is secessionist? Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is secessionist? No, because India is a subcontinent where every other different cultures, different states are brought together in the name of Indian Union. We are all different states. It's what the constitution also
Vikraman, I'll tell you what he has said. Let me tell you word by word. Word by word, okay? I have it here. He says, on this Remembrance Day of Sengodi, freedom. Tamil Nadu is absolute freedom. Tamil people's rights, which of course is a right of every Tamilian to have their absolute right. He says to attain a unique separate statehood to Tamil Nadu from the Union of India should be our oath and responsibility to Sengodi. He has said that. How can you deny that? And how can you defend that?
I think there is something wrong with the translation. He has been saying Tanitthuvamana Tamil Nadu. This is what he was saying. Tanitthuvamana Tamil Nadu as in, that is different from Tani Tamil Nadu. Tanitthuvamana Tamil Nadu, which means an individualistic characteristics of individual characteristics of a Tamil nation. I mean, like Tamil nation as a Tamil state. Okay, that was what I was saying. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar in Constitution in Article 1, he has been saying India is a union of states, which means Tamil Nadu is a state, is brought under the umbrella of Indian Union. All right. So we have separate characteristics, and freedom in the sense doesn't Indian Union is suppressing every other state, like not just Tamil Nadu. Every other state's autonomy is under question now. It has been put under a lot of pressure.
Vikraman, stay with me. Because you're trying to make it very simple. I understand that you have an obligation. You're a VCPK spokesperson. Let me go across also to Dr. Subramaniam. Dr. Subramaniam Swamy is joining us on the phone line. Dr. Swamy, good morning. There is a soundbite of this very senior leader of the VCK, and his name is Vanni Arasu. And we hear that he's the second in command in the VCK. And he's heard openly saying that we have a war ongoing against Sanatan Dharma and we must complete this war. He also talks about Sanatan Dharma. He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, giving it a separate union status almost in this soundbite which has been tweeted by the BJP. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. But I think the calls are becoming more open now, and we're all taken aback by the comment, purely going by how it's played out in the media. Dr. Swamy, would you like to respond to it?
Yes, certainly. When Chandrasekhar was Prime Minister, I was the senior most minister, and the same sort of silly thing was said. And what did we do? We dismissed the government. So give Stalin a warning. Please take action under the National Security Act and put this guy in jail because he has raised a question about our unity itself, and that is intolerable. And if Stalin doesn't do, then dismiss the government and send the CRP and the BSF to take charge of the law and order there. And I'm telling you, the general public will support us.
And such comments being made, asking for people to almost launch a war against Sanatan Dharma, and this is one issue in Tamil Nadu that is a very, very emotional, sentimental issue. Dr. Swamy, how do you see this?
Don't complain about that, because we are not doing anything in Delhi. We are sitting there and watching this. How long? It has been going on slowly. It has been building up. Somebody said the other day that there should be a genocide of Brahmins. Of course, he shut up now because I filed a case. And it is awaiting the Chief Secretary's sanction for me to prosecute that office bearer of the DMK. Don't tolerate this. This government is a very weak government now, it appears. You can, whether it's a question of China or whether it's an internal subversion, they are not taking any action. So we must now tell Mr. Stalin, put this guy in jail under the National Security Act, and if we don't, then dismiss the government.
Very controversial statement. I look forward to getting you live on the channel at some point today so that we can, I think a lot of people will want to hear from you as well. Dr. Swami, thank you for now. We'll get you live in a few minutes. That is Dr. Subramaniam Swami, has very strong views. There's a BJP news conference on the raids that are ongoing and the searches in Delhi on the scams. I'm cutting across live to that for a few minutes. Let's cut across live.
अस्पताल में जीवन और मौत से जूझ रही है। अभी भी उसकी स्थिति चिंताजनक है। ठीक 2 मिनट पहले भी मेरी वहां उपस्थित लोगों से बात हुई है, लेकिन सवाल उठता है कि ये पंखा गिर क्यों जाता है, ये गिरने का सिलसिला ऐसा क्यों चल रहा है दिल्ली में। अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का चरित्र तो गिर ही रहा है, बच्चों के ऊपर पंखे गिर रहे हैं। अभी तो किसी दिन यह भी समाचार आ सकता है कि स्कूल का आधा हिस्सा ही गिर गया। कई ऐसे स्कूल हैं जो मैं विजिट करके भी आपके सामने खड़ा हूं। सर्वोदय कन्या विद्यालय, मलकागंज का विद्यालय ऐसा ही है, कोई जाकर के देख ले। और ऐसे ऐसे कम से कम 400 विद्यालय हैं जो कभी भी गिर सकते हैं। पंखा क्यों गिर रहा है, अगर इसका छोटा सा हम आपको डिटेल्स दें तो शायद आपको याद आए, हमने एक केस किया है। हरीश खुराना ने, प्रवेश वर्मा ने, नीलकांत बख्शी, ये सब लोग इसमें कंप्लेनेंट है। और हमारी उस कंप्लेन को लोकायुक्त महोदय ने भी माना कि इसमें गड़बड़ी है और चीफ सेक्रेटरी से जांच की रिपोर्ट मांगी गई है। लेकिन आपको याद होगा, हम लोगों को ये आवाज उठाने के कारण हमारे ऊपर मानहानि का मुकदमा दायर कर दिया। मनीष सिसोदिया, जो करप्ट नंबर 1, जिनको दिल्ली में एक्यूज नंबर 1 सब कह रहे हैं। और उसी केस में जब आती है जानकारी की रिपोर्ट दिया जाए, तो रिपोर्ट जो सामने आती है आप सबको चौंका देगी। हमने केस किए थे कि 5 लाख रुपए के कमरे 25 लाख में बन रहे हैं। 5 का 25, ऐसा दिल्ली के लोग सन्न थे। लेकिन जब ये रिपोर्ट आई है तो आप सभी को जान करके दुख होगा कि ये रिपोर्ट कह रही है कि ये 5 का 25 नहीं, ये 5 लाख का 33 लाख है। ये 5 का 33 हो गया है। ये हमारे दिल्ली के विद्यालयों की शिक्षा की व्यवस्था, जो कमरा बन सकता है 5 लाख में, वो इन्होंने बनाया 33 लाख में। और ये हम नहीं कह रहे, ये रिपोर्ट है। इस रिपोर्ट को पढ़ने के बाद कोई भी चौंक जाएगा कि जिस शिक्षा की बात करते हैं उसका देखिए स्थिति क्या है। आप जान के हैरान रह जाएंगे कि इन लोगों ने नंबर ऑफ रूम्स बढ़ाने के लिए, उस लूट को बढ़ाने के लिए, टॉयलेट को भी कमरों का नाम दे दिया। मैं समझता हूं दिल्ली नहीं, पूरे दुनिया में यह अनोखी लूट हुई होगी जहां कमरे बनाने में 5 का 33 तो हो रहा है, लेकिन टॉयलेट को भी कमरा में गिन लिया गया। यह रिपोर्ट कह रही है।
मनीष सिसोदिया
पत्नी जो है वो भी अंदर जा रही है। अपनी पत्नी के साथ यहाँ पहुंच चुकी है। यहाँ पर
Well, those are visuals there. Even as we were listening to that press conference of the BJP, in which it has come out with further allegations. Here we are seeing the latest in the investigation.
बार हुआ है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी बड़े बेशर्मी से इसको सर्वश्रेष्ठ ऐसे लोगों को पुरस्कृत करने की बात करते हैं लोग। आपको जान के दुख होगा अभी तो शुक्र है बेटी की जान अभी लगता है कि बच सकती है, मगर इसके ऊपर उनका जवाब नहीं आएगा। मनीष सिसोदिया, अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का जवाब इस पे नहीं आएगा। आपको जानकर के हैरानी होगी कि ये सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर बनाते हैं स्कूलों में, जिसके कारण पंखे गिरते हैं। अब सवाल उठता है, व्हाट इज सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर? सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर का मतलब होता है कड़ी कुंडी की छत, जो बहुत ही मजबूरी में बनाई जाती है, बहुत शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए बनाई जाती है। दिल्ली के इतने लाखों बच्चों के साथ ऐसा खिलवाड़ क्यों? सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर क्यों? परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर क्यों नहीं? अगर इसके तह में जाएंगे तो एक और भी बड़ी सी कहानी आपको सामने दिखाई देगी। मेरा मानना है ये इन्होंने सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर, कड़ी कुंडी की छत बनाने के साथ ही इन्होंने दिल्ली सरकार में पढ़ रहे हमारे बच्चों को खतरे में डाल दिया। और ये सारी जानकारी तो तब आई है जब कोर्ट ने एसीबी जांच शुरू करने के जल्दी की आदेश किया। लोकायुक्त ने मान ही लिया इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ी है, रिपोर्ट मांगी गई है। लेकिन आप सोचिए, बात यहीं तक नहीं है। जिस दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों में मात्र साढ़े 350 स्कूलों में ही साइंस पढ़ने की व्यवस्था है, बाकी 1024 के स्कूलों में साइंस पढ़ने की व्यवस्था ही नहीं। यहां कोई रमन नहीं निकल सकता, यहां कोई वैज्ञानिक नहीं निकल सकता। और उस शिक्षा व्यवस्था की तारीफ करते ये थकेंगे नहीं। हमारी आवाज को आप मानहानि लाकर चाहे जितना भी रोकने की कोशिश करो, अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, लेकिन आपको यह जवाब देना होगा कि दिल्ली सरकार ने 5 लाख का कमरा 33 लाख में कैसे बनाया, टॉयलेट्स को भी कमरा क्यों गिना, और आज बेटियां, बच्चे असुरक्षित क्यों हैं, स्कूलों में पंखे क्यों गिर रहे हैं, इसका भी जवाब आपको देना होगा। मुझे लगता है कि इस बात को उठाने के बाद निश्चित रूप से आम आदमी पार्टी इसका जवाब देगी, लेकिन जवाब इसी मुद्दे पे देना चाहिए। इसको भी डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश मत करना, शराब घोटाले के प्रश्नों की तरह। आपको इसका जवाब देना होगा, क्योंकि इसका जवाब मात्र मनोज तिवारी या शहजाद पूनावाला, संजय मयूख नहीं चाहते, इसका जवाब दिल्ली की जनता चाहती है।
मेरा आग्रह है माननीय शहजाद पूनावाला जी से कि आपको संबोधित करें।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया संजय जी। अभी विस्तृत रूप से पूर्व दिल्ली भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष और हमारे सांसद मनोज तिवारी जी ने शिक्षा घोटाले की, क्लासरूम घोटाले की बात रखी है। 1 पे 1 फ्री से 5 का 33 ये मॉडल है। और मॉडल क्या है? भ्रष्टाचार के ठेकेदार कहे भ्रष्टाचार मेरा शिष्टाचार, कोई इंक्वायरी हो जाए, कोई जांच हो जाए तो चिल्लाए ये अत्याचार अत्याचार, और फिर असेंबली में बैठकर करे ड्रामा और दुराचार। देखिए मित्रों, आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना पैदा होता है, आपने देखा होगा परसों नोएडा में 2 टावर, ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त किए गए। पर दिल्ली की जनता पूछ रही है कि दिल्ली का जो ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन है, एक टावर है शिक्षा घोटाले का और दूसरा टावर है शराब घोटाले का, और इस दोनों टावर का जो बिल्डर है मनीष सिसोदिया। देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है कि दुनिया में एक लौता ऐसा केस होगा जहां पर शिक्षा मंत्रालय और शराब मंत्रालय दोनों एक ही बिल्डर, एक ही व्यक्ति के हाथ में, और इस मंत्री ने दोनों ही टावर ऑफ करप्शन, ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन खड़ी कर दी। एक शराब घोटाले की टावर ऑफ करप्शन, दूसरी शिक्षा घोटाले की टावर ऑफ करप्शन। और जनता पूछ रही है कि केजरीवाल जी ऐसी क्या मजबूरी है आपकी कि ये 2 ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन ऑफ दिल्ली के ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन को ध्वस्त करने में, या कम से कम उनका इस्तीफा लेने में आप इतना कतरा क्यों रहे? मॉडल तो ये भी बन गया है कि मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला, मांगा जनता ने पाठशाला, दिया केजरीवाल ने मधुशाला। और अब जब हम सवाल पूछते हैं कि इस मधुशाला में जिस प्रकार से हुआ घोटाला, तो अब ये जवाब देने के बदले कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पर चले जाते हैं, कभी एलजी पर चले जाते हैं, कभी गुजरात चले जाते हैं, कभी 2024 चले जाते हैं, कभी असेंबली में पहुंच जाते हैं। असेंबली में किसी भी बहुमत टेस्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती। जनता करप्शन का टेस्ट करवाना चाहती है, आप कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट करवा रहे हैं। सवाल ये भी पैदा होता है कि असेंबली में बहुमत के कॉन्फिडेंस को साबित करने की जरूरत नहीं है। जनता में यदि कॉन्फिडेंस है आपको तो जाकर जवाब दीजिए। देखिए 38 दिन हो चुके हैं। 38 दिन का मतलब लगभग 43 लाख सेकंड। 43 लाख सेकंड से हमारे 15 सवाल शराब घोटाले को लेकर वही हैं। और इस मंच पर चाहे मीनाक्षी लेखी जी हो, चाहे परवेश वर्मा जी हो, सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी हो, गौरव भाटिया जी हो, संबित पात्रा जी हो, आदेश गुप्ता जी, हरीश भाई, मनोज तिवारी जी या मैं, हम लगातार वही 15 सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। हमारे वो 15 सवालों में एक भी रुपए की तब्दीली नहीं हुई है आज तक। 38 दिन जब से सीबीआई प्रोब के आदेश दिए गए, 33 लाख सेकेंड्स। परंतु आपने देखा होगा कि इन 38 दिनों में अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी हर रोज एक नए मुद्दे को उठाती है और गोल पोस्ट शिफ्ट करने की कोशिश करती है। और भरसक प्रयास उसका यही रहता है कि हमसे शराब घोटाले पर या शिक्षा घोटाले पर सवाल कतई ना पूछे जाए। इसलिए मैं वो सवाल बहुत संक्षेप में आपके सामने फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अगर बोलेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया अगर बोलेंगे तो इस मुद्दे पर बोलेंगे, ना कि उधर उधर की बातें करेंगे। वो सवाल क्या थे जो हमारे तमाम नेताओं ने, प्रवक्ताओं ने उठाए? कमीशन 2.5% से 12% क्यों हुई? रवि धवन कमेटी रिपोर्ट की रिकमेंडेशन जिसमें लॉटरी सिस्टम था, होलसेल सिस्टम गवर्नमेंट के पास रखना था, उसको क्यों इग्नोर किया गया? अगर ये पॉलिसी इतनी बढ़िया थी, इतनी अच्छी थी, वर्ल्ड्स बेस्ट लिकर पॉलिसी थी, शराब पॉलिसी इससे बेहतर हो नहीं सकती थी, तो वापस क्यों लिया? मतलब कि आपने माना इसमें घोटाला था। ऑपरेशनल पीरियड जो था लाइसेंसेस का, उसको मनीष सिसोदिया ने क्यों और किस आधार पर बढ़ाने का काम किया? 50 रुपए प्रति क्रेट का डिस्काउंट इंपोर्टेड लिकर पर क्यों दिया गया, वो भी वायलेशन करके, नॉर्म्स के, रूल्स के? क्यों 144 करोड़ का वेवर कोरोना के नाम पर दिया गया और बच्चों की फीस बढ़ा रहे थे? दिल्ली में स्कूल के गरीब बच्चों की फीस बढ़ा रहे थे, पर दरिया दिली दारू वालों के लिए, ठेकों वालों के लिए कि उनके लिए वेवर दे रहे थे, और वो भी कानून तोड़कर। वेवर देना एक विषय है, कानून तोड़कर वेवर दिया जा रहा था। वो क्यों दिया जा रहा था? 30 करोड़ की एमडी किस प्रकार से रिफंड की गई? किस प्रकार से ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को आने दिया गया रिटेल में? किस प्रकार से होलसेल जो कंपनीज थी, जिसको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनीज थी, उसको आने दिया गया, जो कि वायलेशन था एक्साइज पॉलिसी का? और इसी मंच से सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी, हरीश खुराना जी और परवेश वर्मा जी ने तो वो शोकॉज नोटिस भी दिखाई। वो शोकॉज नोटिस थी जो कि एक ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को दी गई थी, 2021 अक्टूबर में दी गई थी, कि इस कंपनी ने वायलेशन किया है। इसके ऊपर आज तक क्या कार्रवाई की एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट और मनीष सिसोदिया ने? कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, क्योंकि पंजाब के लिए उनको वहां से आ रहा था इनकमिंग। पंजाब चुनाव के लिए इनकमिंग शराब माफिया से आ रहा था, तो अपनी ही सरकार के द्वारा दिए गए नोटिस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। एक आंकड़ा आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं। बार बार मनोज तिवारी जी ने बताया है कि दारू की सेल तो भरपूर बढ़ी, 70-80% विस्की, वाइन सबकी सेल बढ़ी, सरकारी खजाने में सेंध लगी। और किस प्रकार से सेंध लगी, आप ही के मीडिया वालों ने इसको एनालाइज करके बताया है। अगर 750 ml की बोतल हो, और इन चीज़ों में आम आदमी पार्टी ज़्यादा समझती भी होंगी इन चीज़ों को, 750 ml की बोतल हो जिसकी कॉस्ट 550 रुपये की हो, तो इसमें ओल्ड पॉलिसी के तहत ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए मिल रहे थे और सरकारी खजाने में 330 रुपए आ रहे थे। ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए, सरकारी खजाने में 330 रुपए। चलिए, कम से कम सरकारी खजाने में आता है तो गरीबों के लिए खर्च किया जा सकता है। और जो नई पॉलिसी लाई केजरीवाल जी एंड कंपनी ने, और वो केजरीवाल जी एंड कंपनी ने ऐसी पॉलिसी लाई कि ठेके वाले को 33 रुपए के बदले 363 रुपए मिलने लगे। 1000 गुना का मुनाफा। 1000 गुना का सुपर प्रॉफिट मिला और सरकार को 330 रुपए 750 ml की बोतल पे मिलते थे, उसको मात्र 8 रुपए। 4000% का नुकसान, मतलब 4000% का नुकसान सरकार का करवाकर 1000% प्रॉफिट करवाया। इसको मैं कहता हूं रिवर्स रॉबिनहुड। रॉबिनहुड की कहानी तो बच्चों ने आपकी सुनी होगी, आपने सुनी होगी। रॉबिनहुड अमीरों से लेकर गरीबों को देता था। दिल्ली में रिवर्स रॉबिनहुड है। ये गरीबों का पैसा मारकर ये शराब माफियाओं की जेबें भर रहे थे, शराब माफियाओं की जेबें भर रहे थे, और वो भी कोरोना काल में। देखिए, मैं इसीलिए कह रहा हूं कि ये जो ट्विन टावर्स ऑफ करप्शन है दिल्ली में, इसमें हर रोज एक नया फ्लोर बढ़ते जाता है। भारत रत्न मिले ना मिले, भ्रष्टाचार का रत्न मिलना तय है। जिस प्रकार से एक के बाद एक नया तल भ्रष्टाचार का बनाया जाता है इनके द्वारा। अभी अभी इन्होंने वर्णन किया है कि शिक्षा घोटाला कैसा हुआ। मैं बस इसमें एक ही चीज जोड़ना चाहता हूं। ये उस बेटी की तस्वीर है। ये बेटी है जिसके ऊपर वो पंखा गिरा है, जिसके बारे में अभी आदरणीय मनोज जी जिक्र कर रहे थे। अभी तो उन स्कूल में जाना खतरे से कम नहीं है। खतरों के खिलाड़ी है तो दिल्ली की सरकारी स्कूल के कमरे में घुसिएगा, क्योंकि ये सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर पूरे के पूरे करप्शन के सीमेंट से बनाया गया है। इसीलिए कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन 5 लाख से बढ़कर 33 लाख। और देखिए कितना भद्दा मजाक किया जाता है। टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बताते हैं। हम इनसे पूछते थे डिबेट में, बार बार डिबेट में हम पूछते थे, हरीश भाई मैं, कि 500 नए स्कूल का था वादा, 850 ठेके तो आपने खुलवाने का प्लान बनवा दिया। जरा ये बताइए कि स्कूल कहां है नए? कहां है ये स्कूल जहां पर प्रिंसिपल है, ग्राउंड है, साइंस कॉमर्स सिखाते हैं, जहां पर ईडब्ल्यूएस को सीट देते हैं? कहां है ये स्कूल जहां पर 40,000 से ज्यादा टीचर के पोजीशन वेकेंट है, 22,000 गेस्ट टीचर नहीं है? कहां है ये स्कूल? दिखाइए तो, एक तो स्कूल दिखाइए। तो ये बताते थे हमने क्लासरूम बना दिए, हमने क्लासरूम बना दिए। ये क्लासरूम क्यों बना रहे थे ये भी समझ में आ रहा है, परंतु अब पता चल रहा है सीवीसी की रिपोर्ट से कि टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बना रहे, टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बता रहे। इसीलिए देखिए, मैंने 2 तस्वीर इंटरनेट से निकाली है। ये जरा दिखाइएगा केजरीवाल जी को। इसको क्लासरूम कहते हैं। दिस इज क्लासरूम। क्लासरूम में ब्लैक बोर्ड होता है, क्लासरूम में बेंच होती है, क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट बैठते हैं, वहां पर उसको मंदिर कहते हैं हम लोग, उधर शिक्षा दी जाती है। ये क्लासरूम है। जरा दिखा दीजिएगा ये क्लासरूम। दिस इज हाउ क्लासरूम लुक्स। और ये है टॉयलेट। टॉयलेट में जो है दरवाजा होता है, टॉयलेट सीट होती है, फ्लोर होती है, मग्गा होता है, ये सारी चीजें होती है। तो क्लासरूम और टॉयलेट अलग अलग होते हैं। कृपया करके टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम गिनाकर अपनी उपलब्धि ना दिखाएं। अगर ऐसी ही वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन मॉडल है जहां पर टॉयलेट को क्लासरूम बताया जा रहा है तो भगवान बचाए हमारे बच्चों को। परंतु आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि मत कहो अत्याचार अत्याचार, मत करो असेंबली में ड्रामा और दुराचार, और ये बताओ कि क्यों किया शराब और शिक्षा में इतना व्यापक भ्रष्टाचार।
मित्रों, अब आप प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं। अरुण धाम सीएन।
मनोज जी, परसों मनीष सिसोदिया ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। दोनों चीज़ों पे उन्होंने साइंस पॉलिसी पे और एजुकेशन पे जो आप लोग बात उठाए हैं, उन्होंने कहा था कि 14 घंटे तक मेरे घर पे रेड पड़ी, इतने दिन हो गए, अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चला मेरे घर से क्या निकला। दूसरा उन्होंने कहा कि भारत सरकार ने 72,000 सरकारी स्कूल बंद कर दिए और वो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। जब आप लोग इसकी बात करते हैं कि
देखिए, ये लोग आजकल जो कार्य कर रहे हैं और जिस प्रकार से मुद्दे को डाइवर्ट करते हैं, हालांकि उनकी मास्टरी है, वो डाइवर्टिंग मास्टर हैं, लेकिन इनके स्कूलों में 16,400 से ज़्यादा शिक्षकों का अभाव है। आप कह देते हैं हम 20,000 नए, क्या 22,000 नए कमरे बनाए, तो उसमें टॉयलेट आ गया है तो अलग बात है, लेकिन अगर नए कमरे बनेंगे तो पढ़ाएगा कौन? सिंपल सी बात है कि अगर नया कमरा बनेगा तो उसमें कोई घोष तो पढ़ाएगा नहीं, किसी न किसी को तो आना ही पड़ेगा। लेकिन इनकी टीचर की संख्या बिल्कुल ही नहीं बढ़ी। चूंकि इनको इशू को डाइवर्ट करना है, और ये लगातार जो बातें कहते हैं, मैं इनकी मास्टरी को देखते हुए इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि कायदे से तो इनको चुल्लू भर पानी में समाधि लेनी चाहिए, लेकिन ये सहारा लेते हैं गांधी जी की समाधि की, अब वो चलने वाला नहीं है सर।
और कोई प्रश्न? तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नहीं, अलग प्रश्न का सवाल ही नहीं।
उस हाँ।
एक सवाल है कि ये जो शशि थरूर है वो भी चुनाव लड़ने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे।
चलिए, धन्यवाद धन्यवाद। आपसे फिर मिलेंगे हम लोग बाहर।
Yes, I should remind.
Attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Visuals on your screen right now are of Manish Sisodia's bank locker being checked by CBI officials. He and his wife are present even as the CBI is looking through the contents of his bank locker. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has said that this is political pressure under which the CBI is acting against it. But the BJP, of course, piling on the questions about the education policy as well as questions about liquor gate over there. Now, pictures on your screen are of Manish Sisodia bank locker being examined by the CBI. Piyush Shori continues to report on this. Let's go across live to him right now. Piyush, give us a sense of what's happening inside. We are told that Manish Sisodia and his wife, of course, are both accompanying the CBI.
Manish Sisodia is already inside the bank where,
Manish Sisodia is already inside the bank where, CBI officials, CBI sleuths are conducting the searches. And what we have been told over here is that they are trying to see the locker where all the officials of PNP, officials from CBI, along with Manish Sisodia are present, and the locker searching is underway. Manish Sisodia just reached over 15 to 20 minutes back. And immediately after he reached, the officials from CBI also reached the bank, and the process of, searching is underway. As you can see from the visual inside, which has been presented to you by my video journalist Narudeshwar, you can see that, there is a lot of hustle and bustle which is happening inside the PNP bank, where not only Manish Sisodia but also sleuths from CBI are present. You can see that, a lot of activity is happening over here, where the investigation process is underway. And along with us, there is also a lot of, crowd of media persons who are just trying to anticipate of what is happening. We are being just told over here by the officials of CBI to maintain some calm because there is a lot of rush over here. So as you can just see that, there are officials from Delhi police also now coming in to make sure that, there's proper law and order situation which is maintained. So you can just see over the visuals from here that an official from Delhi police has just entered the Punjab and National Bank. So as you can see that, the investigation, the raids are underway, and the CBI officials are making sure that, there is no untoward incident that takes place, and all the activity of conducting this raid carries off smoothly. Back to you in the studio.
All right. So as Piyush Shori is bringing us the latest, Piyush, as you are pointing out, of course, Manish Sisodia and his wife both inside the bank premises where this locker has been raided. But any comment that he's made so far, even as he was entering the bank?
So, we followed him from his official residence at Mathura Road to when he came to the PNP bank in Vasundhara. And all during this journey, he made no comments. We made live visuals of him, coming from his official residence to his house. And we also, when he reached this bank, we tried to get a comment from him. But taking into consideration of this raid being conducted, there was no official, statement by him. We expect that after these roads are over, he may come and give statement to us. But as of now, there has been no statement that has been given by either Manish Sisodia or his family who are there present inside this bank as of now, where the raids are taking place.
Right, but before the raids actually began, Manish Sisodia spoke yesterday and he said that the CBI will find nothing in his lockers, and he has, of course, maintained that he has nothing to hide.
So this has been a statement from Manish Sisodia ever since, the first raid by Central Bureau of Investigation took place on August 19. And he has been saying this from time and again that, all these raids which have been conducted on him is actually not an investigation for corruption, but it is actually a power struggle that has been carried out by BJP to defame the Aam Aadmi Party government so that they can take the power, reign the power here at Delhi. So this is just a statement which has been coming from Manish Sisodia ever since these raids have been taking place. And today also, when these raids took place, Manish Sisodia seemed confident. He said that he would welcome the raid which would be conducted at his locker by CBI officials, and nothing would come out of it. So yes, it would be very interesting to see that what would come out after this raids are over, and more importantly, what would be the statement of Manish Sisodia after these raids get over.
Right, now Piyush, even as you're pointing out, and even as raids are currently on at Manish Sisodia's locker, his wife also present at the bank, the BJP just held a press conference, and they said that the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia are avoiding questions that have pointedly being asked about the liquor policy as well as the educational policy of the Delhi government.
So, ever since these raids have taken place, there's also another side of it, and that is the political war of words between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. And there have been a slew of press conferences ever since, the raids first took place on August 19, where both officials and leaders from BJP as well as, from Aam Aadmi Party have traded barbs at each other. And today, again, before these raids took place, there was another press conference which was held by BJP in which they not only again leveled allegations on Aam Aadmi Party against a liquor scam, but also against raised that how there was misappropriation of funds in setting up the classrooms for Delhi government schools. So yes, till the time, you would see that, there are no arrests that are being made by CBI in this case. Till the time you would see that, the investigations in this process is going to go on. You would continue to watch, a lot of, political slugfest between BJP, Aam Aadmi Party, and to some extent, even leaders from Congress Party. So, expect some more press conferences, expect some more political, war of words between BJP, Aam Aadmi Party as this investigation continues to take place. Back in the studio.
And Piyush, as you're pointing out, of course, we are continuing to see a war of words. But, the Delhi Assembly, where simultaneous protests, both by the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are continuing, are testament to the fact that, this battle is going to get even more bitter from here on.
So, you rightly pointed out that, what Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying that this is actually not a war on corruption, but it is actually a war by the BJP to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government so that they can take the reins of power. In fact, what they're trying to say is that, the Aam Aadmi Party top leadership, that includes Manish Sisodia and other leaders, are also being harassed because, it suits the narrative of BJP to make their Operation Lotus. That is to, intimidate the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, either through money power or through investigative agencies, to intimidate them and thereby take them in their fold and ultimately, topple the Aam Aadmi Party government. Now, how true are these allegations? We can just wait and watch, and we can just, observe what actually are the developments going to be like. But ultimately, what Aam Aadmi Party leaders are trying to do is they first tried to say that, this was Operation Lotus, and now yesterday what we saw was that they again began to target Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena, whom they say is also involved in the corruption. So you are just trying to see that, as the political war of words between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party heats up, there are a lot of different narratives which are being pointed out. It all started off with, war on corruption, in which Aam Aadmi Party said that this is all a ploy by the BJP to defame them. It then started off with Aam Aadmi Party saying that this was all done in pretext of making Operation Lotus by the BJP successful, which it was not able to do. And now you are seeing that Aam Aadmi Party leadership is now trying to level corruption allegations on Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena, whom they say is the agent of BJP and with whom they say is all acting against on the behest of the BJP government to defame the Aam Aadmi Party government and ultimately topple them. So all these developments are happening, and it's going to be interesting to see that where exactly all these developments are going to end. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush, do stay with us. Just to tell our viewers, visuals on your screen right now are from outside as well as inside. This is Manish Sisodia, of course, making his way to the locker, and pictures on the right-hand side of your screens are of the searches that are being conducted by the CBI inside the PNB Bank locker, where Manish Sisodia and his wife are both present. Manish Sisodia, of course, had previously said that he will cooperate fully and that the CBI is welcome to examine the contents of his bank locker. Piyush, he has been tracking the stories for us since the morning. Piyush, coming back to you now. Piyush, Manish Sisodia is, of course, one among 15 people who've been named by the CBI in that particular FIR. Also give us a sense where the investigations right now are currently.
You rightly pointed out that, Manish Sisodia is among the 15 accused that have been named in this liquor scam. And ever since, it was always decided, it was from the time, CBI took over this case, it was always, decided that, Manish Sisodia's trouble is going to rise. So on August 19, when CBI officials conducted raids at the residence of Manish Sisodia, it was expected that their investigations is going to go be done quite expeditiously, and that is being done by the CBI officials. In addition to Manish Sisodia, there are also 14 other accused, and what we have been told by the sources is that even these accused that involve liquor baron and liquor retailers, they've also been questioned by the CBI. We've also gone and tried to confront these liquor barons, whose credentials, as per our investigation, seems doubtful. So yes, there is a lot of investigation that has been going by the CBI, but it's going to be very interesting now to see that, as the investigation in this matter is going to go by the CBI officials, are there now going to be any arrests? Are there going to be any big action that is going to be taken by the CBI? Because till the time there are not going to be any arrests, there is not going to be any big action. You're continuing to see this such kind of drama, political drama between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, where both parties are going to trade barbs at each other, that this is nothing but a fair attempt to defame the party and an attempt to cover up the corruption. So yes, now it is expected by the CBI to make a big action and make some arrest in this case if there is any corruption that is involved in this entire liquor gate. Back to you in the studio.
Now, Piyush, one of the charges that the CBI has laid at Mr. Sisodia's doorstep is that there was a quid pro quo involved, that kickbacks and commissions were charged. But give us a sense of the kind of seizures that we've seen so far. His home has been raided, and now, of course, the bank locker over there being raided. Just to tell our viewers, visuals on your screen are coming to you exclusively on Republic TV. These are of the bank locker where Mr. Sisodia and his wife are present with the CBI sleuths who are going through the contents of this locker. Piyush is tracking all the developments for us. He continues to report live. Piyush, give us a sense of what's happening inside, and also as we were talking about the charges against Mr. Sisodia, one of them of course, is the fact that there were quid pro quo involved and that commissions and kickbacks were taken. All right, here's more breaking news that's just coming in. We are now learning that all the cases in the Babri Masjid case have now been basically, the Supreme Court has quashed contempt petitions against the state officials and others over demolition of the Babri Masjid in 1992. The Supreme Court has said with passage of time and in view of the 2019 Supreme Court verdict on Ayodhya, all contempt cases cannot proceed. So this is big news that's just coming in. All Babri Masjid contempt cases have been closed for now. The Supreme Court has quashed contempt proceedings in the Babri case. Essentially what the Supreme Court has said is that in view of time that has progressed since the 2019 Supreme Court verdict on Ayodhya, all contempt cases cannot now proceed further. Sambhav joining us live. Sambhav, give us more details of what's happened. Sambhav, if you can hear me, give us more details of what the Supreme Court has said. All right, I don't think we've got Sambhav with us. Just to tell our viewers what's happened, the Supreme Court has moved in all contempt cases that have been filed in the Babri Masjid demolition case of 1992. The Supreme Court, in fact, has quashed contempt petitions against state officials and others over the demolition of the Babri Masjid. The Supreme Court has, we understand, said that with the passage of time and in view of the verdict that came out in 2019, all contempt cases now cannot proceed. So this is a big development that has taken place in all related cases to the Babri Masjid's demolition. The Supreme Court has now said that all contempt cases now stand closed. So essentially what we are given to understand is that related Babri Masjid contempt cases that have been filed against officials and others now stand closed. I think we're going to try and go back to Sambhav now. Sambhav, explain to us what happened in court.
So the matter was at the Supreme Court today, wherein the Supreme Court quashed all the contempt petitions against all the state officials which were under this Babri Masjid demolition 1992. So that was the latest here. Supreme Court quashed all the contempt petitions here regarding the state officials. Apart from it, the Supreme Court said that with the passage of time and view of 2019 Supreme Court verdict on Ayodhya, these contempt cases cannot proceed. So that was the stand of the Supreme Court regarding that these contempt cases cannot proceed. That is the latest on this.
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Sambhav. Mr. Kothari on the phone line with me. Mr. Kothari, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kothari. How do you see these proceedings? The Supreme Court, of course, says that in view of the passage of time, none of these cases now stand and all of them will be closed.
Well, the contempt proceedings have some sort of an expiry date. If they have not been initiated or started or pursued within a particular period of time, then whether it's in relation to any demolition, why only Babri Masjid, for that matter, any demolition or any particular issue, whether it's civil, criminal or anything of that sort, the contempt proceedings have to be proceeded with a certain period of time. And if there is 3 years have elapsed, not necessarily 3, I'm not using the word because limitation often has 3 years, but the point is that I'm just using the word 3 because it's mathematically 3 years since 2019. So since 3 years have elapsed, the cases have become moot and will have particularly no relevance and any impact, if at all, even if there were officials who were guilty of any contempt, for that matter, if at all they were. So to proceed with such cases, especially even after the new Chief Justice has come in since yesterday, I think the call has been taken correctly so as not to waste judicial time on these matters which seem to have no relevance. It's like discussing a movie which took place 3 years ago, which didn't really make any impact on the audience. So what's the point of discussing such a movie? So likewise, what's the point of discussing such contempt proceedings or even holding that for that matter and wasting judicial time because only we lawyers will make money out of it?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Kothari, obviously this will come as a huge relief for senior BJP leaders, including Murli Manohar Joshi, Uma Bharti, Kalyan Singh, I think, and L.K. Advani, all of whom were facing all these contempt proceedings. So, in that sense, the limitations of time is what the Supreme Court has spoken about, that there has to be a certain period till when it applies.
Well, yes, absolutely. It will come as a big relief because, and I'm sure they would have been expecting that. And even if, I'm just going a step ahead, even if the Supreme Court were to hear these cases, an apology, a clear apology from all those 5 individuals that you named would have been sufficient enough to close these proceedings. So why even go through that, fictitious routine procedure of asking for an apology on an affidavit or on a sworn affidavit, and that even that is a waste of judicial time. So what's the point? Nobody really, takes contempt proceedings seriously unless they really demean the stature of the Supreme Court in a manner which then, destroys the trust of the people. If stray remarks are made, I'm going a step ahead, even if stray remarks are made here or there against the Supreme Court tends to have a large-hearted view and tends to ignore them because people do make these statements sometimes in a fit of rage or anything of that sort or frustration for that matter. So this is hardly anything. 3 years have passed, demolition took place. These 5 individuals were hauled up for contempt. So, well, it's 3 years, nothing they haven't been proceeded with. The state hasn't pursued them, or whoever the people who had filed contempt proceedings against them. So, if they haven't pursued, then why should the Supreme Court bother?
Right, Mr. Kothari, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Swapnil Kothari over there saying that this would be a welcome move for all those who've been named in contempt cases. You are watching Republic TV. We will continue to bring you the latest on the Supreme Court's order.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को। किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadda claimed that the grand old party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a probe is now underway. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder. Welcome back. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV, and the latest that we are getting, of course, is that the Supreme Court has also passed an order closing all proceedings arising out of the 2002 riots in Gujarat. A batch of pleas was pending before the Supreme Court. In fact, the court said that cases have now become infractors with the passage of time. Trials in 8 out of the 9 cases and final arguments are going on in certain cases. So that's the latest that we are getting for you. The Supreme Court has also quashed contempt petitions filed against state officials and others in the Babri Masjid temple. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war. Well, we're now going to get you pictures of Prime Minister Modi meeting Captain Amrinder Singh. We are given to understand that this meeting took place a short while ago, and Captain Amrinder Singh, of course, has tweeted saying that discussed various issues related to Punjab and resolved to work together for safety and security of the state and the country, which will and has and will always remain of paramount concern to both of us. The Prime Minister over there meeting the former Chief Minister of Punjab, Captain Amrinder Singh. You are watching Republic TV. When we return, we bring you more details of that meeting that took place. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास से दलाल है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
के साथ
कितने में दिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया गया। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Kalam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should take a pledge to make a BJP muqtada. Well, even as the seer in Karnataka has been booked under POSCO and various sections of the Indian Penal Code after being accused by 2 young girls of being sexually abused by him, a BJP MLA is meeting the accused seer. This, of course, comes after Yediyurappa as well as ministers in the Karnataka government had come out and spoken in favor of the seer, saying that they are sure that he's innocent. This comes even as there are demands being made that he be arrested. Do remember that he's been booked against the under the stringent POSCO. Some of the provisions of POSCO also are so stringent that they don't allow for bail to be given to anybody who's accused under POSCO. Now, Ashwin is continuing to bring us updates from outside the MUT. Ashwin, give us a sense of what's happening around there. I can see behind you a huge police deployment. There are a large number of protesters as well as others who are now demanding that the seer be arrested.
Absolutely. Right now, outside the Bal Bhavan in Chitradurga, where this is the Bal Bhavan over here, and outside this Bal Bhavan, there is a large number of protesters who have gathered, all from the Dalit background, who is demanding that the arrest of the plaintiff be made. As the POXO case, they're also alleging that there is laxity in the whole investigation. Now, these leaders have all come over here. Earlier, there were about 20 people. Now, the numbers have swelled up to a large number of people. About 50 to 75 people are already gathered over here. The police additional SP Kumaraswamy had just now spoken to these protesters just a while ago, stating that they should maintain peace and the investigation is going on in the right manner and they should not create any chaos outside the Bal Bhavan. So they have maintained that they are all going to be sitting here, is what they have stated, and they are all demanding that justice be done in this case. And even if the accused plaintiff, the crimes that he has been alleged to have committed committed. There needs to be questioning done to him and all that. So let's hear from some of the leaders. He'll speak in Kannada. I'll also translate his essential message that he has to say. So ಯಾಕೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕ್ಸೋ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತ್ರಸ್ತ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅವರು ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸೂಚಿಸೋಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು, ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಈಗ
essentially what he is saying is that no matter what, the arrest of the pontiff has to be made, and then only the investigation should continue. That is what these protesters are saying. So all these protesters are ಇವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇವರು ಯಾಕೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಎಂದು?
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು, ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಕು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ
ನಿಮಗೆ ಎದಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಬೇಕು?
ಏನು ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಸಂತ್ರಸ್ತ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ವಿ.
So what they're saying is that justice must be given to the two girls, and earlier these protesters gathered just a while ago. The blue shawls have been adorned in all of them. About numbers were earlier 20, but now the numbers are swelling up. So this situation, on one side the MLA is meeting the pontiff, on the other side the protesters are here on the ground outside the Bal Bhavan demanding that first the arrest be made and then only the investigation must continue. Back to you.
As these protesters are gathering, the other side of the story is that the police, is seen to be acting slowly in this particular case. They did question the Shia yesterday. He was detained for a while. However, he was released. Ashwin, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. This is a sensitive story. Reason one, it's a case of POXO case. So further details cannot be divulged by the police. Neither can the survivors of this case come forward and talk about it because they are minors as well. The second part is that the accused in this case is from the community, Lingayat community, and is a pontiff. So this is a large community from the state of Karnataka. So the police is looking to act on it very sensitively because this could eventually lead to some kind of a flare-up if not handled sensitively, and that is the reason perhaps the police is going slow on this case. But the demand from the protesters is that, as you can see, like all of them are demanding that the arrest be made quickly, and that is the only way justice can be meted out to the survivors of the alleged sexual assault that has been meted upon them. Back to you.
Now also, Ashwin, there is an anticipatory bail plea that has already been filed in this particular case by the accused pontiff. So can you give us more details about that?
Absolutely. The anticipatory bail plea has been submitted in the additional sessions court, and the pontiff has made this anticipatory bail petition as well. That is going on one side. However, what he has also stated to his community members is very interesting. He had stated last evening that for the last 15 years, in fact, there has been a conspiracy that has been hatched against him, and this is nothing new, and that he would come out clean. But the case, in fact, is so the possibilities of this case. For instance, one of the survivors is supposed to be from the Dalit community, which could probably invoke the SC/ST Atrocity Act and several other acts of the IPC as well. But will all this be enforced by the police and the law enforcement needs to be seen. But it certainly looks like the protest is intensifying. What needs to be seen is whether the police will take tough measures to take the alleged pontiff, the pontiff who's allegedly abused this two minor girls into custody, or will there be a custodial interrogation? All these needs to be seen. But remember, it's a very sensitive issue. The Lingayat community holds a large leverage in not just in the politics of the state of Karnataka, but on the lifestyle of the people of Karnataka as well. This is a fairly big community who has a huge hold. There are leaders which has been churned out by this community for decades, in fact, and all this adds to the sensitivity of the issue as well. And on both sides, the police is certainly in a kind of a spot where on one side there is a survivor who is minor, one of them also to be a Dalit. On the other side, a prominent Lingayat seer. So it adds more sensitivity to the issue. So police is slowly stepping on this case, but not taken a hard measure as of now. And that is the reason why you can see large number of people are sitting over here and protesting. Perhaps we'll probably ask them, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಎದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ
ನಾವೇ ಪತ್ರ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯರ್ದು ನಾವು ಬಸವಣ್ಣರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿರೋದು.
So he's saying that somebody has told him to come. Perhaps he does not know what the issue is. But if we keep asking, probably the reason will come out. But essentially, some of the core members do know about the issues. But a large number of people I spoke to perhaps do not know. But they have gathered in large numbers outside the Bal Bhavan here in Chitradurga, stating that the justice be meted out to the survivor girls who have been allegedly been abused by a senior pontiff from the mutt in Chitradurga. Back to you.
All right, even as, of course, questioning is on and the police are investigating in this case, we've seen, politicians from both sides of the BJP as well as the Congress as well as, others, including the JDU, who've come out in support for this here.
Absolutely. See, the Lingayat community holds, like I earlier said, holds a huge leverage. Look at any top leaders from the state of Karnataka. No matter the party, there will be a Lingayat stamp to it. So that's the whole Lingayat community has, and the pontiff has, and the entire system runs in Karnataka. The Basavaraj is a emotion that is there in large number of people in Karnataka. So the followers of Lingayat community are certainly in a fray over the issue, and that is the reason why the case adds more sensitivity in the sense that if there's a hard and fast action, as suggested, be taken, there could be, this is what some of the police members, there could be a large-scale repercussion because the police is therefore trudging very slowly in this path. What they are essentially doing, yesterday they did take on the spot Mahasar report and everything was taken from the spot where the alleged crime had taken place. But evidence is the matter of the fact before any kind of arrest being made. That is why the police is very closely trudging in the investigating of this matter, and that is the exact reason why these members from the Dalit community are also protesting, stating the same fact. Why is the police going slow? Perhaps the police may have their reasons. It could be the political clout which the seer enjoys. It could be many other reasons as well. But at the moment, the situation on the ground is definitely simmering. It needs to be seen whether the group which has gathered over here in large numbers, who has been protesting, in fact, for the last 2 days, this is the third day they have come onto the street like this. The additional SP Kumaraswamy did tell them that they should only sit here. They should not create any chaos, as it's a very sensitive area. There are minor children who are living in the block opposite to where they are protesting, and they should not cause any trouble, which they have definitely adhered to. But initially what is important is the fact, is the way the justice be meted out. How the justice be meted out. Remember, Nupur, we have spoken to many internal sources in this story. There are a lot of angles that police is looking at, whether it's the initial complaint. We know very clearly that these two girls were found by an auto rickshaw driver, and they were first taken to Cottonpet police station, and there was a registration of a complaint. Now, within our sources, we get to understand there is some kind of a mismatch with the initial complaint given and the complaint that has been registered forthwith. So all these have been taken into account by the police. They need to see all the angles before they get into arresting a powerful individual like a Lingayat seer. And that is essentially the reason why on the ground also tension is simmering, and that is the reason why protests are also being seen like what we see here outside the Bal Bhavan at Chitradurga. Nupur.
All right, now Ashwin, what we know so far is that these two girls who are believed to be minors have said that they were sexually abused. That's the allegation at least that they've made over a period of time. One of them says that it went on for about 3.5 years. The other one says that, it was close to a year and a half where they were repeatedly called, and they have alleged that they were abused. All right, I seem to be running into some audio trouble over there with our correspondent Ashwin, who's reporting from outside the Murgamat. Do remember that the seer in question, of course, the pontiff of the Murgamat, has been questioned by the police yesterday. He was detained for a certain number of hours. However, he was released thereafter. He himself, of course, spoke to his protesters, I beg your pardon, spoke to his supporters later in the evening and said that I'm sure I'll come out clean. We have seen political statements also being made on behalf of the seer, which seem to support him largely. But there are protesters who are now outside the mutt asking for his arrest. He has, of course, been charged under the POSCO Act, which does have very stringent provisions under the Indian Penal Code. Now, what we are seeing also is that he's already moved for an anticipatory bail plea in a local court. Ashwin is continuing to bring us details of what's happening. All right, now heading straight across to New Delhi, where Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, his locker is being opened by the CBI. Manish Sisodia and his wife both are present at the PNB Bank locker, even as the CBI is conducting a search at his locker. Now, even as this happens, of course, we saw the BJP trading charges against the Aam Aadmi Party, asking various questions about Delhi's liquor policy. Apart from that, of course, BJP MLAs are continuing to stage their protest inside the Delhi Assembly. Protests are also continuing from the Aam Aadmi Party against the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi inside the Delhi Assembly. So both those things happening simultaneously. The Aam Aadmi Party is also on a dharna inside the Delhi Assembly. Now, we were, of course, bringing you pictures of the bank locker where the CBI is conducting searches. Manish Sisodia, of course, went to the bank locker nearly about an hour ago along with his wife, and the bank locker was then opened in front of him and his wife by the CBI officials. I think we're going to go back to Piyush Ori, who's getting us the latest. Piyush, give us a sense of what's happening inside. Of course, Manish Sisodia did not speak to the media before he went inside.
So, as I'm speaking to you over here, there's a huge drama which is going on, and we are expecting that Manish Sisodia can come out of the bank anytime soon. So, because, there's an expectation of him to come out, you can see a huge rush over here. In fact, I will just ask my camera person, Vijay Narudeshwar, to just show you the visuals over here. And you can see that, there's a huge amount of people, huge amount of media personals who have just crowded at the official car of Manish Sisodia, where it is expected that he may come out anytime soon. Now, there is also, besides huge rush of media persons, also a large number of Uttar Pradesh police officials who have come over here to manage the entire situation. As I'm speaking to you right now, Manish Sisodia, along with his wife, is still inside the Punjab National Bank, where it is expected that, the officials and the sleuths of CBI are checking his locker and trying to find out vital evidences, vital leads that may get them, some leads and some evidences as far as this liquor scam that continues to explode each day with, some political ramifications and also a lot of corruption in which the Aam Aadmi Party government is involved. Now, you can see over here, as it is, a large number of people are, crowded at this area, because it is expected that anytime soon now, Manish Sisodia can come. So when is he going to come? When is he going to step out of the bank along with his family? Would he talk to the media? All this would be very interesting to see. And yes, as I said, this is also a very important moment for officials of CBI, because after conducting a 14-hour raid at his official residence in AB 17 Mathura Road, this is the second time, in which they have raided the locker of Manish Sisodia. A statement which was already told to us, by Manish Sisodia himself through the Twitter. So it will be very interesting to see that what evidence, what leads would CBI officials get, and what would they like to share with us. Back to in the studio.
All right, Piyush, do stay with us. Let's also go across to Anuj, who's reporting from the Delhi Assembly. And we have been seeing protest politics at the Delhi Assembly since this morning. Both sides, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, continue to protest over there. Over to you, Anuj. Give us a sense of what's happening. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party is now asking for an inquiry against the LG as well.
Well, exactly. This is totally uproar in the assembly, what we have been seeing since from the very morning. The session started at 11 and it was adjourned till 12 the moment it started. The session again started at 12 and it is again adjourned till 1 as it started. So this is a totally uproar in the assembly, what could be clearly seen. And this is both the parties, like including Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party's MLAs. They both were protesting against each other. Rakhi Birlan there was trying to control the situation, but both the parties' MLAs were not listening. They were having placards in their hand and the session has been again adjourned. So this is Bharatiya Janata Party who are demanding a probe against the LG. Now they are alleging that LG has done a scam. And on the other hand, yes, this is Aam Aadmi Party who is protesting, and Bharatiya Janata Party is raising question on the liquor scam. So this is uproar in the session since from the day one. We are continuously seeing the same, whether this is Bharatiya Janata Party's MLAs who are being marshalled out, or if they are in the assembly, then this is uproar in the assembly and the session is being adjourned again and again. On one side, this is Manish Sisodia who is there in the PNB branch of Ghaziabad where his locker is. So that's CBI who could be clearly seen in action again. On the other hand, parallelly, this is uproar in the assembly where both the parties, including Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party, both the MLAs of both the parties are protesting continuously. So the latest at this point in time is the session just started and it was for the 2 or 1 minute, but it was adjourned again. Now till 1 p.m. the session is adjourned. Yes.
All right, Anuj, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest that's happening at the Delhi Assembly. Now, Anuj, we just had the BJP hold a press conference a short while ago. Now, this, of course, simultaneously was taking place as CBI sleuths are going through the contents of the locker of Manish Sisodia. So, the war of words between the two continuing.
Well, exactly. This is the war of word which is continuing since from the day one. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party as well as Bharatiya Janata Party attacking and counter-attacking on the same issue. On the other hand, if we talk about the latest, then yes, we early in the morning had word with Dilip Pandey, the Aam Aadmi Party leader and MLA also. So he there stated that CBI has gone through 14 hours of questioning at Manish Sisodia's residence, where Manish Sisodia's residence was raided. But CBI hasn't found anything. And today also they are not going to find anything. That was the statement of Dilip Pandey, whereas we have seen the press conference of Manoj Tiwari, the Bharatiya Janata Party's press conference, in which the Bharatiya Janata Party again raising the question on Aam Aadmi Party. Yesterday we have seen how this is school gate which has been opened by Bharatiya Janata Party, where the question has been raised on the education model of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has been again and again named by Aam Aadmi Party, that how their model, the education model work. But on the other hand, yes, this is the war of word which continue. We have seen Manish Sisodia himself coming out with a tweet and claiming about the same. We have seen none other but Arvind Kejriwal himself going there at the Rajghat and was alleging Bharatiya Janata Party that they are trying to reach to their MLAs and they are offering 20 crore rupees to their MLAs. Even this was none other but Manish Sisodia himself who stated earlier, rather the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party stated earlier, that he was also approached and Aam Aadmi Party is having an audio of the same. They are going to leak out the audio. They are going to come out with an audio, but that doesn't happen till now. And this was the question which was raised by Bharatiya Janata Party. If you have the proof, then why don't you come out with the proof? But the latest now is, since from yesterday we are seeing this is Bharatiya Janata Party, this is Aam Aadmi Party, war of word continue. Yes.
All right, Anuj, of course, is continuing to get us what's happening at the Delhi Assembly. Both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party protesting over there. For the moment, Anuj, thank you for joining us. Let's look at what else is making news now. The Adani Group's chairman, Gautam Adani, has been declared the world's third richest person by Bloomberg Business Index. Adani overtook Louis Vuitton's chairman to take up the spot. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, addressing Sonali Phogat's murder, stated that a confidential report had been submitted to Haryana's Chief Minister Mohan Lal Khattar, adding that a charge sheet would be produced in connection with the case soon. He further added that Curly Shack had been shut down as a result of instructions received by the DGP. 2 out of 3 suspects have been arrested for gang raping a teenager and making a video of the same. The accused has been booked under the POSCO Act and had also allegedly threatened to kill the 13-year-old girl and her family. The CBI is scheduled to probe the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bank locker today. The Deputy Chief Minister would therefore be visiting the Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad. In fact, that inspection is taking place even as we speak. The CBI is going through contents of Sisodia's bank locker. A lawyer named Sudipta Roy has been arrested in connection with a threat letter received by the CBI's court judge investigating Anubrata Mondal's case. The lawyer has allegedly threatened to implicate the CBI judge in an NDPS scam. MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are continuing to protest at the premises of the Delhi Assembly under Mahatma Gandhi's statue, accusing Delhi's current Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena of whitening his black money in 2016. MLAs of the BJP continue their protest at the Delhi Assembly near the statues of 3 freedom fighters, demanding Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's arrest. The BJP's Vice President in Kerala has accused the CPIM of looting funds of the temple in the state, saying that Marxist politicians were looting funds of temples. The leader said that this behavior was a result of communists not believing in religion. The Union Education and Skill Development Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has said that the 2020 National Education Policy sees sports as a part of curriculum and has laid emphasis on sports integrated learning. Waterlogging has been reported in several areas of Bengaluru following heavy rains in the city, and that has led to a holiday being declared for schools and colleges. And here's the latest update that we are getting in the Sonali Fogart murder case. We are now learning that the Goa police team will be travelling to Haryana. In fact, there are 4 officers from the Goa police who are going to be investigating this case in Haryana. They are in fact already en route to Haryana. Do remember that investigations in Sonali Fogart's murder case have picked up speed after action was taken against 2 of her aides. They have, of course, been placed under arrest for allegedly spiking her drink. The restaurant or shack where this incident took place, that's Curly's in Goa, has also been sealed by the Goa police.
कल हमने कॉन्फिडेंशियल रिपोर्ट जो सीएम और डीजीपी लेवल पे भेजना था वो रिपोर्ट मैंने भेज दिया है सीएम को और डीजीपी ने डीजीपी लेवल पे भेज दिया है। ये इंक्वायरी अभी डीवाईएसपी लेवल का ऑफिसर यहाँ पे इंक्वायरी करेगा, पहले पीआई लेवल के ऑफिसर पे थी। और हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम आज ऑलरेडी डेप्यूट की है, आज ये हरियाणा के लिए रवाना हो जाएंगे। दे आर डूइंग दिस इन्वेस्टिगेशंस थॉरोली। तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि इससे जो कोई कल्प्रिट है वो फाइंड आउट हो जाएगा। इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन।
सर अभी तक की जो स्टेटस पता चला है, आपको लगता है कि केस सीबीआई को देना चाहिए कि गोवा पुलिस?
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि पूरी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है।
Alicia is reporting on this. She now joins us from Goa. Alicia, investigations over there gathering pace. We are also now learning that there is a team from the Goa police which is headed to Haryana. Give us more details.
Well, yes, it's North Goa has, for instance, a 4-member team where they have already headed to Haryana. There will be a flight from Goa to Delhi, and from Delhi by road they will be moving to Haryana. And what we have been told that first they are going to record the statement of Sonali Fogart, daughter, and the other family members. While speaking to media, even Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has informed that now DYSP level officer is going to lead the investigation. Till now it was a police inspector who was the investigation officer of the case, but the time the confidential report that has already been submitted to Haryana Chief Minister as well as the DGP office over the case, where yesterday it was already submitted. It's a 15 pages of report that has been submitted from Goa Chief Minister office to the Haryana Chief Minister office. Now the investigation that is going to take place is someone, DYSP officer is going to lead the investigation. So there are more revelations that could be done, and where the Goa team has already left for Haryana, they are going to first record the statement of Sonali Phogat's daughter and other family members. Moreover, the other case, other people who have been related to the case, their statement has also been recorded, because the one angle which Goa police has been investigating is the property dispute. The allegation that was a claim by Sonali Phogat, a family clearly mentioned that Sudhir Sangwan, who murdered Sonali Phogat, to grab her property, which is why this is one angle where the team has already been sent to Haryana, where they are going to record statement of the people related to Sonali Phogat. On the other hand, the interrogation of the other 5 accused in one murder case where the section 302 of the IPC, which has been registered by Anjuna police, where Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhvinder Singh, who have been arrested, they have been interrogated because the court has sent them for the 10 days custody. But moreover, the other case, that is narcotic case, that is registered under NDPS Act, where the 3 accused, including the Curlis restaurant and the other 2 drug peddler who have been arrested. The report has already been submitted, continuously rolling on this big story. Only on Republic. Will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर
Anger erupts against the accused Karnataka Shia. Demand grows for Muruga Mutt Shia's arrest. Top court quashes all Babri contempt cases. Most shocking open call for secessionism. Top DMK ally calls for breaking away from India.
Be neutral. You coming to meet an alleged accused can send a different message altogether.
No, see, our government, our chief minister, our leader, Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai, and our home minister, and our leader, my ex-chief minister Yediyurappa ji already assured through your media, nobody will interfere in this case. Whatever the police and law is there, according to that, they will inquire, and whoever is found guilty, they will be punished. They have already mentioned there is no question of any influence, nothing. Since my childhood, I am a follower of this man. But For that, I have just come here and just visited, and I am going back. At the same time, you may ask, why you are not meeting children? I am meeting the other children also, but if they are provided, they allowed me. They allow me, if the department, if they allow me, I am really, because I am also concerned. I am already, see, I am a 6-time MLA. I know what is their problem, how many children, what they are facing during their studies, hostel facilities, nothing for poverty. They need hostel facilities. I know everything.
That is there, sir. But see, when a case has been registered, you're saying that you have not come here as an MLA. You have come here as a devotee. Is that correct? Is that what I
see? I told you, if the Swamiji went guilty, there is no question of interference.
But when you come over here, that itself is for the police and law enforcement. This adds more pressure to them, isn't it?
No, nothing. See, so many incidents will take place in my constituency. Sometimes some galata, some quarrel is there in the villages. So many things will happen. Fire incidents will be there. Rain evacuation will be there.
But so this is a POXO
case. If I go there, that mean you mean to say I've gone there to help somebody?
So, but this is a POXO case. You have met an alleged accused. So doesn't this send a pressure to the police? Doesn't it pressurize the police not to take stern action?
When he is just alleged accused, see, after inquiry, if they are really guilty, we will never meet him. Okay?
Okay.
We have not, nobody we are proved. It will, law will show the way maybe in a week's time. Then we will let you know what will happen.
So then, as an MLA from Chitradurga,
yes,
would you meet with the protesting Dalit organizations? Because right now outside the Balbhavan, they are protesting over there. Will you call a meeting with them and discuss with them?
Why should they? It is their right. Whatever, see, in this democratic country, protesting and other things is their right. I can't question them, why are you doing it? Nothing. They're right. They have every right to do the protest.
But as an MLA, will you address the pain that they are going through? They feel that justice is not being done. There is a lot of political pressure not to.
No, I told you already. See, our Chief Minister Bommai, he will never interfere particularly in this very serious case, high voltage case.
Okay.
And your Home Minister also told you already.
Okay.
But they will never interfere. We all, I know, as a local MLA, I never spoke to any SP or inspector, DSP so far.
Okay.
That is not my duty.
Okay.
That is the duty of the police people and Department of Children and Welfare and whatever the departments are. And judiciary is there. Whatever their judgment will be there, we will, according to that, we will respect that judgment.
Okay. So when you met the pontiff today, what did you share with him? What did he address?
Nothing. He was just discussing with another Swamijis. So many, there are about 15 to 12 Swamijis are there. They were discussing. Just I went inside and just sat about 10-15 minutes and then came back.
Okay. So one of the main questions that has been asked, it's a big education. Right now there are 1,000 students studying here.
Yeah.
So if at all there is some concerns like this, is there an address? There is a mechanism to address the concerns of such cases if it comes in the future also. As an MLA, how do you see this?
No, particularly this type of case should not happen here in future also. Okay. If it has happened, it is unfortunate that it has happened. I feel pity if they are really that children has faced all these things. I am really concerned about the children. Okay. Because sometimes so many students are studying. I don't know how it happened and other things. I told you already, without my inquiry and the result will come out, then only we can speak.
So your presence here today will not pressurize the law enforcement? Are you sure about that?
I told you already, even if they allow me to meet the children, I am ready to go there and meet them also.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is the MLA from Chitradurga speaking exclusively to Republic, stating that he has met this pontiff and he is also willing to meet the children, but law does not allow him. He has refused to speak to the Dalit activists, and he stated that is a right to protest. Let them do that. It's a part of the democracy. However, he has stated that as an MLA, it was his duty to come and visit. He has made that visit, and that's an exclusive from the MLA of Chitradurga, exclusively with Republic. Back to you.
Well, Ashwin, stay with us. Even as we were listening into that conversation,
the BJP MLA is very clear about the party's stand, says that the seer is an alleged accused. However, he has said that all his sympathies lie with the victims, the alleged victims who have made the accusations, and that he is ready to meet them at any time. What would you say is the major takeaway from that conversation you just had, Ashwin?
Essentially, the MLA is saying that his presence over here will not affect the law enforcement's investigation in this case whatsoever. That is one take back. He's very clearly underlined that he has not tried to meet the SP or has spoken to the DYSP or has called the investigating police officers in this matter. If he had done that, that would be interference in justice. Instead, he has just come to visit. He is saying that from childhood, this has been a place where he used to frequent very often. And that is the reason he has come over here. He is only an alleged accused, and that is the reason let the law take its own course. At the same time, when we asked him whether he will be meeting to soothe the pain of for instance, the Dalit organizations which are protesting, he has stated that he will not be meeting them. In fact, that is a right as part of the democracy to meet them. But essentially, the MLA has steered away from all such kind of confrontation. We tried to speak about whether he will control the situation. All that he has refused to answer. But essentially, he has sided with the view that meeting the seer over here will not cause any prejudice in the investigation, and that is an important thing. He has also stated, as an MLA, he also keeps meeting with any issues that happens in Chitradurga. He keeps addressing these matters, and that is the reason he has come over here. He has also underlined the fact that even the Chief Minister, the Home Minister, and all the top leaders of the BJP has assured that there will be no kind of interference and only justice will be delivered over here. So this is the essential statement that the MLA from Chitradurga has given us. He has spoken, he's still here, he has met with the Pontiff. He has stated that he only had a very brief conversation with the Pontiff as well, and MLA GH Thipareddy has now spoken, and he has no qualms in meeting the alleged accused in this case. Back to you.
All right. Well, Ashwin, our correspondent there, covering this major story that's making headlines after those shocking allegations. However, Murugamat seer continues, who has a very influential seer in the area, in fact, across the entire state, continues to maintain his innocence. Meanwhile, moving on to other breaking news stories coming in right now. Two communities clashed, throwing stones at each other when a procession carrying an idol of Lord Ganesh was passing through a sensitive locality in Gujarat's Vadodara. Police have so far detained 13 people in connection with the clash, which broke out late on Monday night. They said, adding that no one was injured in the stone pelting. And Priyanka, it's over to you now. Priyanka, well, we are getting those visuals of clashes in Vadodara. What is the situation like now? Tell us exactly what happened. We believe that this is an incident that goes back by a few hours, can we say?
Well, Rukma, this is an incident that took place late last night, towards midnight, in fact, is when this entire incident had taken place, where one community, in fact, had been carrying out the Ganesh Chaturthi procession from that particular area, where there were several masjids as well that had been located, because of which now there were some kind of sloganeering that had been done that was going back and forth, as it is also visible in the CCTV footage as well that we have exclusively accessed, but we're putting out for our viewers right now. First, there was aggressive sloganeering that took place, and then, of course, there was a stone pelting that took place between the two communities as well. Post which we then see that the police had to come there and calm down the entire situation, because both the communities had come face to face, and there were physical altercations along with stone pelting as well that had been going on. Now, this particular area is a very communally sensitive area as well, and that is why there was police that had been deployed in the nearby areas, so that if there is any kind of untoward incident that takes place, as it did, Rukma, so the police could come there as soon as possible, and that's exactly what happened. Now, extra police force has also been deployed in particular areas where there is chances of communal clashes that are expected to take place might take place as well because of the Ganesh Chaturthi processions that might pass through several other areas where there are most of the masjids that are located. And that is why the police have deployed extra police officials there as well. Also, we are being told that the investigation will also be taking place into this particular matter. The CCTV footages have been recovered by the police officials, and then they are going to be scrutinizing that CCTV footage that we are putting out on your screens right now. Those CCTV images that will be analyzed by the police officials to understand who were these people who actually started this clash, and then they created this law and order situation as well. So those people will be identified, and then they will be also be booked because of the kind of clashes that had taken place. However, of course, fortunately, nobody was hurt, as you rightly pointed out, and that is why the police is also taking cognizance of it and making sure that precautionary measures are also in place in certain parts of the cities where there might be some communally sensitive areas where their Ganesh Chaturthi processions might be passing by from as well. So the further investigation is underway right now, but right now what the latest that we can tell our viewers is that the CCTV footages have been recovered by the police, and they are scrutinizing them to understand who these people had been who actually started these clashes. Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Priyanka, for joining us there and for bringing us those details. So that was CCTV footage of clashes that broke out late last night, even as the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi begins across India. These are communal clashes. The police, of course, now maintaining a tight vigil across Gujarat, not just in Vadodara city where these clashes took place. Priyanka, reporter there on the ground, giving us all those updates. Many thanks, Priyanka, for joining us.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, at a recent address in New Delhi, spoke on the relationship between India and China. The External Affairs Minister focused on the situation between the two countries at the border, stating how the current standoff would determine the future course of action between the two countries.
Of the future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China develop in the foreseeable future. For ties to return to a positive trajectory and remain sustainable, they must be based on the three mutuals.
The External Affairs Minister also gave his statement at the launch of the Asia Society Policy Institute in the national capital. Meanwhile, the line of actual control recently made the news following a video of Chinese construction equipment and forces of the country's army were seen right at the border near Arunachal Pradesh. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking news, a 10-member SIT constituted for investigation into the Ankita death case as the calls for justice for Ankita, the young teenage girl who was killed in an attack in Jharkhand, resound across not just Jharkhand but across the country. Evidence being collected by the forensics team. The case will be supervised by the Superintendent of Police. A serious case, says SP Mandal, DIG Dumka, on the death of the class 12 girl who lost her life, who was in fact murdered. A 10-member SIT now formed in order to probe the incident and bring the culprits to book. Let's listen in to what Ankita's father says at this time.
नंबर लिया था, नंबर लेकर उसको धमकी देता था। धमकी देने के क्रम में बोलता था हमसे मिलो, हमसे बात करो, तो ये सीधा बोलते थे तुमसे क्यों मिलें, तुमसे क्यों बात करें हम। तो वही क्रम में उसको 22 तारीख को 8 बजे रात में उसको फ़ोन किया था कि तुम अगर हमसे नहीं मिलती हो, नहीं करती हो, तुमको जिंदा मार देंगे, तुम्हारा चेहरा बर्बाद कर देंगे। हाँ, तो बस वही रात में धमकी दिए। हम रात में प्राइवेट जॉब करता हूँ, प्राइवेट जॉब करके घर आया। घर आने के बाद वो हमको बताई, पापा हमको धमकी दिया। हमने बेटा ठीक है, सुबह जाकर मिलता हूँ मैं। सुबह क्या मिलेंगे, रात में 4:30 बजे पेट्रोल छीट के आग लगा के जान मार दी। जितनी रात को घटना था 8 बजे धमकी दिया, तो उस समय बताइए हमको, पापा ऐसे ऐसे धमकी दिया कि तुमको जान मार देंगे। आज सुबह में ये घटना, पुलिस को नहीं, सीधा हॉस्पिटल ले गया। हॉस्पिटल तो दर्ज केस तो होगा ही, जला हुआ केस है। हम तो हॉस्पिटल ले गया 5 बजे, हाँ 4:45-5 बजे हॉस्पिटल गया, सदर अस्पताल, दुमका सदर अस्पताल, वहाँ एडमिट किया। पुलिस तो अपने आप आ गए, आकर के वो अपना सारा बयान वो दिया अपना। अंकिता सारा बयान दी अपना, वो जले अवस्था में वो लड़की तड़पती रही, फिर भी पुलिस को मतलब कि बयान दी कि मेरे साथ ऐसे ऐसे घटना घटा। उसके बाद तुरंत यहाँ डॉक्टर 9:30 बजे आते हैं सदर अस्पताल में। यहाँ सदर अस्पताल की स्थिति सब जानते हैं, दुमका का कैसा व्यवस्था क्या नहीं है। यहाँ बोर्ड नहीं, कुछ नहीं है, बोर्ड वार्ड भी नहीं है, एसी भी नहीं चलता तो वहाँ रख दिया। पंखा अपना खरीद के, पंखा बड़े स्टैंड फैन अपना दोस्त के घर से लेके जाकर के उसको अपना दोस्त घर से फैन ले गया उसको हवा देने के लिए। पूरा जलन हो रही थी। यही पंखा सर अभी भी मेरे घर में मौजूद है। दोस्त यहाँ पंखा छोड़ के गया है, मेरे साथ वो रिम्स हॉस्पिटल गया तो पंखा वहाँ से ला करके अपना घर में पहुँचा रख करके मेरे साथ रिम्स हॉस्पिटल गया। यहाँ से तो रेफर किया, मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था तो उसके बाद सांसद ने हमको व्यवस्था करके एम्बुलेंस तेल भरा करके बोला तुम चल जाओ रांची रिम्स, वहीं मैं इलाज।
Well, there's been a big development in the Liquorgate scandal. Now, Anna Hazare, who was the mentor of Arvind Kejriwal, I'm just going to reduce the volume in the newsroom right now. And Anna Hazare has just written a letter. Anna Hazare has just written a letter to Arvind Kejriwal. I have a copy of the letter with me. If my video journalist can focus on this. This is Anna Hazare's letter. Anna Hazare has just written a letter, and I have the full contents of this letter as well. Let's focus on Anna Hazare's letterhead, please. This is the letterhead. Yeah, that's the letterhead. That's a letter by Anna Hazare. The date is the 30th of August 2022. And Anna Hazare has said, Anna Hazare has reminded Arvind Kejriwal in a letter that he's written. Anna Hazare has said, and I'm going to read out excerpts of this letter. He says, you formed the organization in 252 tehsils in 35 districts in Maharashtra. There were continuous agitations against corruption for system change. 10 laws were made in Maharashtra. Initially, we closed 35 liquor distilleries operating in the village. You joined us because of the Lokpal movement. Since then, you and Manish Sisodia have visited Ralegan Siddhi village several times. You have seen the work. Let's show pictures of Anna Hazare as well, please. And he says, you have seen the work done by villagers. Liquor, BD, cigarette are not for sale in the village since last 35 years. You were inspired to see this. You praised this too, is what Anna Hazare has said. He says, before joining politics, you wrote a book called Swaraj. You had written the foreword to this book with me. In this book named Swaraj, you had written great things about Gram Sabha, liquor policy, and what you have written in the book, I am giving it, writing it below to remind you. In fact, here he goes on to quote from Arvind Kejriwal's book. He goes on to quote, गाँव में शराबों की लत, इसे समस्या वर्तमान समय में शराब की दुकानों के लिए राजनेताओं की सिफारिश पर अधिकारियों द्वारा लाइसेंस दे दिया जाता है. And he goes on to quote from Arvind Kejriwal's book. He says addiction of village, of alcohol in village, it's a problem. At present, he says at present, licenses for liquor shops are given by the authorities on the recommendation of politicians. He says they often give licenses by taking bribes. Liquor shops cause huge problems. He says people's families and their lives get destroyed. And the irony is that people who are directly affected by this, no one asks whether liquor shops should be opened or not. These shops are imposed on them. Anna Hazare has written a stinging letter reminding Arvind Kejriwal about the Lokpal movement, reminding Arvind Kejriwal about what he wrote about liquor shops and liquor licenses. He has said any license, and he goes on to quote Arvind Kejriwal to Arvind Kejriwal. Anna quotes Arvind Kejriwal to Arvind Kejriwal, and he says, you said any license to open a liquor shop should be given only when a Gram Sabha gives its approval in the respective meeting of the Gram Sabha. He also reminds Arvind Kejriwal about what Arvind Kejriwal said when he mentioned 90% of the women present in these Gram Sabhas should vote in favor before a liquor shop is opened. He also says women present in the Gram Sabha can also get a license of existing liquor shops cancelled by a simple majority. And he's basically quoted Arvind Kejriwal to Arvind Kejriwal, and he has said, Arvind Kejriwal, this is what you had said. You wanted some of these changes. You spoke about it in Swaraj. He also says, you wrote so many ideal things in this book named Swaraj. Anna Hazare
Anna Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. He says that's why your government formulated a new liquor policy in the state of Delhi. It seems that by which the sale of alcohol and drinking is being encouraged in the national capital. He says liquor shops can be opened on every streets. He says this can encourage corruption. This is not in public interest. Anna Hazare telling Arvind Kejriwal, liquor shops opening up on every street is not good for Delhi, is not good in the fight against corruption. He says this is not in the interest of public, and still you have gone ahead. He says still you have gone ahead, decided to bring in such a liquor policy, and from this liquor policy, it seems that just as there is intoxication of alcohol, in the same way there is intoxication of power. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power. He has said, you have decided to bring in such a policy, and it appears that just like there is intoxication of alcohol, in the same way there is intoxication of power. You too, very strong words by Arvind Kejriwal. He says, you too have fallen into the intoxication of such power, it seems, is what Anna Hazare has written in this extremely strongly worded letter, stinging letter. He says, Anna Hazare tells, Gaurav Bhatia is on the phone line of the BJP. Gaurav Bhatia, Anna Hazare tells Kejriwal, it appears you're intoxicated with power. He says this is exactly what you had said you wouldn't do in life and in politics. Gaurav.
Absolutely. Arvind Kejriwal will not pay heed to what the people of Delhi are saying. He will not even pay heed to words of his political guru, Anna Hazare ji. And I think it clearly shows how corrupt Arvind Kejriwal has become. आप मुझसे न बात करो क्योंकि मैं नशे में हूँ is the line that aptly describes Arvind Kejriwal. And we have been seeing how, rather than answering the questions that are being posed by the BJP from the last few weeks, he is avoiding them and is trying to divert attention from the main issue of the excise scam. But we also have taken a resolve along with the people of Delhi that we will expose the corruption of Arvind Kejriwal. And it is a very strong letter written by Anna Hazare which exposes ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ठगा नहीं, जनता को ठगा है, दिल्ली को ठगा है, अपने गुरु को ठगा है, अपने ही मंत्रियों को ठगा है, और ये सबसे बड़े ठग्गूमल हैं.
He's spoken about ideology. In fact, you know what Anna Hazare has done, Gaurav? He has quoted, Anna Hazare has basically quoted Arvind Kejriwal to Arvind Kejriwal. I'll tell you. I'll read out from what he has said. He says, I'm writing this letter, and he also quotes him. I'm going to read out. He says, we had first banned alcohol in Raleigh Siddi, and then you came here to Raleigh Siddi, and he talks about how a good liquor policy was made in Maharashtra. There were agitations. Movement led to law for prohibition of alcohol. 51% of women in a village and city have to vote in favor of prohibition of liquor, and then there's a ban on alcohol. He talks about how Manish Sisodia and him visited Raleigh Siddi. He talks about the Lokpal movement. He talks about what he had written in his book Swaraj. Gaurav.
No, most importantly, I think the penultimate paragraph in the last 3 lines spell it out. When Anna Hazare ji clearly, condemns no action by Arvind Kejriwal and siding with the liquor mafias. And if I can read that line, he has said, दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा भी इस प्रकार की नीति की उम्मीद थी, लेकिन आपने ऐसा नहीं किया. लोग भी बाकी पार्टियों की तरह पैसे से सत्ता और सत्ता से पैसा इस दुष्ट चक्र में फंसे हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं. एक बड़े आंदोलन से पैदा हुई राजनीतिक पार्टी को ये बात शोभा नहीं देती है. Nothing could have been stronger than this. And we have been saying this all throughout, that Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia are accused number 1 and corrupt number 1. And it is clear that now Anna Hazare ji has also voiced the sentiments of the people.
Thank you for that, Gaurav Bhatia. That was Gaurav Bhatia, the first BJP response coming in there. we'll try and get the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Now, Anna Hazare has written a letter, and in this letter, he's lashed out at Arvind Kejriwal for the liquor licensing and for Liquorgate. He has gone on to quote Arvind Kejriwal several times. He says, "You wrote so many ideal things in this book named Swaraj." He says, "I had high hopes from you back then." Anna tells Arvind Kejriwal, after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it appears that you have forgotten what is an ideal ideology. I think Manish Sisodia is holding a news conference. Let's cut across live.
मेरे घर से मेरी पत्नी के लॉकर की चाबी ले गए थे, जिसका लॉकर यहाँ है। तो आज सीबीआई उस लॉकर को खोलने आई थी, उसकी जांच करने आई थी। उन्होंने हमें भी बुलाया था। लॉकर में भी जैसे मेरे घर में कुछ नहीं मिला, वैसे ही लॉकर में भी कुछ नहीं निकला। मुश्किल से 70-80 हज़ार रुपए के कुछ बच्चों के, कुछ मेरी पत्नी के ज्वेलरी वगैरह कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ें हैं। मुझे बहुत खुशी है इस बात की कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर पे रेड करा दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के, तलाशी करा दी, वहाँ से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला। यही इस बात का सबूत है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की सारी जांच में मैं और मेरा परिवार पाक साफ निकले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी की पूरी सारी जांच में एकदम क्लीन चिट है। कहीं कुछ ऐसा चीज़ नहीं है जिसको ये कह सके ये क्यों है, ये क्या है, ये कैसे है। कहीं एक पैसे का क्वेश्चनेबल कुछ नहीं है। तो मुझे अपनी सच्चाई पे भरोसा है, मुझे ईश्वर पे भरोसा है कि सच्चाई का साथ देके कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। सीबीआई ने आज भी, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, सीबीआई के सभी ऑफिसर्स ने आज बहुत अच्छे से व्यवहार किया मेरे साथ, मेरे परिवार के साथ में, और हमने भी पूरा कोऑपरेट किया। मैं जानता हूँ ये भी लोग अनऑफिशियली तो मानते हैं कि सब संतुष्ट हैं, कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं इनके ऊपर भी दबाव है कि भाई कुछ भी निकालो, कुछ भी करो, लेकिन 2-3 महीने के लिए तो इसको जेल में डालो। प्रधानमंत्री जी का ऊपर से बहुत दबाव है इस बात के लिए कि किसी तरह से मनीष सिसोदिया को 2-3 महीने के लिए जेल में डालो। तो ये करेंगे किसी समय पे आने पे, वो इनकी अपनी राजनीति को है। लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आज सीबीआई जांच में मुझे पूरी तरह से क्लीन चिट है। मेरे घर से कुछ नहीं निकला, मेरे लॉकर से कुछ नहीं निकला, और कोई एक पैसे का लेन देन नहीं, कोई एक पैसे की हेराफेरी नहीं, कुछ नहीं। तो अंत में सच की जीत होती है, सच की जीत हुई। थैंक यू।
Manish Sisodia, after his locker in Ghaziabad bank was opened, and he's saying that nothing of any value, of any significant value, has emerged from the opening of the locker. He said that just a few pieces of jewelry of his wife, of the children, and a few 70 to 80,000 rupees. That's what he says. And he says that truth has triumphed, even as the BJP continues to maintain that the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi had there were many irregularities, not just in its liquor policy, but in its educational policy as well. A short while back, we had seen that press conference in which BJP spokespersons had spoken about irregularities in the construction of various schools. And just a short while back also, you had heard Niranjan, our senior executive editor, speaking about how Anna Hazare, whom he referred to as the political guru of Arvind Kejriwal, has slammed Arvind Kejriwal in a strongly worded letter in which he has slammed him for his liquor policy and going against, all that he was supposed to have believed in. And it's now over to Samiksha in the Mumbai studios for more of the news. Samiksha, it's over to you.
Well, that's right, Rukma. So let me just take our viewers through some excerpts of the letter that Anna Hazare has written to Kejriwal, saying that I'm writing you a letter for the first time after you became the chief minister. So that's the first letter that has been written to Anna Hazare to Kejriwal ever since he became the chief minister. Clearly not mincing any words there, and saying that he's very sad to read indeed the news that is coming about the liquor policy of the Delhi state government for the last several days. Going on to add that I have dedicated my whole life to the village society and country for the last 47 years. I've been working for village development and doing a mass movement against corruption. So clearly pointing out that he's very saddened to hear about this liquor scam gate which has exploded, and the allegations that the AAP government is